Chapter 1 Comparison of the Live Broadcast Room, 2 Sasuke's. Ding! The comparison live broadcast room is open. The live broadcast room will show the life of Uchiha Sasuke, the last descendant of the Uchiha clan in this world and the parallel world. The screen with a silver frame on the left shows Uchiha Sasuke from this world, and the screen with a gold frame on the right shows Uchiha Sasuke from the parallel world. Any offensive behavior is prohibited during the movie viewing. There will be a quiz session with prizes during the movie viewing. Please actively participate. The prizes include ninjutsu, secret techniques, bloodline limits, etc. The chat room has been opened, and relevant characters are being pulled in. Polling is completed, everyone can speak freely in the chat room. Konoha's 60th year, the Chunin exam venue. Orochimaru was completely embarrassed. Just now, he waved his hand and announced the start of Konoha's collapse plan. He pulled off the mask on his face and planned to kidnap his teacher and find a place for a decisive battle to determine the winner, as well as life and death. As a result, I suddenly couldn't move. Two screens suddenly appeared in the sky, one with a silver frame and the other with a gold frame. It was accompanied by a sound that echoed throughout the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting next to him, was shocked and angry, looking at his apprentice. Orochimaru, you actually pretended to be the Kazekage. Is this some evil forbidden technique you've come up with? Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that he was controlled by an invisible force and was unable to stand up from his seat. Otherwise, he would have picked up the Vajra stick and hit the traitor. Orochimaru sneered. Sarutobi-sensei, are you getting senile? Two screens suddenly appeared in the sky and strange sounds rang in everyone's ears. Is this something I can do? Although he didn't understand the situation, Orochimaru was not in a hurry. He doesn't have the ability to do this, and I guess Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have that ability either. In this case, there is no point in being anxious. It is better to calm down and analyze the situation. Someone started speaking in the chat room. Senju Hashirama, comparison live broadcast room? What is that? Even a dead person like me can receive it. Senju Tobirama, the last descendant of the Uchiha clan? Does that mean that this is the only one left in the Uchiha clan? They are indeed an evil clan, and they have even reached the point of extinction. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, how many times have I told you not to be hostile to the Uchiha? Senju Tobirama, humph. Uchiha Madara, when they refused to leave Konoha with me, this ending was already doomed. With this guy Senju Tobirama deliberately targeting them, it's not surprising that they were exterminated. Senju Hashirama, Madara, you're here too. Long time no see. Senju Tobirama, how could I target the Uchiha? The evil clan has brought this upon themselves. What does it have to do with me? Uchiha Madara, you know clearly whether I am targeting you or not. Senju Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama, the two of you should stop arguing. In the Pure Land world, Hashirama Senju frowned. I didn't expect that even after I died I would still have to mediate the fight between Madara and Tobirama. Onoki, this live broadcast room can even pull in ninjas who are in the Pure Land after death? Awesome! The fourth Raikage, I thought it was some conspiracy of Konoha. Mei Terumi, we can also see the silver and gold screens here in the Hidden Mist Village. Everyone is suddenly unable to move. This is not something a ninja can do. Luo Shat, is Orochimaru here? You bastard actually attacked me. Ninjas of Tsunagakure, abort the plan, don't trust Orochimaru. In the real world, the Sand Village ninjas were suddenly shocked. It was not until then that they discovered that their Feng Ying was already dead. The Kazekage I saw today was actually Orochimaru in disguise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what's the plan? Kazekage, what are you trying to do by colluding with Orochimaru? Orochimaru, what? To destroy Konoha, of course. Senju Tobirama, destroy Konoha? Orochimaru, right? I remember it was you who summoned me and my elder brother through the impure world reincarnation before? Another evil brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, alas, Orochimaru was my apprentice. He defected from Konoha because of human experiments, and has held a grudge against Konoha ever since. It's all because of me that I didn't teach him well. Senju Tobirama, speaking of which, monkey, how many years have you been there? Are you still the Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, this is the 60th year of Konoha, and the Chunin exam is being held. The Uchiha Sasuke mentioned in the live broadcast just now is one of the participants in this Chunin exam. Senju Hashirama, oh. Has it been 60 years? It seems that Konoha has developed well. Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke, can you hear me? It's been 5 years, I wonder how you are doing now. Uzumaki Kushina, what do you mean? Mikoto, are you dead too? Uchiha Mikoto, well, now only Itachi and Sasuke are left in the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Kushina, that's so sad. I wonder how my little Naruto is doing now. Uchiha Sasuke, Mom. Sasuke's eyes turned red. 5 years have passed, and I didn't expect that I would hear my mother's voice again. Uzumaki Naruto? Auntie, is your child also named Naruto? What a coincidence. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Just when I was about to ask about my son's situation, the live broadcast room suddenly started activity again. The movie will start in 10 seconds, please watch carefully. 10. 9. 8. The movie starts. The silver screen on the left lit up, revealing the image. Konoha Hospital. 7-year-old Uchiha Sasuke just experienced a clan annihilation incident. Young Sasuke's eyes were dull and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was afraid of something. Last night, my brother's temperament changed drastically. I can still vividly remember the scene of him killing my parents and clan members. When Sasuke thought of this, he felt his brain trembling. The eyes swelled slightly, as if something was about to change. Chapter 2, the whole clan was destroyed, and a Megatama was opened in anger. Orochimaru, is this what happened when the Uchiha clan was just exterminated? Interesting. Uzumaki Kushina, that kid Itachi actually killed you, Mikoto, and wiped out the entire clan? How is that possible? Kushina was extremely shocked. When she was alive, she was good friends with Uchiha Mikoto and knew Uchiha Itachi very well. That child doesn't look like someone who could do such a thing. Uchiha Mikoto, yes, that's true. The reasons behind this are very complicated and I can't fully explain them. Senju Tobirama, it seems that this Uchiha Sasuke is about to open his eyes. His entire clan was slaughtered by his own brother, I wonder to what extent his eyes can be opened. Senju Hashirama, you won't use the Manjiki directly, will you? After all, it's so stimulating. Uchiha Madara, impossible. Hashirama, do you think the Manjiki is a piece of cake? He is only 7 years old, how can he have the chakra to support the opening of the Manjiki? Senju Tobirama, but for such a strong stimulation, 1 Megatama is no problem, at least 2 Megatama is also normal. In the Pure Land world, Uchiha Fugaku was also looking at the silver-framed screen with anticipation. He was also looking forward to his youngest son's Sharingan talent. Akatsuki Organization Base. Uchiha Itachi remained silent. Only he already knew the answer. Uchiha Sasuke's breathing became more and more rapid, and his eyes gradually turned red. Sudden. Both eyes turned from black to scarlet. In each eye, there is a jet-black Megatama. However, the scarlet Sharingan disappeared in an instant, and Uchiha Sasuke gasped for breath, as if he had used up all his strength. Uchiha Fugaku. Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara. Hatake Kakashi. There was silence in the chat room. They excitedly guessed how many Megatama Uchiha Sasuke could open his Sharingan. As a result, it was actually just a Megatama? After his entire clan was wiped out, he angrily opened a Megatama. Moreover, this Megatama disappeared in a flash. If they didn't have quick eyes, they might not have noticed it. In the real world, Uchiha Sasuke's face turned red. His experience was displayed before the entire ninja world, making him feel ashamed and angry. Senju Tobirama, his entire clan was annihilated and he only had one Megatama to open his eyes. His talent is quite average. What's so good about this? Why is the live broadcast room showing his entire life? Senju Hashirama, ahem, this child is too young after all. It's normal that he doesn't have enough chakra to open his eyes to a higher level. 2. Orochimaru, Sasuke grew up in a peaceful era. His training since childhood was not tense and lacked serious guidance. This is normal. He had already tested Uchiha Sasuke's talent in the second round of the Chunin exam. Orochimaru was very confident that if Uchiha Sasuke allowed him to teach him, he would soon have the strength comparable to that of a cage. The live broadcast continues. After Sasuke finished opening his eyes, the door to the ward opened. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke kindly. Sasuke, I didn't expect Itachi to do such a thing. I have declared Uchiha Itachi as an S-rank traitor to Konoha. The Konoha ninjas will do their best to capture him. You don't have to worry about your life here. The village will take care of you. The current environment at your home, if you continue to live there, it may leave you with psychological trauma. I have arranged a house for you in the core area of the village. You can move in later. You can tell me anything. I am the Hokage of Konoha. I will try my best to take good care of every villager of Konoha. These words, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind and gentle voice, made Sasuke feel much better. Sasuke said with gratitude, "Thank you, Hokage." He no longer wants to go back to that home. The Uchiha clan's territory was covered in blood and corpses, and my parents were also killed at home. The vast Uchiha clan territory has become an empty dead zone. He doesn't dare go back there now. After that, Sasuke did not go back and moved directly into the new residence. After recuperating in Konoha Hospital for a while, Sasuke returned to the ninja school. From this point on, Sasuke practiced harder every day. I set a goal in my mind, become stronger and kill Uchiha Itachi. Senju Tobirama, Monkey handled it well. Even though it was the internal conflict among the evil Uchiha, it was the most righteous thing for a 7-year-old orphan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I don't deserve the teacher's praise. This is what I, as the Hokage, should do. Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, his image was preserved in this live broadcast room. However, the rest of the ninja world didn't let it go so easily. Onoki, is it credible that 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi suddenly went mad and killed his entire clan? The fourth Raikage, anyway, I don't believe it. Mei Terumi, let's put it another way. How come the Sandaime Hokage only found out about this big thing after the fact? Root tissue base. Danzo also added fuel to the fire. No matter what, Sarutobi is the Hokage. If something like this happened during his reign, Sarutobi cannot escape the blame. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he became furious. It's fine if others say it, but how dare you say that to me, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, what nonsense are you talking about? I am the Hokage of Konoha. How can you, a Konoha ninja, follow people from other villages to slander the cage of your own village? Bang! Tuanzang was so angry that he slammed the table. Use the Hokage to suppress him again. He has heard this argument countless times over the years. But I just can't refute it. Just because he's not the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo said hatefully in his heart. Live movie viewing room. The silver-framed screen gradually dimmed. Images began to appear on the gold-framed screen. Orochimaru, is this the Uchiha Sasuke from the parallel world? I wonder if it can bring more surprises. Uchiha Sasuke was also very curious. Myself in another world. Will life be any different? Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Sasuke, also 7 years old, sits on the hospital bed, frowning, thinking about something. The difference is that this Sasuke's eyes did not waver, and there seemed to be no sign of him opening his eyes. Chapter 3 Another Sasuke, he is already doubting the truth. Uzumaki Naruto, the Sasuke in this world seems to be even worse. His eyes don't move at all. Uchiha Sasuke, idiot Naruto, shut up. Senju Hashirama, I don't seem to see any difference. Is there any difference between these two worlds? Senju Tobirama, from what we can see so far, Uchiha Sasuke in this parallel world seems to be more emotionally stable. This is wrong, this is very un-Uchiha. Everyone in the ninja world suddenly realized. Senju Tobirama's words made them all pay attention. Sasuke in the original world was very excited at this time. Fear, despair, sadness, anger, hatred. A mixture of emotions. But Uchiha Sasuke in the parallel world shows no emotion at all. On the contrary, his expression is very calm. It even seems like he is thinking about something. Orochimaru, it's really interesting, this Uchiha Sasuke is very different. I'm curious about what he is thinking now. Uzumaki Kushina, isn't it possible that Sasuke-chan was so overwhelmed that he broke down? Uchiha Mikoto, I don't think so. Uchiha Sasuke has been recalling one thing at this moment. Yesterday afternoon, when school was about to end, Mr. Irika suddenly told them that he would add a class. After several hours of classes, school was not over until it was completely dark. After that, he ran back home and saw corpses all over the floor. Is there any relationship between the two? Ninja school has never had such a sudden increase in classes before. Why did you suddenly add a class yesterday? And the class was extended for several hours. Immediately after this, Uchiha Itachi massacred the entire clan. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Boom! An uproar. Almost everyone's expression changed. Uchiha Sasuke, after his parents and entire clan were slaughtered by his own brother, was able to remain emotionally stable and think calmly about such things? He actually doubted the truth of the genocide. This is a 7-year-old. Uzumaki Naruto, were there extra classes at that time? Why don't I remember it? Harano Sakura, I seem to have some impression that there were suddenly several extra classes one day. Yamanaka Ino, I have some impression of this, too. Nara Shikamaru, interesting, I remember very clearly that after the sudden extra class, Sasuke didn't come to school the next day. Is there any connection between these two things? Irika, I also remember that day, I suddenly received a notice saying that there were several important classes that had to be completed that day. Sarutobi Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat. Why would Sasuke in the parallel world think about such a thing? Onoki, my guess was correct, there is indeed a conspiracy. Mei Terumi, it's amazing that a 7-year-old can think of these things and think calmly at that time. Orochimaru, Sarutobi-sensei, how do you want to explain? Sarutobi Hiruzen was cursing in his heart. This group of people look like they are just watching the fun and enjoying the trouble. After thinking about the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to refute. Don't spout blood. Some situations were indeed discovered in the village. I took people over to deal with it, but it was too late. In order to prevent the students of the ninja school from being affected, we temporarily added classes to allow them to stay in the ninja school. Senju Tobirama, that makes sense. But Monkey, you were slow to realize such a big thing in the village, and you are still derelict in your duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sensei criticized me for not reacting in time as the incident happened suddenly. I need to reflect on this. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. I barely passed this stage. In the gold frame screen, Sarutobi Hiruzen walks into the ward and says the same thing. I have arranged accommodation for you in the center of the village. I can send someone to deliver your belongings there. You don't need to go back to that sad place anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gentle expression. However, Uchiha Sasuke's reaction was beyond his expectations. Sasuke's eyes flickered, as if he had made up his mind. Hokage-sama, I want to go back and sort out my parents' belongings. It has already happened. No matter how scared I am, I have to face the truth. Escaping will not solve the problem. I've made up my mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. 3. Little Sasuke, I'm glad you can muster up the courage and cheer up. If you find this is still too much stimulation for you, don't force it. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. I am the Hokage of the village and I will work hard to protect every villager in Konoha. Sasuke nodded and said, I will, thank you, Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi, awesome, the Sasuke in this parallel world is not only calmer, but also more mature mentally. He had the same experience. Also at the age of 7. That day, when he woke up in the morning, he saw his father lying in a pool of blood. The blade that made his father famous was stuck in his abdomen, White Fang. He now has no memory of what happened afterwards. I was in a daze and had no idea what I was doing at that time. You know, he was 7 years old at that time and had been a chunin for a year. Moreover, he also remembered the surging public opinion against his father in the village before that. In comparison, in Uchiha Sasuke's case, his family was happy the day before, and then suddenly his brother killed his parents and massacred the entire clan. In this situation, Sasuke in this parallel world can still muster up the courage to face reality. Better than him at the same age. After Sasuke returned to the Uchiha clan territory under the guidance of an Anbu. The bloodstains all over the ground have not been cleaned up yet. Many Anbu wearing animal masks were disposing of the corpses at each house. Seeing this scene, Sasuke's breathing became slightly rapid. An unknown part of the brain begins to activate. My eyes start to swell. A jade-shaped jade between both eyes slowly emerges. Sasuke did not stop, but walked across the pool of blood and headed towards his home. Chapter 4. If no one stopped him, could he have kaleidoscoped on the spot? Senju Tobirama, the eyes have been opened. They are stronger than those in the original world. They can maintain 1 megatama all the time. Senju Hashirama, I think it's amazing that you can open your eyes at the age of 7. Madara, I remember you opened your eyes when you separated from me, right? How old were you at that time? Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, shut up. How did we get to talking about him? Mei Terumi, the famous Shura of the ninja world actually opened his eyes because of his separation from the first Hokage? What a touching gay story. Jiraiya, this is a unique bond of Konoha, but it turns out that it has existed since the time of the first Hokage. Senju Tobirama, I have always felt that your relationship with Uchiha Madara is abnormal and too close, brother. He even felt that he couldn't compare to his own brother. Uzumaki Mito, indeed. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito, stop imagining. Hitaki Kakashi, well, aren't we discussing Sasuke's Sharingan? Orochimaru, I have a feeling that 1 megatama is probably not the limit for this Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was also very curious. It's obviously all me. Why is myself in the parallel world so different? Return to your home. My parents' bodies are no longer here. Perhaps they were carried away. Only 2 pools of dried blood were left. Just last night, right here. My parents were killed by Uchiha Itachi. Intense pain, anger, and hatred surged into Sasuke's heart. The Sharingan with a Megatama gradually began to rotate, and the speed became faster and faster. An afterimage of the pitch-black Megatama appeared, and it gradually split into two Megatama. Double Megatama Sharingan, double Megatama for both eyes. Is this a double Megatama? In the real world, Uchiha Sasuke felt jealous. This is too bullying. He opened a Megatama on the night of the genocide, and has not been able to open it since. Afterwards, when he was in the land of waves, he truly opened his Sharingan, and one of his eyes evolved into a double Megatama. As for the two Megatama in both eyes, it happened not long ago. And in the parallel world, myself actually opened both eyes and had double Megatama on the second day after the night of genocide. Why is the gap so big? Hitaki Kakashi, Sasuke in the parallel world seems to have better talent. Kakashi looked at his own Sasuke, comparing it to the Sasuke on the gold-framed screen. The difference is hardly too obvious. From mental maturity, to mental strength, to the talent of the Sharingan, it's an all-round crushing victory. Orochimaru, watch out, it's not over yet. In the gold frame screen. After Sasuke's eyes evolved into double Megatama, the Megatama in his scarlet pupils did not stop spinning. The emotions are getting more intense. The pupil power of both eyes is becoming more and more active. The Megatama in the eyes is spinning faster and faster. Sudden. Anbu came over and put his hand on Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder. Calm down, control your emotions. If you can't bear it, I will take you away now. Sasuke paused. The whole person came out of the previous wanton and intense emotion. The black jade in the eyes stopped spinning. The scarlet eyes gradually faded and returned to their original black pupils. No need, I can handle it. Sasuke said. Orochimaru? Is this the end? Who is that Anbu? Mind your own business. Originally, I was looking forward to seeing whether Sasuke in the parallel world could open 3 Megatama. As a result, the situation was disrupted by an Anbu who suddenly appeared. If emotions are interrupted, how can the Sharingan continue to advance? Senju Hashirama, don't be too hasty. If you are too young and your Sharingan is too strong, it may not be a good thing. It will increase the burden on your body. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Shadame is right. I think that Anbu did the right thing. Compared to upgrading the Sharingan, they should prioritize taking care of Sasuke's health. Seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little scared just now. At only 7 years old, the Sharingan is about to evolve towards 3 Megatama. If he were to grow up like this, it would be disastrous. What's more, the Uchiha Sasuke in the parallel world obviously has doubts about the truth of the genocide. This is even more troublesome. Hitaki Kakashi, indeed, the Sharingan is very taxing on the body. Orochimaru, that's because you are from an outsider race and don't have Uchiha blood. Jiraiya, there's no need to worry too much about strength. It doesn't matter if you go a little slow at the beginning. You can catch up later. There's still a chance that you'll catch up later. Orochimaru, haha. In Orochimaru's opinion, there's no point talking about physical burden. If it doesn't work, just find a way. If the Sharingan puts too much strain on the body, then try transplanting the cells of the first Hokage. That's what Danzo did, and he's still alive and well, isn't he? For Orochimaru, bloodline and talent come first. If Uchiha Sasuke in the parallel world hadn't been disturbed by the Anbu, he might have been able to obtain the 3rd Megatama on the spot. It is not impossible to continue evolving towards a higher stage. If that doesn't work, just take out the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and others to stimulate Sasuke. If that doesn't work, just chop the corpse a few times to give it some extra stimulation. The high and low create a kaleidoscope for you. The Sasuke Sharingan talent in this parallel world is so strong, so of course it cannot be wasted. Uchiha Fugaku, the Sasuke Sharingan talent in another world is even stronger than Ataka's. Uchiha Mikoto, I hope Sasuke can protect himself. Sasuke wandered alone in the empty and silent house. He looked through the things his parents left behind, as well as his own things, and decided whether to take them with him. Parents' daily necessities. A family photo taken on a daily basis. The ninjutsu scroll at home. Some miscellaneous books. They packed up and took it away. I said goodbye to this family. After that, Sasuke, under the leadership of the Anbu, moved to the new residence arranged by the third Hokage. At night, Sasuke was in his new residence, looking through the things he brought back. I found a book in it, History of Konoha, published by the Uchiha clan. Chapter 5, Sasuke's plan to find out the truth himself. Uchiha Fugaku, that is, a book on Konoha's history published by the clan, but it was banned by the village. He kept a copy privately. 4. Unexpectedly, he was left behind by Sasuke from another world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. There used to be various history books published by various major ninja clans in the village. Later he banned it, and all ninja schools used history textbooks compiled by the village. Unexpectedly, Sasuke in another world actually got a copy by chance. Logically speaking, the Anbu should have already searched the Uchiha territory. Some important things, such as forbidden scrolls, had already been taken away in advance. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's home was naturally visited by the Anbu. However, the Anbu did not notice this forbidden book. Come to think of it, it's just a book. Even if it is banned, how much attention will the Anbu pay to it? It's just a book. It shouldn't have much impact if you read it. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted himself. In the chat room, Hitaki Kakashi, that Sasuke seems to be very interested in this book. Uzumaki Naruto, a history book, such a boring thing, why would Sasuke be interested in it? Orochimaru, ha, this is really interesting. I am increasingly looking forward to this Sasuke's future. Most people are somewhat puzzled by this. It's just a book, what can you learn from it? Instead of spending time reading books, you might as well work hard on your cultivation and strive to achieve revenge as soon as possible. In the quiet new residence, Sasuke closed his eyes and concentrated on thinking. What can I be sure of now? The first one is about Uchiha Itachi, the kind and good brother, and the madman who killed his parents and his entire clan in pursuit of power. At least one of them is pretending. Second, about the truth of the genocide. Since Uchiha Itachi could change from the former to the latter overnight, then it means that people may not be trustworthy. People who appear to be amiable on the surface may not be trustworthy. Since Uchiha Itachi, the kind and good brother, has suddenly become untrustworthy, then the rest of the people in the village, no matter who they are or what they look like on the surface, cannot be completely trusted. What is the truth behind the genocide? If you can't listen to Uchiha Itachi's one-sided words, then you can't listen to other people's one-sided words either. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but tremble all over. He is only 7 years old after all. At this age, it would be so difficult to accept such a fact. No one can be trusted. Looking around, the whole village has no idea who they can rely on. What a lonely situation this is. Namikaze Minato, it's amazing, you can think of these at just 7 years old. He thinks that he has been called a genius since he was a child. But in terms of mental maturity, he is far inferior to Sasuke in the parallel world. At least, Namikaze Minato thought to himself, if he were in the same situation as Sasuke and at the same age, he would not be able to do this. Uchiha Mikoto, alas, Sasuke's future is too difficult. Uchiha Fugaku, this is Sasuke's fate. He is already in this situation. It would be better if he could think of this earlier. As parents, we can do nothing but wish him the best. Sasuke in the real world was in a trance. It seems that I have never thought like my parallel world self. Why did Uchiha Itachi suddenly change his personality? Which one of him is real? He had never thought about what the truth was about the genocide or who he should trust. In addition to practicing, shouldn't we also stop occasionally and think about our own destiny? Sasuke couldn't help but reflect. You can't just believe everything others say. Who knows whether they can be trusted? Compare in the live broadcast room. Sasuke opened his eyes. After confirming the first 2 points, what needs to be done next is clear. First, in daily life, make an effort to observe and confirm whether each person is trustworthy. Second, read more books, read all kinds of books, and think for yourself to verify the truth of the genocide. Since no one can be absolutely trusted, it is difficult to find the truth through people. I can only read books and think slowly by myself. Of course, these are matters of truth-finding. Besides this, there is cultivation. It's impossible that I can finally find out the truth but not have the power to take revenge. Sasuke's eyes gradually became deep and bright. The spiritual fire that was almost extinguished last night is now ignited again and even more vigorously. I will find out the truth on my own and have the strength to take revenge. Sasuke made up his mind secretly. The fourth Raikage, he's only 7 years old, and he wants to find out the truth on his own. Onoki, outrageous! I, the Tsuchikage, haven't figured out the Uchiha clan genocide yet, and he wants to find out for himself. Orochimaru, haha, geniuses are always different. Senju Hashirama, it's great that the village has such outstanding younger generations. Senju Tobirama, although he is an evil Uchiha, I have to admit that this kid is indeed a genius. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were almost red with envy, and his Sharingan was almost stimulated to pop out. It's the same as myself. In the parallel world, I am only 7 years old, but I can be evaluated like this by the previous Hokage and the Kage of other villages. Sasuke opened the History of Konoha published by the Uchiha clan, and his expression was very serious. To find the truth, start by studying history carefully. Chapter 6I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage. Sasuke read until the late night and successfully finished reading the history of Konoha. I have a general understanding of Konoha's history over the past few decades. Senju and Uchiha jointly established Konoha, but Senju produced 2 Hokage, and the Sandaime Hokage was the disciple of the Nidaime Hokage, while Uchiha did not have any Hokage. During the Second Ninja World War, Konoha White Fang performed outstanding deeds and intimidated the 3 ninjas. However, later on, Konoha White Fang gave up his mission and chose to save his teammates. He committed suicide amid public opinion in the village. During the Third Ninja World War, Golden Flash Minato Namikaze made great contributions and defeated Orochimaru, becoming the 4th Hokage, but he soon died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan was suspected and forced to relocate. The Sandaime Hokage came out again, and the village never chose the 5th Hokage. In the 50th year of Konoha, Orochimaru, the former candidate for Hokage, defected. Sasuke closed the history book in his hand. The book only recorded the time when Orochimaru defected here. Although many things are recorded without a beginning or an end, fortunately, the records of various major events in Konoha's history are relatively comprehensive. My mind is filled with all kinds of information. Sasuke couldn't help but pinch his forehead. What can we see from this? My only thought, the Sandaime Hokage has been in office for a really long time. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. Since the First Ninja World War, he was designated as the 3rd Hokage by the 2nd Hokage. Until now, the 3rd Hokage has been in power for 30 years. Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly, and he made a guess in his mind. The Sandaime Hokage has been in charge of Konoha for more than 30 years. Would he be so slow to realize what happened in the village? Especially something as big as the genocide of the Uchiha clan. Two possible options: first, the third Hokage told me the truth about the genocide. Second, the third Hokage concealed something. Which of these two is more likely? Onoki, is there any need to think about this? How could Sarutobi not know anything? The fourth Raikage, if the third Hokage was really that slow to realize things, he would have been driven out by that dark ninja long ago. Mei Terumi, anyone would be inclined to believe that a Hokage who has been in power for more than 30 years is hiding the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He never expected that Uchiha Sasuke actually analyzed something. It is actually possible to guess based on his age in office. But even he had to admit that this conjecture was very reasonable. Orochimaru was in a very happy mood at the moment, and looked at his teacher sitting next to him jokingly. "Teacher Sarutobi, don't be impatient. Take your time to think about how to defend yourself." Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Orochimaru angrily, took a deep breath, and spoke in the chat room. "The age of the ruling party doesn't mean anything. You should know this best, Onoki." "Onoki, why are you bringing me up? This is your own business." Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Really? Onoki, you have been the third Tsuchikage since the First Shinobi World War, right? Does that mean you know everything about the Uegakure village? I heard that your disciple Deidara left the Uegakure village a few years ago and has been missing since. And your Uegakure's four-tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, doesn't really care about you, the Tsuchikage, either, and you're wandering around the ninja world by yourself." Unaki's face froze. Damn, that actually makes a lot of sense. He couldn't refute either of these things. In terms of ruling age, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen are about the same. But his Uegakure village was also in a mess, and there was nothing he, as the Tsuchikage, could do about it. If that's the case, then it's normal that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, cannot fully understand what's happening in Konoha village, right? If he questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen again, wouldn't he be questioning himself as well? "Onoki, I am convinced, Sarutobi, you are worthy of me." No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to hold on to power despite competition from up-and-coming talents like Konoha's White Fang, the Three Ninjas, and Golden Flash. With his eloquence, who in the entire ninja world can compare to him? Orochimaru, tisk, that's boring. The fourth Raikage, there are so many troubles in your village. Terumi Mei. 5. Do not want to talk. If the Hidden Mist village says that it is the second most chaotic place in the world, no place in the entire ninja world dares to say that it is the first. The next day, Sasuke went straight back to the ninja school. Ignore the discussion about the Uchiha clan extermination. In class, Sasuke directly took out the history textbook of the ninja school and started reading. He has already learned all the lessons, so he might as well read the book himself. Sasuke had read the history textbook at school before, but this time he read it with a purpose and found many problems. A lot of content is missing. There is very little record about the history of Konoha's founding, but the records about the third Hokage's reign account for the vast majority. The third Hokage was the strongest Hokage in Konoha. During his reign, he trained powerful figures such as Konoha White Fang, the Three Ninjas, and Golden Flash. But there are a lot of things missing. There is very little information about Konoha White Fang. He was clearly a great hero in the Second Ninja World War. The content related to Orochimaru was also greatly cut, and there was no mention of his defection at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly groaned inwardly. Why is it always him? He is too difficult. Chapter 7 Question: Sasuke's attitude towards Sakura and Ino. Uchiha Madara, the strongest Hokage? Hashirama, what do you think? Senju Hashirama, ahem, actually I'm not that strong. All the older ninjas in the ninja world rolled their eyes. First Hokage, are you not speaking against your conscience when you say this? Anyone who is a little old has grown up listening to the legends of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, monkey, you are stronger than my brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I dare not compare myself to the first generation. This is all a misunderstanding. The person who wrote the textbook was not rigorous in his work. I will have it corrected immediately. It's so embarrassing. I wish I could cover my face and run away. No matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, he could never have imagined that his bragging in the ninja school textbook would be seen by his senior Hokage. Senju Tobirama, I can understand this. As a Hokage, it is normal to strengthen your authority appropriately, but you must be careful not to use my eldest brother to drag him down. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will have someone change it right away. Onoki, let's not talk about the strongest Hokage. Sarutobi, you actually deleted and modified the history textbooks of the ninja school, tisk tisk. The fourth Raikage, it seems that the third Hokage is really old. He can only maintain his authority in this way. Orochimaru, should I thank you? After all, you deleted all the information about my defection. Kakashi was silent. His father's deeds were greatly omitted in history books. This made him feel betrayed. Senju Tobirama, it's normal to delete the shameful things about the village. But monkey, you have too many shameful things, right? In the Pure Land. Even Senju Tobirama couldn't help but complain. From the death of White Fang, to the defection of Orochimaru, to the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Each one is a big deal. So many elite troops from the village did not die on the battlefield, but were just wiped out in such a confused manner. Senju Tobirama, monkey, you are too old. Let's select the fifth Hokage as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensei is right. I'm already thinking about the fifth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. I barely passed this stage. In ninja school. Sasuke frowned and thought. He vaguely sensed something. White Fang's death, Golden Flash becoming the fourth Hokage, Nine Tails Rebellion, Orochimaru's defection, Uchiha clan extermination. There seems to be a thread between these things. As long as you find this line, you may be close to the truth. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Clap clap. Orochimaru couldn't help but applaud. The Uchiha Sasuke in this world is truly a genius. He actually found clues to the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Orochimaru, what nonsense are you talking about? Orochimaru, whether I am talking nonsense or not, you know best, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru sneered in his heart. His teacher has been in the position of Hokage for too many years and has long been corrupted by power. From the death of White Fang to the series of events such as the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the fundamental reason behind them is that his teacher wants to control the power of Konoha. He had hoped that this time the Konoha collapse plan would give his teacher a decent ending. But now that this live movie viewing room has appeared, I'm afraid this decency is impossible. Sasuke spent the whole morning reading, but he still couldn't figure out the key to the problem he had been thinking about. Instead, he was so hungry that he felt dizzy. It was then that I realized that I didn't bring a lunchbox. In the past, his mother would help him prepare it, but now he is the only one who prepares it. I read all night last night and rushed to school in the morning. I didn't even think about preparing a lunchbox. Yamanaka Ino noticed Sasuke's predicament, her eyes lit up, and she came over with her lunchbox. Sasuke-kun, didn't you bring a lunchbox? Do you want to eat with me? Harano Sakura also came over. Sasuke-kun, please eat mine. I brought you things that Sasuke-kun likes to eat. Harano Sakura was secretly excited. It's worth her effort to observe Sasuke's preferences. Also, in order to have a chance to have lunch with Sasuke, I make Sasuke's favorite food for my lunchbox every day. Now it finally comes in handy. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it, I've never eaten the bento made by Sakura. Yamanaka Ino, Sakura, you are too deliberate. You actually made such preparations. Harano Sakura, this is called opportunity only for those who are prepared. But in my heart I was wailing madly. Why on earth would this damn live broadcast room broadcast such things? Doesn't this make her look like a bootlicker? Ding! Time for the prize-winning quiz is up. Question: how will Uchiha Sasuke respond to the invitation from Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino? A. Women will only affect my kunao throwing speed, so ignore them. B. I am a lone avenger, rebuking them coldly and scaring them away. C. Accept their invitation and express gratitude. D. Accept their invitation, try to establish a harmonious relationship with them, and work together to rebuild the Uchiha clan. Chapter 8, Jin Sasuke begins to sell his body. Jiraiya, is this harmonious relationship the harmonious relationship I understand? Hitaki Kakashi, I think it's rebuilding the Uchiha clan. How else can we rebuild it? Ebisu, there is only one answer, and that is to marry a wife, take concubines, and have more children. Mei Terumi, haha. All men are the same. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you talking about? Sasuke's face turned red. He had never thought about marrying a wife or taking a concubine. Ever since the genocide, he has been thinking only of increasing his strength and then killing Uchiha Itachi for revenge. As for girls, what are they? Would it increase his accuracy in throwing kunao or would it enhance the power of his ninjutsu? Onoki, you are still too young. The fourth Raikage, indeed, there is only one Uchiha bloodline left in Konoha. The most urgent task is to pass on the bloodline first. The more people who pass it on, the better. Uchiha Fugaku, I think so too, I choose D. Sasuke was completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why did my own dad choose such an outrageous option? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if I were in another world, with a blood feud on my shoulders, how could I waste my time and energy on flirting with girls? Sasuke, I choose option A. This is the most likely option based on his analysis of his own personality. Hitaki Kakashi, I think option C is more likely. I choose option C. Root tissue base. Danzo felt anxious when he saw that the other options had been chosen. This comparison live broadcast room said that various unspecified rewards would be distributed. Is it true? Never mind, give it a try. I choose option B. Danzo said resolutely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo. Why is Danzo joining in the fun? Danzo Shimura sneered in his heart. 6. It doesn't matter if the reward given by this comparison live broadcast room does not satisfy him. But if the reward is really valuable, he might be able to use it to eye the position of Hokage. The gold-framed screen starts playing again. Sasuke looked at the enthusiastic Sakura and Ino, feeling a little hesitant. He is now alone. I have to study and practice every day, so time is very tight. If you spend time preparing your own lunch every day, you will waste even more time. So, should we vote for nothing? Anyway, Sakura, Ino, and the others seem to be happy with it. Thinking of this, Sasuke smiled at Sakura and Ino. Then I'll trouble you, Sakura, Ino. Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were both stunned. It has been almost a year since the two of them entered the ninja school, and they have become rivals in pursuing Sasuke since they entered school. This is the first time I see Sasuke smiling at them, and it is so warm and sincere. For a moment, the two women were even a little flattered. Next, Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino each took out a portion of their own lunch boxes and had lunch with Sasuke. After lunch, after Sasuke thanked the two women, his expression was a little unnatural. Sakura, Ino, could you please help me with lunch from now on? You should have heard about my family situation. Harano Sakura's eyes lit up and she said quickly. It's no trouble. I'm happy to help Sasuke-kun. Yamanaka Ino added. Of course, I have a small request. I hope Sasuke-kun can have lunch with me every day. Sasuke was a little confused and nodded in agreement. Why do they seem not only happy but even impatient? It was as if the one who took advantage was not him, but the two of them. Mei Terumi, pft. This handsome boy doesn't quite understand the effect of selling his looks. Uchiha Mikoto, you are worthy of being my Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it, damn it, damn it. What's so great about that arrogant Sasuke? Rock Lee, it's so nice to have Sakura help me prepare lunch every day. Inyazuka Kaiba, it's just a face, what's so great about that? I'm not bad looking. Abarame Chino, Jiga, people should still know their own limitations. Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino looked at him with envy. Although I got a white vote. But being voted for by Sasuke is an opportunity that others don't have. The two of them were so excited that they wished they could travel to a parallel world and replace their other selves. Hitaki Kakashi, well, it seems the answer is obvious. I guessed correctly. The sound of the live broadcast room sounded. Ding! The correct answer to this quiz is option C. Congratulations to Hitaki Kakashi for winning the reward, Uchiha Bloodline. A gentle energy appeared in Kakashi's body. A stream of chakra flowed from the brain to the Sharingan in the left eye. Sharingan, can it be turned off? Kakashi couldn't help but cover his eyes and control the Sharingan in his left eye to close. The Sharingan, which had been like a mountain and a heavy burden on him, was finally under control. Is this the effect of Uchiha Bloodline? With the disappearance of the burden of the Sharingan, his chakra amount that had been suppressed for a long time finally returned to normal. I feel a lot more relaxed. What the hell? At the root organization base, Danzo couldn't help but swear. Uchiha Bloodline. He wants this kind of thing too. If he had Uchiha blood, he would be able to control both Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan and the ones on his arms. Not like now. The huge amount of chakra of the first generation cells must be used to balance each other and maintain a fragile situation. Chapter 9 Kakashi, Uchiha are generally not interested in women. Cool. It's even more exciting than buying the latest edition of Kint Paradise and seeing the exciting parts. Kakashi had never felt so comfortable since transplanting Obito's Sharingan. The sour feeling brought by the Sharingan disappeared. There is a sense of power filled with chakra. My overall condition has never been better. Might Guy, hey, Kakashi, let's have a friendly duel after the movie. Hitaki Kakashi, okay, I won't refuse when the time comes. Orochimaru, there actually is a reward, and it's a reward of bloodline level. Orochimaru became completely excited. This live movie viewing room is really amazing. It seems that he also needs to seriously consider the quiz with prizes. Same moment. The entire ninja world. Everyone watching the live broadcast felt a desire for power. Jiraiya, come to think of it, Kakashi, how did you guess option C? Irika, based on my understanding of Sasuke at that time, option A or option B should be more reasonable. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and began to explain. You don't understand. Our Sasuke here became even more emotional after the genocide, and his entire personality became a little paranoid. So, if it was Sasuke on our side, his possible behavior would indeed be more inclined towards option A or B. But the Jin Sasuke in the parallel world has a more mature mentality and is better able to control his emotions. He will be better at treating people around him, instead of having a deadpan face all day long. The veins on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead were throbbing. Dead face? Is this how Kakashi sees himself? Senju Tobirama, then why don't you choose option D? Since you are the only one left in the family, it is possible that you want to reproduce and rebuild the family, right? Kakashi, ahem, this brings me to another observation of mine. That is, the men of the Uchiha clan are generally not interested in women. Puff. The group of people who were listening carefully and waiting for explanation were all speechless. What does it mean to not be attracted to women? Could it be that the Uchiha clan, a powerful ninja clan in the ninja world, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is actually a group of male ketones? Uchiha Madara, what do you mean by not being interested in women? Hitaki Kakashi, right? Explain it to me clearly. Uchiha Fugaku, this is pure slander. If that's true, how did our Uchiha clan survive? Kakashi. Ahem, listen to my explanation. What I mean is that the men of the Uchiha clan pay more attention to the relationship between partners and brothers than the love between men and women. Think back to the Uchiha you know and think if this is the case. This is the case with 3 people in my class. Even though Naruto and Sasuke argue with each other every day, the relationship between them is actually the better. As for Sakura, she can only act as a lubricant. In Sasuke's mind, Sakura's status is definitely not as high as Naruto's. Senju Tobirama, it seems to make sense. I thought about it carefully and it is indeed true. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, what are you thinking about again? Hitaki Kakashi, so even though Jin Sasuke seems to be very gentle towards Sakura and Ino, he may just be treating them as tools and has no romantic feelings for them. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, what the hell are you talking about? Kakashi, Obito. You're here too. Black Zetsu was startled, and said to Uchiha Obito beside him. Obito, what are you doing? Don't reveal your identity. Uchiha Obito looked disdainful. What is there to worry about? In Kakashi's opinion, I am speaking in the form of a spirit. How could he possibly think that I am still alive? Black Zetsu thought about it and felt that there seemed to be some truth in it. Obito was going to speak in the chat room on purpose. He even felt a little excited. Kakashi, that idiot, thought he was dead. One day in the future, just before the Moon Eye project succeeds, Kakashi discovers that he is still alive and has even pretended to be a dead person to chat with him. So much fun! Obito wished he could see Kakashi's shocked expression right now. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, do you think your position in my heart can compare to Lin's? Hitaki Kakashi, so I said that Uchiha men are generally not interested in women, but Obito, you are not ordinary. Compare live broadcast rooms. The gold frame screen stopped playing temporarily. The silver framed screen lights up. 7. After recuperating for a while, Sasuke returned to the ninja school. Compared to before, Sasuke's temperament has changed drastically. Although she used to be arrogant like the Uchiha, she has now become completely cold and distant. There is an invisible wall separating me from everyone. The only thing that sometimes happens is quarrels between me and Uzumaki Naruto. For Sasuke, only Naruto, who is in a similar situation, can understand his pain. Hitaki Kakashi, let me tell you, all Uchiha clan men are like this. Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, shut up. Uzumaki Naruto, so my status in Sasuke's heart is very different? Then why do you act so cocky all the time? Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, you two shut up. Sasuke is going crazy. This comparison live broadcast room has completely exposed his privacy. Sasuke's daily training is twice as hard as before. He successfully mastered several C-rank fire escape ninjutsu from the ninjutsu scrolls left by his parents. In the practical examination of the ninja school, Sasuke easily won the first place. But Sasuke fell into confusion. How should he practice next? Chapter 10, Jin Sasuke took first place, but began to feel anxious. Orochimaru, it's normal. This is what happens when you don't have a good teacher. Uchiha Fugaku, if only we were still here. Hitaki Kakashi, with Sasuke's talent, most of the time spent studying in ninja school is a waste. When Sasuke graduated from Ninja Academy just this year, he didn't even know how to practice tree climbing. You can't use the Sharingan either. But now, Not much time has passed. Double Megatama Sharingan. Not long ago, he also learned his Chidori, and mastered the method of using lightning attribute chakra to stimulate the body and speed up. The strength has been greatly improved. In contrast, during the years that Sasuke was in the ninja school, his strength improved very slowly. Sasuke had already mastered what was taught in the ninja school. The rest of the time is wasted. Sasuke looked at the successors of the various ninja clans in his class and envied them for having someone to guide them. But there is nothing we can do. He can only practice by himself, continuously practicing those ninjutsu that he had already mastered. In the ninja school exams, Sasuke has always maintained the first place, until he graduated from ninja school at the age of 12. Namikaze Minato, these few years are really important. I had the guidance of Jiraiya teacher at that time, and my strength improved very quickly. He was noticed by teacher Jiraiya when he was still in the ninja school. I usually take time to teach him. Therefore, when he graduated from the Ninja Academy, he already had the strength comparable to that of a Jonin. When she was still studying at the ninja school, Kushina was once kidnapped by a hidden cloud ninja, and he rescued Kushina alone. And Uchiha Sasuke. When he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 12, his strength was at most an excellent genin. Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, if you want to quickly improve your strength, you can come to me. I am confident that my teaching ability is better than Jiraiya's. Hitaki Kakashi, Sasuke, don't be fooled, Orochimaru can't be that kind. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent. If he could get powerful rewards by passing the question and answer session, he naturally wouldn't need Orochimaru's teachings. Silver frame screen playback paused. The gold-framed screen begins playing. Sasuke in the parallel world works harder in training, and spends most of his time every day training. For other things, save as much as possible. I'll leave the preparation of daily meals to Sakura and Ino. The homework of ninja school only requires reciting a spell. Arigato Sakura-chan. Then Tool Sakura will happily help complete it. Ninja school's actual combat assessment. Come on, Sasuke. Sasuke is the best in the world. Almost all the girls are cheering for Sasuke. The male students were very dissatisfied. Uzumaki Naruto, Inyazuka Kaiba, and others are all clamoring to teach Sasuke a lesson. Next group, Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka-sensei announced. Sasuke walked onto the stage and frowned as he looked at Naruto, who was looking unconvinced. Looking at the audience, Sasuke began to call out names. Kana, Shikamaru, Koji, and that guy from the Aberame family, all of you come together. Sasuke, what do you mean? Asshole, do you look down on us? This is so troublesome. That's fine, let's finish the fight early and rest and eat early. My name is Aberame Shino. Under Sasuke's instigation, Uzumaki Naruto and the other 5 people fought against Sasuke together. Uzumaki Naruto, too arrogant, you don't take us seriously at all. Inyazuka Kaiba, beat his face and see if there are any girls who will cheer him on. Nara Shikamaru, I have a bad feeling. The battle begins. Naruto and Kaiba attacked from 2 directions at the same time. But in front of Sasuke's Sharingan, the speed of these 2 people is like slow motion. With a slight dodge and push, Naruto and Kaiba collided. Jumps up to avoid Shikamaru's Shadow's sneak attack. Choji curled up in a ball behind him and rushed over. OM. Sasuke's double Megatama Sharingan suddenly froze. Choji rushed straight towards Shino, who was in the corner. Koji, you're under an illusion, Sasuke is not on that side. Shikamaru quickly reminded. Choji changed direction, but bumped into Kaiba and Akamaru again, and the 2 and the dog collided into a ball. Naruto also fell into the illusion and harassed Shino crazily, leaving the latter helpless. Iruka, the gap is too big, it's unbearable to watch. Hitaki Kakashi, double Megatama Sharingan is simply a bully in ninja school. Orochimaru, this is the bloodline limit. The gap in talent cannot be made up so easily. Nara Shikamaru, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Even if we formulate a strategy, it will probably be completely useless. Abarame Chino, and they haven't fully cooperated yet. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it. That Sasuke is even more annoying than the Sasuke we have here. Uchiha Sasuke. Without much effort, Sasuke easily defeated the combined forces of 5 people. In the practical test, I won the undisputed first place. There was a burst of cheers from girls in the audience. Naruto and Kaiba are very frustrated. But there was no trace of happiness on Sasuke's face. I am actually very anxious. Naruto and his friends became increasingly unhappy as they watched this, and felt that Sasuke was just showing off. But Sasuke is really anxious. The strength of several students in the ninja school who are considered to be competent is about this when they join forces. He will stay in the ninja school for another 5 years. Did I just fight with Naruto and the others for the past 5 years? Rookies pecking each other. Inyazuka Kaiba was itching with hatred. Sasuke over there is so annoying. Orochimaru, haha, I wonder how this Sasuke will train next, I hope it will be a little different. Chapter 11, Climbing Trees and Treading Water 5 years in advance, Shadow Clone Training Method. Sasuke wanted to know what he should practice next, so he went directly to ask teacher Irika. Irika also agrees that Sasuke's strength is far beyond his peers. At Irika's suggestion, Sasuke began to practice climbing trees and treading water. Irika, are you asking me for advice? Why doesn't our Sasuke do the same? Hitaki Kakashi, our Sasuke has become almost closed after the genocide. Of course, he will not choose to ask others for help. Jiraiya, that makes sense. That Jin Sasuke, his mental state is better, he doesn't mind asking others for advice, and he doesn't even mind using girls as tools. Uchiha Sasuke felt more and more envious. Same age. 8. I was repeating the meaningless ninjutsu practice over and over again. However, the self in the parallel world has already started practicing climbing trees and treading water. You know, I just started this exercise this year. 5 years ahead of schedule. After this, Sasuke started a new training. I indulge in tree climbing and water treading exercises every day. As for other things, Sasuke specially learned the shadow clone technique. This jutsu is included in the scroll left by my father. I created a shadow clone and went to the ninja school to read books, study, and think. One night, after Sasuke released his shadow clone, he suddenly thought of something. After the shadow clone is removed, the memory of the clone's experience will be transmitted back to the original body. Sasuke's eyes lit up. What does that mean? Can knowledge and experience-based training be completed through shadow clones? For example, practicing chakra control abilities such as climbing trees and treading water, maybe you can use shadow clones to double the speed of practice. The next day, Sasuke began to try. The main body and the shadow clone practice chakra control together. At night, when I released my shadow clone, all the experience of climbing trees and treading water was transmitted back to my original body. Although my brain is a little tired. But this method really works. Might Guy, can you still practice like this? Rock Lee, if we do this, wouldn't the training speed be doubled? Teacher Kai, let's do this in the future. Hitaki Kakashi, ahem, calm down. Only knowledge and experience-related content can be removed through shadow clones and the memory can be transferred back to the main body. Physical training is not allowed. Might Guy, is that so? What a pity. Namikaze Minato, that's not entirely true. For example, experience and skills in physical combat, the ability to react to attacks, etc., these are also experience-based, and can also be assisted in training through shadow clones. Jiraiya, that's right. In other words, when it comes to training that involves physical growth and improvement, you can't use shadow clones. Uzumaki Naruto, I have decided. From now on, I will use my shadow clones to practice every day. I will try to defeat Sasuke in a year, no, a month. Uchiha Sasuke, you idiot, can't I practice in the same way? Hatake Kakashi, don't abuse this method. Shadow clone training requires both sufficient chakra and strong mental strength. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at Naruto, thinking. This method might be just right for Naruto. The blood of the Uzumaki clan plus the huge amount of chakra of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Plus a thick brain. It's simply a training method tailor-made for Naruto. The gold-framed screen continued to play. Under Sasuke's tireless efforts in training. After a week, Sasuke had completely mastered both the tree climbing and water treading exercises. Sasuke could clearly sense that his chakra control ability had greatly improved. The use of chakra is more refined. The same ninjutsu only consumes half the chakra as before. Through this, Sasuke began to try to learn several B-level ninjutsu at home. It took several days. B-level fire style, Phoenix Claw Red, Great Dragon Fire technique, Sasuke successfully mastered it. Onoki, B-rank fire style, the other Uchiha Sasuke's talent is indeed amazing. The fourth Raikage, the highest level of fire release ninjutsu is only B-rank, right? Uchiha Fugaku, that's right. The only things Sasuke hasn't mastered yet are large-scale fire ninjutsu like Great Fire Extinguishment and Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Sasuke, Dad, that's another me. Uchiha Fugaku, ahem. In the ninja school, Sasuke set higher and higher requirements for himself. From the beginning, the main body defeated Naruto and the five of them joined forces. A shadow clone defeated several people together. Then use the shadow clone without opening the Sharingan to beat them. It's getting easier. Grass. Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't help but swear. His blood pressure is high. The other Uchiha Sasuke is so inhuman. It's just teasing them. Nara Shikamaru's face didn't look very good either. Even though he doesn't care that much about winning or losing. But seeing a peer beating him so easily, it was impossible for him to feel good. Sasuke went to ask Iruka-sensei for new training content again. Iruka has a headache. He is now afraid that Sasuke will come to find him. Over the past period of time, Sasuke often came to him to ask for advice on training. At first he was very enthusiastic and gave guidance. But later, he was gradually frightened by Sasuke's terrifying training speed. The main body and the clone practice at double the speed. He doesn't have much to teach now. In terms of ninjutsu, Sasuke knows more than his teacher. Ninja tool throwing, Sasuke's Uchiha throwing technique, enhanced by the Sharingan, is far superior to his Chunin teacher. In terms of illusion, with the help of the double Megatama Sharingan, Sasuke also surpassed him. Sasuke also completed the chakra control exercise. The only thing Sasuke is inferior to him in right now is his strength and chakra due to his age limit. Chapter 12. The school teachers can no longer teach him. Iruka. He is so miserable in the other world. I have lost my confidence because of a student who is too talented. Hatake Kakashi, with Kin Sasuke's strength, he's almost ready to take part in the Chunin exams. The lack of strength and chakra can be fully compensated by Sharingan, ninjutsu and illusion. Rock Lee, Kin Sasuke is only 7 years old. Can he take part in the Chunin exam? Might Guy, Lee. Kakashi became a Chunin at the age of 6. Rock Lee, Suga, is this a genius? Might Guy, as long as you work hard, you can definitely catch up with the genius. Iruka was sweating profusely, but he didn't know what to teach. As a Chunin teacher, I have nothing to teach a ninja school student. How embarrassing! Suddenly, Iruka thought of Sasuke. The next thing I'm going to teach you is a high-speed explosive physical technique called the instant body movement technique. The instant body technique is to gather a large amount of chakra at the soles of the feet and release it instantly. Using this powerful force, one can move quickly, making it look like teleportation. The body flash technique requires a very high level of chakra control over the feet. Sasuke listened carefully and memorized the key points Irika said one by one. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke began to practice the instant body movement technique. Shiranui Genma, the instant body flickering technique, this is something that only a special Jonin can master, right? Ebisu, as a Chunin, Irika can also learn the flickering technique. But maybe Irika himself hasn't mastered it yet. Irika, ahem, that was done by me in another world. It has nothing to do with me. So embarrassing. He himself has not yet mastered the art of teleportation. The time point played on the golden framed screen was 5 years ago in another world. The other him actually taught Sasuke the technique of instant body movement that he had not yet mastered. But if not, there would really be nothing to teach the other one. Onoki, interesting. If I teach someone the instant body movement technique that I myself have not mastered, will they still be able to learn it? The fourth Reikage, if Uchiha Sasuke can learn this, then he is a true genius. Orochimaru, I have great confidence in Sasuke Jin. Sasuke began to practice the instant body movement technique. I don't know why, he never encountered much difficulty in learning ninjutsu in the past, but this time he encountered a lot of difficulties. I still can't get the point. I feel like Irika-sensei's teaching seems to be missing something. After trying for a few days with no progress, Sasuke went to ask teacher Irika again. Obviously, Irika couldn't say anything new. Sasuke felt that Irika's expression was a little evasive, but he couldn't understand why. After returning, Sasuke continued to practice while thinking about what went wrong. Find a problem, make a guess, start trying, and verify the idea. Repeated cycles. Gradually, Sasuke is getting closer and closer to mastering the instant body movement technique. 1 month later, Sasuke demonstrated the instant body movement technique he had learned in front of Irika. 9. Irika's expression was frozen. Uzumaki Naruto, ha 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 ha. What's that expression on Irika-sensei's face? It's so funny. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, you actually still have the mind to pay attention to this. Hyuga, he actually learned it. Irika, I suspect that Sasuke in another world is cheating. Irika felt that he could now fully understand the blow that his other self had suffered. He pretended to have mastered the teleportation technique that he had not yet mastered, and taught it to his students. Then, my students really learned it. Are you kidding? Orochimaru, there is no doubt that the Sasuke in another world is a true genius, a genius in every aspect. Namikaze Minato, he has a strong ability to learn and think. He can make his own guesses and try to improve based on incomplete information. It can be said that he already has the qualifications to develop ninjutsu. Boom! Everyone in the ninja world was shocked. Develop ninjutsu. Anyone who can achieve this can be said to be a guaranteed jonin in the future. Those who can do this in the history of the ninja world are all powerful ninjas who have left their names in history and enjoy titles in the ninja world. An Uchiha Sasuke in another world, a student of a ninja school, has reached this level at the age of 7. No one questioned Minato Namikaze's judgment. After all, the 4th Hokage himself developed the A-level ninjutsu, the Raise Nan. After a long time, Irika came back to his senses. Facing Sasuke, who was going to continue asking for advice, Irika reluctantly told the truth. He himself did not master the teleportation technique he taught. Besides, he has nothing left to teach Sasuke. The teachers at the ninja school are all chunins who are at a similar level to him. It can be said that the teachers at the ninja school have nothing left to teach Sasuke. If Sasuke wants to get further guidance, he can only wait until he graduates to be assigned to guide a jonin. But now it is a peaceful era, and the village has banned ninja school students from graduating early. As for the next training content, I only know that Jonin needs to master multiple chakra nature changes. But as for how to practice changing the nature of chakra, I have no idea. Irika said frankly. Although he did not get an answer, Sasuke still expressed his gratitude to teacher Irika. He has to figure out how to practice next. Chapter 13, at the age of 8, trying to develop the unprinted ninjutsu. Seeing this, everyone in the chat room couldn't help but start discussing. Might Guy, what else can Sasuke practice next? Practice taijutsu like me and Lee. Hitaki Kakashi, taijutsu is indeed a training direction. After all, Sasuke in the other world has no one to guide him in other directions. Uchiha Fugaku, it would be a waste of Sasuke's talent if he just trained to increase his physical strength. Namikaze Minato, but things like the change of chakra properties cannot be achieved without the guidance of a Jonin teacher, otherwise it would be too difficult to figure it out on your own. Hitaki Kakashi, indeed, I became a Chunin at the age of 6, but it was not until I was 12 that I developed the Chidori with the help of Minato-sensei. Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, committed suicide when Kakashi was young. It was not until later, after he joined Minato's team, that he mastered the changes in the nature of lightning release under the guidance of Minato Namikaze and successfully completed the A-level ninjutsu of Chidori. But it's obvious. The Sasuke in the other world does not have this condition. Since he can't graduate early, it's impossible for a senior ninja to fall from the sky and teach him how to change the nature of chakra, right? Being a Jonin is easy. Orochimaru, if this problem is not solved, although Sasuke now has the strength comparable to that of a Chunin, he may always be stuck at this level. Namikaze Minato, maybe he will meet a teacher who values him? Just like I met Sensei Jiraiya. Hitaki Kakashi, at that time, Senior Jiraiya should have been in the ninja world and lost contact. Jiraiya, ahem, I was just collecting materials. The gold-framed screen continued to play. For the next period of time, Sasuke spent a lot of time reading. The usual training gradually focuses on physical training. For other aspects of training, Sasuke tried to find training methods in the books in the school library. But this is obviously difficult. Regarding further practice, it is extremely difficult to rely solely on the records in the book. What's more, there are very few records in this regard. During this period of time, although Sasuke read a lot of books and gained more knowledge and thinking ability, he has not been able to gain anything in cultivation. Many people couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. It is as expected. Even though Uchiha Sasuke in another world is very talented, he still needs guidance from a famous teacher. Otherwise, the growth rate will be seriously slowed down. If this continues, the Sasuke in the parallel world will not be indistinguishable from the crowd. But his original level of talent will undoubtedly be overshadowed. Half a year has passed. Sasuke is now 8 years old. During this period, Sasuke's body grew rapidly. Perform physical exercises on a daily basis. Food was prepared by both Harino Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke's height is growing very fast. It has clearly surpassed its peers. In other aspects of training, Sasuke can only read books and search for information day after day. I hope to find something one day. This day, Sasuke found a book without an author's name in the school library. The author's name of Summary of the Principles of Ninjutsu was blacked out. Sasuke is somewhat confused. However, judging from the title of this book, it may contain what he needs. Open and read. Theoretically speaking, as long as the amount of chakra, the quality of chakra, and the ability to control chakra are strong enough, it is possible to perform all ninjutsu. Among them, the quality of chakra mainly refers to the changes in the properties of chakra. The ability to control chakra determines the form of ninjutsu. As he watched, Sasuke's eyes became brighter and brighter. This book, maybe it can solve his need for further cultivation. Regarding the control of chakra, it can be specific to the level of meridians and even acupuncture points. If the chakra control ability is strong enough, theoretically, the direction, speed, and amount of chakra flow in any meridian or acupointment can be controlled. If you can reach this level, you can discard the hand seals that assist in controlling the flow of chakra. That is, the unmatched ninjutsu. Orochimaru, I remember now, this book seems to be written by me. That was when he was in Konoha. Apparently, some of the books he wrote are still circulating in Konoha, but his name has been hidden. Looking at Sasuke's excited expression on the screen, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little proud. Orochimaru, the Sasuke in the parallel world is indeed a genius who knows what he is talking about. Jiraiya, can you complete advanced training just by reading books? I don't believe it. Orochimaru, that depends on who wrote the book. Jiraiya, impossible. Mastering the changes in chakra properties by reading a book is something that may not have been achieved by anyone in the entire history of the ninja world. If that Uchiha Sasuke can do it, I will find your book and eat it. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, remember what you said. Jiraiya. Suddenly I felt a little uneasy. Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head. Kakashi was also a genius who was a 5-year-old genin, 6-year-old chunin, and 12-year-old jonin. But that was the nature change of lightning release that he learned after joining Minato's team. Even if Uchiha Sasuke in the parallel world is also a genius, how could he learn how to change the nature of chakra just by reading books? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It took more than half a day. Sasuke read the entire book. That is to say, the training I will be doing next is, on the one hand, the ability to control chakra, and on the other hand, the quality of chakra, that is, the change in properties. Sasuke concentrated and thought. Is it theoretically possible to achieve the unmatched ninjutsu by enhancing the chakra control ability? It seems very interesting, worth a try. Chapter 14, Intimate Paradise. Sasuke opens the door to a new world. Onoki, am I seeing right? He seems to be trying the unmarried ninjutsu. The fourth Raikage, the most important thing is, this Uchiha Sasuke is only 8 years old. 8 years old. It would be good enough for an average ninja to master one attribute ninjutsu at this age. And in the parallel world, Uchiha Sasuke even wants to develop the unparalleled ninjutsu. Mei Terumi, why are you talking as if he can do it if he wants? No seal ninjutsu is that easy to do. 10. Hitaki Kakashi, it would be amazing if the hand seals could be simplified, not to mention not making hand seals at all. Senju Tobirama, if the chakra control ability is strong enough, it can indeed simplify the hand seals. For example, when I perform the water dragon bullet technique, I only need 4 hand seals. Mei Terumi, I can only simplify it to 6. Mamakai Zabuza. He used the original 44 prints. Senju Hashirama, hand seal, that thing is not just putting your hands together. Senju Tobirama, brother, shut up. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama, don't think that others can do what you can do. In the gold frame screen. After confirming the next training direction and method, Sasuke began to make training plans. As his body develops, Sasuke can now create 3 shadow clones. According to Sasuke's arrangement, the main body is responsible for refining chakra and physical training. 3 shadow clones, 1 is responsible for reading books to supplement information and knowledge, 1 is responsible for practicing chakra control ability, and 1 is responsible for practicing chakra nature changes. Sasuke tested it and found that his chakra has dual attributes of fire and lightning. The strength of the thunder attribute is even slightly stronger than that of the fire attribute. Therefore, in terms of chakra nature change, Sasuke chose the lightning nature change. As for the attempt of the unprinted ninjutsu, Sasuke chose the ninjutsu he was most familiar with, the Great Fireball technique. According to the method explained in the book Summary of Ninjutsu Principles, control the flow of chakra in the meridians and try to gradually reduce the number of seals until you reach a ninjutsu without seals. 1 month later. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A ball of fire was successfully ejected. However, unlike before, this time Sasuke did not cast any hand seals at all. It doesn't seem to be particularly difficult. Sasuke is somewhat confused. The first unprinted ninjutsu, is it complete? There was silence in the chat room. After a while. Jiraiya, did he skip a part in the middle? Why did he suddenly master the Inuigo fireball? Hitaki Kakashi, is the Muji ninjutsu so simple? He copied thousands of ninjutsu, but the only one that didn't really require hand seals seemed to be the Raise Nan. Orochimaru, it seems that Sasuke's genius is beyond my expectations, hehe. Senju Tobirama, this kid is a little abnormal. Senju Hashirama, isn't this quite normal? Senju Tobirama, just as abnormal as you, big brother. Underworld, Pure Land. The Six-Path Sage was also watching the comparison live broadcast room. Uchiha Sasuke, should be the reincarnation of Indra of this generation. The Six-Path Sage pondered. The Sasuke in the parallel world made him think of his eldest son, Indra. The earliest ninjutsu actually did not require hand seals. It was his eldest son Indra who developed the hand seal system to reduce the difficulty of performing ninjutsu. Sasuke's talent in the parallel world's unmatched ninjutsu allowed him to see the shadow of Indra. After completing the infinite fireball, Sasuke began to further try other infinite ninjutsu. With the previous experience, coupled with the improvement of chakra control ability, there are more and more attempts at new unprinted ninjutsu. As for the changes in the properties of chakra, progress is not that fast. Although Sasuke feels that he has been making progress, it will take some time for him to master the changes in the nature of lightning escape. One day, Sasuke is reading in the ninja school library. A book with an orange cover in front of him attracted his attention. Intimate Paradise? What is that? Sasuke is confused. On the cover, there is a running couple, but I can't tell what they are. I opened it and took a look. Snapped. Close quickly. Sasuke's face turned slightly red. You can't look at it, you can't look at it, this is one of the 3 forbidden things for ninjas. Sasuke said this while his hands uncontrollably opened the Intimate Paradise again. Forget it, just take a quick look to satisfy your curiosity, I won't get addicted. Half a day has passed. Jiraiya. Hitaki Kakashi, congratulations, Sasuke, for opening the door to a new world. Uchiha Mikoto, why is there such a book in the library of the ninja school? Uzumaki Kushina, as expected, you have to be careful with Jiraiya-sensei when raising children. Sasuke Uchiha. Is this thing really that interesting? Sasuke always saw Kakashi holding this book every day, but he himself had never read it. Do you want to buy it and take a look? Thinking of this, Sasuke shook his head violently. What are you thinking about? Revenge is more important. Sasuke, have you seen a book, you? Teacher Irika suddenly came over and stared at the book in Sasuke's hand, stunned. Sasuke's brain froze for a moment, but he reacted quickly. Irika-sensei, is this your book? I don't see a name on it. While saying this, he handed the book to Irika. His expression was very calm. It was as if I had just picked up a book. Chapter 15 Sasuke, dedicate himself to rebuilding Uchiha. Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't expect that Irika-sensei would watch this kind of thing. Jiraiya, I have quite a lot of hidden book fans, ha ha ha. Irika, that wasn't me, I didn't. Nara Shikamaru, Irika-sensei, don't explain. There is no difference between you in the parallel world and you in this world. In other words, you in the parallel world do the same things in this world. Irika. Hitaki Kakashi, it's just a place to have sex, what's wrong with being a man? The Konoha ninjas couldn't help but roll their eyes. You think everyone is like you, always holding hands with your lover. Uchiha Mikoto, will Sasuke learn bad things from watching this? Uchiha Fugaku, it's not a bad thing actually. If Sasuke can let go of this, the inheritance of the Uchiha clan won't have to worry about it. Iruka quickly snatched the intimate paradise and asked with a trembling voice. Sasuke, you haven't read this book, have you? Sasuke said with a serious face. No, I was just about to see whose book this was when you came over, Iruka-sensei. By the way, Mr. Iruka, what is this book about? Is there anything I need to learn? Iruka looked embarrassed. It's just a piece of reading, nothing interesting. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. I give full marks to Sasuke's expression control and acting ability. Uzumaki Naruto, teacher Iruka is so weak, he was completely fooled by Sasuke. Iruka, that Sasuke's expression is so normal, how can anyone tell anything? Sasuke Uchiha. He had an ominous premonition. The self in the parallel world may have to gallop on another path. After school, Sasuke passed by a bookstore on his way home. I couldn't help but have a thought. Would you like to go in and buy a copy? Sasuke immediately shook his head. No. I'm an avenger. I want to find the truth. I want to practice. I don't have time to do this kind of thing. While thinking this, my legs automatically walked towards the bookstore. Sasuke, strange, my legs seem to have their own thoughts. However. As soon as I entered the door, I was kicked out by the boss. Go away, kid. There's nothing to show you here. Sasuke's expression was slightly disdainful. Putting his hands in his pockets, he walked to the corner and performed a transformation technique. I went back to the bookstore again, picked up Intimate Paradise, bought it, and succeeded. Sasuke Uchiha. It is as expected. 11. Hitaki Kakashi, there are only people in this world who have never seen Intimate Paradise and those who have seen it and praise it. There is no third kind of people. Jiraiya, ha ha ha. Thanks for the compliment. Kurane Ui, will Sasuke become a stuffy man who is addicted to intimacy like Kakashi? Mei Terumi, he's such a cool little guy, it's such a shame. Nara Shikamaru, have you noticed that Sasuke has mastered more and more unmarked ninjutsu? I watched it until late at night. Sasuke finally finished reading the Intimate Paradise in his hand. The whole person feels like he has been baptized. The door to a new world has opened to him. Sasuke, who has been obsessed with reading and practicing for the past 2 years, discovered for the first time that there are such interesting things in the world. No, I can't waste time on this kind of thing. You can't say that. Isn't it right to read some light books to relax and combine work and rest? Sasuke's inner struggle began. One is white Sasuke, the other is black Sasuke, arguing with each other. Reading this kind of book will only make you depressed. Nonsense. This will help relieve mental stress, so that you can practice better later. You are wasting your time. You are stubborn and conservative. How can you revitalize the Uchiha clan by reading this kind of book? Why can't we revitalize the Uchiha? For example, how can we revitalize the Uchiha? We still have to start by increasing the population. That seems to make sense. No, what does this have to do with reading this book? Learn some skills from watching Intimate Paradise, and then find more girls to work together to rebuild and expand the Uchiha clan. That makes sense. Is that so? Agreed. The inner quarrel stops. Sasuke successfully convinced himself. If we want to revitalize the Uchiha clan, we must increase its population. It is worth sacrificing my body for the cause of Uchiha's revitalization. In the real world, Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino's eyes lit up as they watched. I do. Together with Sasuke, work hard to increase the population of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke's face flushed. The self in another world seems to be really taking another path. Mei Terumi, the Uchiha Sasuke in this world seems to be a cold-faced cool guy, right? Yui Kurane, it seems that the Sasuke in the parallel world is going to develop in the direction of the scumbag Sea King. Mao Uxi Yan, he is clearly a scumbag who has a harem, but he has such a high-sounding excuse. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you really are causing a lot of harm. Jiraiya. Uzumaki Kushina, what's the matter? I think what little Sasuke is thinking is quite right. I hope my little Naruto can follow suit. Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina you. Uchiha Fugaku, it would be great if Sasuke could create another Uchiha clan. The next day, Sasuke's mentality began to change. Originally, I saw Sakura and Ino as just tools. Now when I look at the girls in school, I have a different filter. Sasuke has the vision to discover beauty. Chapter 16, Nature Change Training completed. Jiraiya was stunned. Xiaoying, your headdress looks great today. S.A. Sasuke. Harano Sakura is almost stunned. The surprise came too suddenly. The male god I have licked for several years finally responded. Ino, you smell so good, what flower is this smell from? Yes, it's Cosmos. I can bring a bunch for Sasuke tomorrow. Even though Ino is a generous person, she couldn't help but stutter at this moment. Sasuke-kun, why are you suddenly so proactive? Really? Can you invite Ino-chan to sit next to me? I want to be surrounded by your scent. A gentle smile appeared on Sasuke's face. Tang! Ino finally couldn't hold on any longer and her face turned red. The whole person was sunk. Is this a dream? If this is a dream, I hope I can continue to dream it. Asuma Sarutobi, isn't this change too fast? He has been licking Zaire Rihong for more than 10 years, but the other party's attitude has always been average and there has not been much response. And Uchiha Sasuke decided to change my mindset the day before. Signs of Aquaman appeared directly the next day. Is Intimate Paradise really that powerful? Should I buy it and read it myself? Nara Shikamaru, the main reason is because of Sasuke's face. This damn world where appearance matters. Sasuke was popular originally. Now that Sasuke takes the initiative, the girls in the school will go crazy. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it, what's so good about that stinking Sasuke? Inyazuka Kaiba, it's too miserable to be in the same world with that Sasuke. He's handsome, powerful, and proactive. He leaves absolutely no chance for others to survive. Rock Lee, I'm so envious. When can I become so popular? Mao Uxi Yan, a handsome and talented boy who actively compliments you, no girl can handle it. Yui Kurane, indeed, when Kakashi was wearing a mask and his personality was difficult to approach, there were still so many girls who liked him. Uchiha Obito, damn Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi. Moonlight Gale, can reading Intimate Paradise improve my ability to talk dirty? If so, I'd like to buy a copy. Asuma Sarutobi, +1. Ebisu, take me 1. Shiranui Genma, and me. Yamashiro Aoba, me too. A group of single men in Konoha agreed. Jiraiya, ha ha ha. Orochimaru, you think too much. Sasuke's success is not only because of his face, but also because of his learning ability. Jiraiya, a single man, wrote a book, and ordinary people won't gain much from reading it. Jiraiya, Orochimaru utbh. Orochimaru, moreover, based on my understanding of Jiraiya, the things he wrote in Intimate Paradise may all be stories he heard in various entertainment shops. He adapted them based on these stories. He has no personal experience. Jiraiya, shut up, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, haha. This thing really works. Is your loyal fan Kakashi still single? Hitaki Kakashi. I felt a kunai hit my knee. The door to a new world opens. Sasuke felt like he had entered another colorful world. I enjoy flirting with beautiful girls every day. And because I am in a good mood every day, my cultivation progress is faster. The training of changing the nature of lightning chakra feels closer and closer to completion. One day, somewhere in the remote wilderness of Konoha village. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Sasuke mobilized his lightning chakra, and a terrifying spear-shaped lightning bolt suddenly pierced through a huge rock in front of him. Laugh. The terrifying lightning easily penetrated the boulder that was more than 1 meter thick. A hole that penetrates through gradually expands, and the huge rock breaks apart. Crack. The huge rock, which was originally more than 1 person tall, completely collapsed. Hey, the lightning attribute chakra property change is finally complete. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression slightly excited. The effect of the change in the nature of the lightning attribute chakra is piercing. Just now, he used ninjutsu to penetrate the 1 meter thick boulder, proving the results of his training. Today's training ends here. Go call Sakura and Ino to celebrate together. 12. Sasuke said with satisfaction. In the chat room, there was silence. After a long time, someone finally started to speak. Hitaki Kakashi, he actually completed the training of the lightning release nature change on his own. He joined Minato's class at the age of 9 and practiced for more than 2 years. When he was 11 years old, he completed the practice of the nature change of lightning release under the guidance of Minato teacher. And Sasuke in the parallel world. At most he is less than 9 years old now. Shiranui Genma, genius is really unreasonable. He couldn't help but shake his head as he watched. We are all human beings, why are there such big differences? He is in his 20s and will be almost 30 in a few years. Now he is only a special jonin and has only mastered one type of chakra property change. And a formal jonin needs to master at least 2 types of nature changes. In other words, Uchiha Sasuke, who was less than 9 years old, had already caught up with him. Moreover, the Sasuke in the parallel world cultivated his nature changes by reading books and exploring on his own. It can be expected that it would not be too difficult for the other party to complete the practice of the second nature change. Ebisu, I'm so jealous. Marino Ibiki, who can bear this? They said the same thing, I am a waste and don't deserve to live. A group of special jonin in Konoha all felt tremendous pressure from Sasuke in the parallel world. Orochimaru, this Sasuke is indeed a genius, a true genius, a genius beyond imagination. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, do you remember what you said before? Jiraiya. The book How to Cook will be a little easier to swallow. Chapter 17. Intercept Hinata and let her add population to Uchiha. Senju Hashirama, if this continues, won't this little Sasuke have the strength of a jonin as soon as he graduates? Senju Tobirama, it's not should, it's must. The first change in nature was achieved through my own practice and exploration. It can be expected. Practicing the change of the nature of fire style should not be difficult for Uchiha. Hitaki Kakashi, I have a bad feeling. I feel like he's in trouble. If in the parallel world, Sasuke's guiding jonin is still him, what will the scene be like then? He will welcome a student whose strength is far beyond his imagination. As a guiding jonin, you may find that there is nothing you can do with your students. Mamakai Zabuza. He also felt that he was in trouble. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke, who had the strength of a jonin, ran into him. Hey! Will myself in the other world be killed on the spot? Don't be so miserable. Time passes slowly. Sasuke is continuing his new training. Chakra control ability is improving little by little. Sasuke's ability to control the flow of chakra in each meridian is getting stronger and stronger. In addition, the training of changing the nature of fire attribute chakra is also progressing steadily. At the same time, Sasuke also reads books every day to enrich himself, get information and enhance thinking ability. Sasuke had a feeling that he was getting closer and closer to the hidden truth behind a series of events in Konoha. One day, Sasuke finished his training and was on his way home. The sound of a little girl crying is heard, accompanied by several boys scolding and insults. "You are the sister of that damned Niji. How disgusting! He has the same white eyes as Niji. Hey, isn't your Hyuga clan's Byakugan very powerful? Show it to us. Crybaby, useless guy. Monster. A monster with white eyes." Sasuke frowned and walked over. "I saw a girl surrounded by some naughty kids. She looked familiar. It seems her name is Hyuga Hinata. She is usually very silent in class and doesn't talk much. She is completely invisible." Sasuke walked over. "Hey, you guys. 3 of you ganged up on a girl. Are you asking for a fight?" He didn't take these older-looking kids seriously at all. "You, Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, it's this guy, get out of here. What a bummer." When the 3 saw Sasuke coming, they showed obvious fear on their faces and immediately planned to escape. Although we are not in the same grade at ninja school, but Sasuke's fame has long been known to the whole school, including Sasuke's strength. Although there are 3 of us, the naughty kids are very insecure. "Stop!" Sasuke shouted. The 3 naughty kids who were about to run away suddenly stopped and couldn't help shaking. "Did I let you go? Apologize to this girl." Sasuke pointed at Hinata and said. Although the 3 naughty kids were very unconvinced, they all backed down after Sasuke lifted one of them with one hand, swung him up and threw him to the ground. "Sorry. We were wrong. Forgive us." Seeing Sasuke wave his hand, the naughty kids ran away as if they had been pardoned. Sasuke squatted down and touched Hinata's head. "Your strength should be pretty good, right? Why don't you fight back?" A warm smile appeared on his face. After practicing on the girls at school for so long, Sasuke has become very proficient in his operation. This warm smile is almost always successful. Hinata's face suddenly turned red. "A pair of hands gently strokes my head. A soft voice. A warm smile. The whole person seems to be surrounded by a soft halo. I don't dare." Hinata stammered. Sasuke sat down directly, facing Hinata. "Why don't you dare to fight back? Is there something on your mind? Tell me, I will try my best to help you." These gentle words seemed to release the psychological pressure that Hinata had been accumulating. Hinata began to speak softly and intermittently about her own thoughts. As the clan leader, her father had high expectations of her. As my younger sister Hanabi grew up, my father became more and more strict with her. Today's daily sparring. Because she couldn't bear to use heavy hands on her sister, she was at a disadvantage in the sparring, which made her father extremely dissatisfied. After being scolded, Hinata ran out of the house crying. The result is what it is now. Sasuke listened carefully, nodded from time to time, and occasionally responded with a few words, helping Hinata to express her inner thoughts. "What you did was normal. I understand you. If I had a sister, I wouldn't have the heart to do that to her either," Sasuke said in a gentle voice. Hinata heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, and was somewhat happy that she had been recognized. Sasuke continued. "If I also had a younger sister, I think I would probably practice harder because I wouldn't want anyone to bully my sister. For example, if you were my sister, and I saw you being bullied like you just now, I would probably rush over and beat up those people." Puff. Hinata couldn't help laughing, but quickly covered her mouth. Sasuke smiled and continued. "You should understand this feeling, right? If your sister was bullied like just now, what would you do?" 13. Hinata, I will protect Hanabi. At this moment, Hinata seemed to understand something. You need to gain stronger power to protect the people you want to protect. Therefore, you should take cultivation more seriously. Even if it is a daily sparring with Hanabi, you should take it seriously. The stronger you are, the better you can protect your sister. Thinking of this, Hinata showed gratitude and her face turned slightly red. Thank you. I understand what to do now. Sasuke's name is deeply engraved in my heart. Chapter 18, The tribe's land was invaded, and the 3 Megatama were opened. Hinata Hanabi, hey? So sister was giving in to me at that time. Hinata Rizu. I couldn't help but sigh. As the head of the Hyuga clan and an elite jonin, how could he not see that Hinata was not using her full strength? But this made him even angrier. As the heir of the Hyuga family, Hinata is too weak. That's why he scolded Hinata, hoping that Hinata would take it seriously. However, it had no effect. Instead, it was Uchiha Sasuke from the parallel world, an outsider, who entered Hinata's heart and changed Hinata's mind. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi feels that he has failed as a father. Hyuga Hinata, well. I didn't give up much. Hinata Hanabi, I've decided. I will work harder in my training and try to protect my sister. Hinata. Hinata couldn't help but puff out her lips. I don't want fireworks to protect myself. Protecting my sister is what I should do as an older sister. You have to work hard to become stronger so that you can protect the people you want to protect. Hinata looked at Sasuke's gentle smile on the gold-framed screen and thanked him silently in her heart. She knew what she should do next. Mei Terumi, that's amazing. If I were that Hyuga Hinata, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Samui, I agree. Mabai, I think so too. A handsome guy, speaking softly and gently to comfort you, which girl can resist it? I'm afraid he couldn't help but confess his feelings on the spot. Uzumaki Kushina, it seems that this little girl named Hinata has fallen. Tisk, little Sasuke is quite powerful. Uchiha Mikoto, as expected of my Sasuke. Yuri Hong. Zahikurane couldn't help scratching her head. This Uzumaki Kushina seems to be Naruto's mother, right? If she knew that Hinata in this world actually had some feelings for Naruto, I wonder what she would think. The future daughter-in-law from another world is about to be stolen away by Sasuke. After this, in the ninja school, there is one more girl who is paying attention to Sasuke. However, given Hinata's personality, it is impossible for her to take the initiative to approach Sasuke in public. It can only be Sasuke who took the initiative to talk to Hinata. Classmates also paid more attention to this little transparent person who usually doesn't talk much. Gradually. With the active contact of Sakura, Ino, and others, Hinata comes into contact with more people. My personality started to change from dull and introverted. Hinata is happy with the changes in herself, and is becoming more and more grateful to Sasuke. And, this feeling of gratitude gradually deteriorated. If Hinata was thinking about something, and her face suddenly turned red. Sasuke this way. Flirting, reading, and practicing. 3 major undertakings are promoted simultaneously. Time passes. Sasuke is already 9 years old. One day, in the school library, Sasuke flipped through the book Large-Scale War Planning and Command Art in his hand and suddenly saw a sentence. If there is a lack of information and the situation is unclear, you can analyze who benefits from what. Those who benefit from something may be the driving force behind the corresponding event. Like a thunderclap, Sasuke instantly thought of many things. White Fang's death, the 4th generation ascended to power, the Nine Tails Rebellion, Orochimaru's defection, the Uchiha clan's extermination. Behind this series of major events, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has always existed and has always held the power of Konoha. What role did the Sandaime Hokage play behind these events? Sasuke couldn't help but think. This Hokage who has been in power for more than 30 years must not be underestimated. But Sasuke couldn't help but hesitate. These are just his guesses. How to prove your conjecture? Orochimaru, ha 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 ha. I said Sasuke is a genius. He really thought of the key. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, stop talking nonsense here. Onoki, you are so anxious, Sarutobi, you are so anxious. The fourth Raikage, it's over. The Sandaime Hokage's image as a good guy is going to be ruined. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't listen to their nonsense. A group of kages from other villages and a traitor ninja are clearly slandering Konoha. They are trying to instigate internal strife in Konoha. Shimura Danzo, that's right, don't be fooled by their words. Danzo also came out to support Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was not the time for him to fight with Sarutobi for power. Sarutobi's reputation is ruined, and it is impossible for him, the Hokage's assistant, to have an easy time. In the chat room, all the Konoha ninjas were silent. They are hesitating. Does Uchiha Sasuke's guess make sense? So many years of education and beliefs have made them instinctively resist this idea. If the Sandaime Hokage is the mastermind behind these events, then Konoha is too dark. They couldn't help but tremble at the thought of this possibility. The screen continues to play. Thought for a long time. Sasuke suddenly thought of something, Uchiha clan land. After the Uchiha clan was destroyed, he only went back once, at the beginning. What is the current situation of the Uchiha clan's land? Who occupies it? If you go and take a look, can you get the answer? Real world. Sarutobi Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Orochimaru licked his lips and said jokingly, Teacher Sarutobi, you look very nervous. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Orochimaru fiercely. Looking at the screen with a gold frame, my heart trembled a little. Sasuke takes action immediately. 2 years later, he returned to the Uchiha clan again. The corpses and pools of blood that were once scattered all over the ground have disappeared. Now this place is full of shops and houses. Sasuke walked through the former Uchiha territory with an expressionless face. The same family emblem was seen in many shops. He had seen it in a book before. It was the emblem of the Sarutobi clan. The family emblem of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's family. I walked alone to the bank of the Nanhi River and sat down at the place where I used to practice the fireball. Looking at the clear river water, the three Magatama Sharingan suddenly appeared in Sasuke's pupils. Sarutobi, hey, Sarutobi. Chapter 19, Sarutobi in a state of panic, the second Hokage begins to doubt. The fourth Raikage, the mastermind behind this, has finally been exposed. Onoki, ha 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 Sarutobi, let me see how you explain this time. Mei Terumi, we in Kirigakura are openly evil, but Konoha is sneaking around in the dark. Uchiha Madara, haha. Senju Tobirama, you have a good apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, slander, total slander. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was shaking. 14. Uchiha Sasuke in the parallel world actually thought of checking the situation of the Uchiha clan. He has no way to defend himself in this matter. Senju Tobirama, monkey, you better tell me what's going on. The second Hokage spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled. He swallowed and his brain worked quickly. It's hard to explain, at least the things about the Uchiha clan can't be explained. Such a large Uchiha clan territory. There are a large number of Sarutobi clan emblems in shops and residential areas. This obviously means that the Uchiha clan's land has been occupied by the Sarutobi clan. Although the Uchiha clan was exterminated, this land should still be utilized. But if this land almost entirely belongs to you, the Sarutobi clan, that doesn't make sense. How can he defend himself against such a thing? Just try to cut it off with other things. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, I'm going to reflect on myself. I may have been a little lax in my control over my people. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the village lost a large number of elite ninjas. The situation in all aspects was very serious. I was under a lot of pressure at that time. Every day I am busy with official business. I have to receive intelligence from all sides, respond, and arrange for ninjas to deploy defenses. The pressure is just too great, and I don't have time to manage the tribe's affairs. I don't really know what my people have done. If I knew, I would definitely put strict restrictions on them. Shimura Danzo also spoke. Teacher, I can prove it. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, other villages came to take advantage of the situation. Kumagakuer, Iwagakuer, and Kirigakuer all tried to invade the Land of Fire. We were all under a lot of pressure at that time, so it's understandable that Sarutobi failed to control his people. At this time, Danzo must stand with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, then he, the even darker leader of the root, will be even deader. Iwagakuer village. Unaki couldn't help but curse. This old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen is really good at talking. He actually cleared up such a shameful thing in just a few sentences. From being the mastermind behind all kinds of internal struggles, he became a diligent Hokage who lacked discipline over his clan members. If he didn't know Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, he would probably believe it now. In the chat room, many Konoha ninjas came to support Sarutobi Hiruzen. Irika, I believe in the third Hokage, although the Sarutobi clan may indeed lack discipline. Ebisu, I also believe in Hokage-sama. How could Hokage-sama be the mastermind behind this? Might Guy, I think so too. How could Konoha be so dark? Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the image he has worked so hard to maintain over the years is still very useful. Most of the Konoha ninjas still trust him. Underworld, Pure Land. Kyunju Tobirama frowned. With his political intelligence, he certainly wouldn't believe that completely. Even he could conclude that his disciple must be hiding something from him. Again. No matter what the reason is, Monkey, as the Hokage, has neglected his duty by allowing his own people to expand their own tribe at will. Sarutobi, please don't let me down. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly. The truth of all this should gradually emerge through the live broadcast room. Just read on slowly. After a storm. The gold-framed screen continued to play. Sasuke calmed down and went home as if nothing had happened. He is very clear that his current strength is not enough. Compared to the entire Konoha, his strength is too small. If you show any abnormality, I'm afraid you'll disappear that day. I can only continue to accumulate strength. But in Sasuke's mind, his view of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the village has completely changed. From Sasuke's perspective now, Konoha is no longer as harmonious as it appears on the surface. Countless bloodshed is hidden behind this apparent peace. A lot of historical truth has been deliberately buried by some people. Keep working hard to improve your strength. Sasuke thought silently. He will be able to uncover the truth about the Uchiha clan's genocide one day. After this, Sasuke's daily behavior is basically the same as before. I practice diligently every day, even more diligently. Continuously refine chakra, continuously enhance chakra control ability, and practice chakra nature changes. Physical training and body strength training have also followed suit. I usually hang out with all kinds of pretty girls at school. The relationship with Hinata, Sakura, Ino and others is getting closer and closer. The time for graduation at the age of 12 is gradually approaching. The gold frame screen playback stops. Sasuke's experience in the parallel world has come to an end for the time being. Senju Tobirama, the difference is very obvious, the difference in every aspect is very obvious. Even with Senju Tobirama's hostility towards the Uchiha clan, he had to admit that Sasuke in the Golden Frame world was a true genius, and an all-rounder. Although the Sasuke in this world is also considered a genius. But when comparing the two, the gap is very obvious. In the parallel world, Sasuke can be sure to have the strength of a jonin when he graduates. There are basically no serious shortcomings in terms of strength in all aspects. Moreover, they are mature in mind, have stronger learning ability, outstanding thinking ability, and even have good luck in love. Uchiha Sasuke, damn it! Sasuke's eyes turned red. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Why is there such a big difference even though we are the same person? When can I achieve the same level? Chapter 20, How strong is Sasuke-jin at the age of 12? Call. Sasuke gasped violently, his double Magatama Sharingan opened, began to rotate, and gradually split out a third Magatama. The three Magatama Sharingan. Driven by envy and jealousy, Sasuke's Sharingan also evolved to 3 Magatama. Snapped. A hand suddenly pressed down on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, calm down and control your emotions. I know how you feel. If you want to catch up with yourself in another world, you must first calm down. If you let your emotions get the better of you, you'll just be led by the nose. Hatake Kakashi said solemnly. I understand, Kakashi. Sasuke said, trying to control his emotions. After the Sharingan was upgraded, his emotions became much calmer. Although he was a little behind, he believed that he would be able to catch up with himself in another world. It's still myself. If he in the parallel world can do it, then I in this world can definitely do it too. Orochimaru laughed and licked the corner of his mouth with his slender tongue. You are worthy of being the person I have chosen. You are really good. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Sasuke in this world has a Sharingan with 3 Magatama points. The situation is not good. Left. The silver-framed screen lights up. The experience of Sasuke in this world begins to play. In the 60th year of Konoha, 12-year-old Uchiha Sasuke graduated with the highest grade in his class. Although he didn't know how Naruto became a ninja without passing the clone technique test, Sasuke didn't ask any more questions. Together with Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, the three of them formed Team 7. After waiting in the classroom for a long time, I finally met a lazy and unrestrained jonin, Hatake Kakashi. We introduced ourselves to each other on the rooftop and got to know each other briefly. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, but I don't like anything. 15. I want to revive the Uchiha clan, and then kill a certain man with my own hands. Sasuke introduced himself like this. At last. Gather at the training ground at 5 AM tomorrow. Remember, don't eat breakfast, or you'll vomit. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said something creepy. The next day. The three of them waited until 11 AM before Kakashi showed up. Next is the test of grabbing the bell. The three members of Team 7 fought on their own. Although Sasuke's strength was much higher than that of his peers, he was no match for Kakashi. Buried in the ground by earth escape, heart beheading technique, only the head is exposed. All three failed, and Kakashi pointed out that the purpose of the test was to teach them teamwork. Afterwards, Sasuke violated Kakashi's order and gave his lunchbox to Naruto, but he won Kakashi's approval instead. 3 people successfully passed the test. The 7th class is now truly formed. The silver frame screen ends. Might Guy, Kakashi, you have such a bad taste, the 1,000 years of death and so on. Everyone felt a chill as they watched Naruto on the screen being stabbed into the sky by 1,000 years of death. I feel a local tightness. Uzumaki Kushina, haha, Kakashi, you did a great job, you did a great job. Hatake Kakashi. Is this a threat, master? This is definitely a threat. Namikaze Minato, ahem, although Kakashi's method seems strange, it is indeed effective and successfully conveys the awareness of teamwork. Orochimaru, it's just a boring ninja game. Konoha is still playing the trick of stealing the bell. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you bastard. Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha Sasuke in this world is far inferior. He is at most an excellent genin. Senju Hashirama, don't say that. Strength can always be improved. In my opinion, Sasuke in this world is a very good kid. He is the first one who plans to share his lunchbox with Naruto. Kankuro, after such a tragic experience, his personality is still like this. This Uchiha Sasuke is already very good. Temari, indeed. They both thought of their younger brother. Gaara's childhood experience was even worse than Uchiha Sasuke's. The result is Gaara's current personality. Gain a sense of existence by killing people. For both of them, they would really be thankful if their younger brother could be like Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku, but the difference in strength is indeed a bit big. To be fair, for Sasuke, who was left alone after his clan was wiped out, to be able to achieve this level was already quite good. However, after seeing the golden Sasuke in the parallel world, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Uchiha Mikoto, it's good enough that Sasuke can grow up normally. Sasuke felt a slight pain in his heart. Hey, control, I just took the wrong road, I will definitely catch up later. Sasuke tried to comfort himself in his heart. Onoki, what do you think the strength of Jin Sasuke in another world will be when he is 12 years old? The fourth Raikage, Kakashi Hatake of Konoha became a jonin at the age of 12. When Sasuke-kin was years old, his strength should be above Kakashi of the same age. Mei Terumi, it would be interesting if the guiding jonin in the parallel world is still Hatake Kakashi. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi should be 26 years old at that time? I wonder how strong you are now, Kakashi. Kakashi also took action on the silver frame screen before. But his opponents were 3 newly promoted genin from Team 7, and there was no way to tell the limit of Kakashi's strength. Minato Namikaze was very curious about the current strength of his only remaining disciple. Hatake Kakashi. Teacher, I may disappoint you. In the years since the death of my teacher and his wife, I can't say that I haven't made any progress, but, well, not much. Kakashi pulled his mask up. I hope I won't be too embarrassed next time. The screen with a gold border starts playing. Chapter 21 Sasuke has completely become a scumbag. Ninja School Classroom. The division of genin classes will be announced today. Sasuke sat in his seat, reading a book quietly. Sasuke-kun. I really want to be in the same class with you. Ino rushed over and hung her body directly on Sasuke's side, rubbing her fair and tender face against Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head and showed a slightly apologetic smile on his face. I also want to be in the same class with you, Ino, but it's absolutely impossible for you to be in the same class with me. What a pity. The 3 families of pig, deer, and butterfly must be placed in the same class. Ino's teammates can be said to be determined at birth. Hearing this, Ino wailed in frustration. Why can my teammates only be Shikamaru and Koji? The back row. Chisai ate quietly without saying anything. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and changed his position to continue lying down. As soon as Sakura entered the classroom, she saw Ino's look and tried to pull her up in a bad mood. Ino, be more reserved and get off Sasuke-kun. We are still in the classroom. No. Ugh. Sakura, I'm so envious of you. Why do you have the chance to be in the same class with Sasuke-kun? I just have that possibility. It's hard to say whether I can be in the same class with Sasuke-kun. That's better than me. I have no chance at all. Okay, stop complaining. Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were originally good friends, but their relationship broke down when they both decided to pursue Sasuke. However, after Sasuke decided to take the initiative, he acted as a lubricant between the two women and miraculously restored their relationship. On the left side of Sasuke's seat, across the aisle, is Hinata's seat. Hinata is now poking with her index fingers, looking at Sasuke next to her from time to time, her face flushed, as if she wants to say something but hesitates. "Hinata, do you want to be in the same class with me?" Sasuke suddenly turned around and spoke gently. Hinata's body shuddered, her face turned even redder, she hesitated for a moment, and nodded imperceptibly. "I also hope to be in the same class with Hinata." Sasuke reached out and rubbed Hinata's head gently. "This girl is still too weak. She needs physical contact from time to time to desensitize her." Hinata's face became more and more rosy, and her head almost dropped to her chest. She has experienced this countless times in the past few years. "Although I'm still not quite used to it, I'm not fainting like I did at the beginning." In the past few years, Sasuke is flirting around in the ninja school. But the only three people who really maintain a long-term relationship are Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. Although we must work hard to revitalize the Uchiha clan, there are also selection criteria. It depends on both appearance and talent. Hinata and Ino are both future heirs of the great ninja clan. Although Sakura is from a commoner family, she has excellent chakra control ability and performs very well in theoretical courses. As for the other girls, Sasuke basically just treated them as tools after flirting with them. In the chat room, "Mei Terumi, this handsome boy has completely turned into a scumbag. Tsunade, Jiraiya, reflect on this." "Jiraiya, you can't blame me. I just opened a door for him, but there are not many of my readers who can gallop like him." Kurenai, Sasuke's current situation is even more exaggerated than Kakashi's back then. Shizuan, although there were many people who liked Kakashi at the beginning, Kakashi was completely indifferent. On the contrary, he had a better relationship with Obito and Guy. Hitaki Kakashi. "Might Guy, of course, Kakashi and I are lifelong friends." Uchiha Obito, Pa. Who is on good terms with Kakashi? Uzuki Yujao, Kakashi-senpai is far behind. Sasuke can make three outstanding girls live in harmony, and this is only under the premise that he deliberately controls it, and Kakashi-senpai is still single. Ebisu, three beautiful girls surrounding me, I could never dream of such a thing. Inyazuka Kaiba, I'm so jealous. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm so envious too. Rock Lee, I'm not greedy, I just want Sakura. Yamanaka Inoichi, I want to hit someone. Hinata Hayashi, I want to hit someone too. Yamanaka Inoichi, it's all Jiraiya's fault. Hinata Hayashi, it's all Jiraiya's fault. The two people immediately shared a common hatred for the enemy. If it weren't for Jiraiya's paradise of intimacy, Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't have opened the door to the new world, and wouldn't have harmed their daughter. A daughter in a parallel world is still a daughter. Jiraiya. But he was wronged. So many people have seen his intimate paradise, but how many of them can actually become the scumbag Sea King like Sasuke in the parallel world? 16. Can you blame him? At the classroom door, Naruto ran in excitedly and rushed straight to Sasuke. Arrogant Sasuke, I'm a ninja too. Just wait, I'll surpass you soon. Sasuke raised his head and showed his signature smile. Really? Congratulations Naruto, you've graduated too. If you want to surpass me, then work hard on your training. Uzumaki Naruto. How abominable! This nonchalant attitude. Sasuke, fight me. I just learned a super powerful ninjutsu. I will definitely defeat you this time. Naruto waved his hand and pointed at Sasuke and said. Naruto, this is a classroom, don't make trouble and disturb Sasuke-kun's reading. Sakura scolded. Naruto's momentum suddenly stagnated. Sakura, don't be like this. It's normal for Naruto to be a little excited after learning a new ninjutsu. You should be gentler towards your classmates. Sasuke said in a gentle voice. Yes, Sasuke-kun, I understand. Sakura's eyes seemed to reflect peach hearts. She coughed twice and said to Naruto, Naruto, congratulations on your graduation, but please don't disturb Sasuke-kun from reading. Naruto. Why did he feel even worse even though Sakura was congratulating him? Chapter 22, The gap between you is not only in strength. Nara Shikamaru, Naruto is so miserable. The person you like congratulates you, but this can be said to be Sasuke's order. Rock Lee, damn it, I'm actually a little envious of Naruto. Might Guy, Xiao Li, there's no need to do this. Ebisu, is there anything more tragic in the world than the one you lick being someone else's liquor? Shiranui Genma, Obito may know more about this. Uchiha Obito. I ride a horse. Shiranui Genma, what do you mean? You are tired of living, aren't you? Believe it or not, I will go to your house right now to plan a nine-tailed fox rebellion. Obito, calm down, calm down. Remember not to reveal your identity. Black Zetsu hurriedly tried to dissuade Obito who was about to go berserk. It's so fucking tiring. If Obito continues like this, who knows when he will be exposed. Uzumaki Kushina, damn it, how could my little Naruto become like this? Mikoto, please take care of your Sasuke, can you ask him to share some of his emotional intelligence with my Naruto? Uchiha Mikoto, that's a matter of a parallel world, Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina, I'm still so angry. No matter which Naruto it is, he didn't inherit Minato's genes in this regard at all. Teacher Irika announced the class division. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura form Team 7. Marvelous! Sakura couldn't help but cheer. Hinata on the other side is a little disappointed. I can't be in the same class with Sasuke anymore. Next. Everyone is waiting in the classroom for the instructing Jonin to pick them up. Sarutobi Asuma took away the Ino Shikajo team that Ino was a part of. It didn't take long. A red-eyed lady with wavy long hair walked in. I am the Jonin Ui Kurane, the instructor of Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Shino Abarame, come with me. Sasuke temporarily stopped reading the book in his hand, took Hinata's hand, and asked Ui Kurane. Teacher Hong, Hinata is a bit weak, please take care of her. Ui Kurane felt her heart skip a beat. I feel like I was struck by something. This boy seems even more handsome than Kakashi back then. Looking at Hinata who was lowering her head behind her, Ui Kurane said with a smile. Is this your girlfriend? Don't worry, handsome boy. I will take good care of your Hinata. Bang! A cloud of steam exploded above Hinata's head. I felt dizzy and almost fell down. Little girlfriend or something. Sasuke looked somewhat helpless. Hinata is just like that. She is more sensitive in this aspect. She just needs more stimulation and she will slowly get used to it. With a curious look on her face, Kurane Ui left with Hinata and the other two. Soon. Only Sasuke and the other two were left in the classroom. I waited for a long time but no one came. Did our guiding Jonin get lost and go outside the village? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Naruto held his head and walked around in circles, feeling extremely upset. Wanted to duel with Sasuke, but Sakura wouldn't let him. I want to vent my anger, but if I vent it to Sasuke, Sakura will get angry. It's impossible to vent my anger on Sakura. So I can only hold it in. Then I got angrier and angrier. So bored that I even made a crude trap on the door. Hello, I am your guiding Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi carelessly threw away the blackboard eraser that hit him. He led the three of them toward the rooftop. Sasuke puts away the book, and the information about Hitaki Kakashi comes to mind. Hitaki Kakashi, a well-known figure in Konoha, even a celebrity whose name is written in history textbooks. 5-year-old Genin, 6-year-old Chunin, 12-year-old Jonin. Disciple of the 4th Hokage. It is said that when he was 12 years old, he developed a powerful ninjutsu that could change the nature of lightning. Participated in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, and had a Sharingan given by his teammate Uchiha Obito. Title: Sharingan Kakashi, Copy Ninja Kakashi, Konoha's #1 technician, etc. This is roughly the information Sasuke knows. Orochimaru, just considering this alone, he has surpassed the Sasuke in our world. This is all information that can be found in books. Sasuke Uchiha. Hateful. I was completely in the dark at the time and had no idea about Kakashi at all. On the rooftop. Introduce yourself. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like reading and practicing. My current dream is to kill the person who destroyed the Uchiha clan and then revitalize the Uchiha clan. Sasuke said simply. My name is Haruno Sakura, I like Sasuke-kun, and my dream is to help Sasuke-kun fulfill his dream and help him revitalize the Uchiha clan. Sakura said with a little shyness. Kakashi's eyes twitched slightly. Helping to revitalize the Uchiha clan, does that mean helping to give birth to a child? Children nowadays are maturing more and more early. At last. Kakashi also proposed tomorrow's test. Gather at the training ground at 5 AM tomorrow. Remember not to eat, or you'll vomit. After saying that, he left alone. Sasuke frowned slightly. Thinking for a moment, he said. Sakura, Naruto, go back home and go to bed early tonight. Come back after breakfast tomorrow morning. Ah? Didn't Kakashi-sensei say that I can't eat? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Sasuke explained, no matter what we do tomorrow, we need to have enough food to do it. Besides, the worst that can happen is that we vomit. It's not a big deal. After the 3 people disbanded, Sasuke did not go home immediately, but went to school to find teacher Irika. He wanted to try to find out some information about Hatake Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto. Can it still be like this? Uchiha Sasuke, you can get information from the teachers in the ninja school in advance. Damn it, why didn't I think of it? If you know in advance what your instructor is good at and what he is not good at, you can prepare accordingly. Haruno Sakura, not only that Sasuke even thought of having breakfast. Nara Shikamaru, Kakashi-sensei said this because he probably hopes that this experience will teach you a lesson. I guess Sasuke in the parallel world has seen through this intention. Hatake Kakashi, Sasuke, in the parallel world, you are not only strong in strength, you must study hard. Chapter 23 Kakashi almost fell over. The next day. 17. The 3 of you will gather at the training ground at 5 o'clock sharp. However, Kakashi never showed up. Sasuke frowned and said to Naruto and Sakura. Let me first tell you the information I got from Irika-sensei yesterday. Hatake Kakashi, his left eye is a Sharingan, which means he has strong insight and dynamic vision, and is proficient in illusion. It is said that he has copied thousands of ninjutsu and is proficient in 5 types of chakra nature changes, among which he is best at lightning escape. His father is Konoha White Fang, which means he might be good at swordsmanship. Sakura listened carefully and began to feel a little worried. Sir Kakashi's test won't be that difficult to pass. Naruto was confused. What is the Sharingan, what is the nature change, and who is Konoha White Fang? Sasuke was completely speechless. Inyazuka Kaiba, ha ha ha, Naruto, this guy didn't understand anything at all. Abarame Shino, considering Naruto's skipping rate, it's normal that Sasuke can't understand what he said right away. Nara Shikamaru, this is more than a little difficult for Naruto. Things like the change of chakra properties and Konoha White Fang are only because Sakura has good grades in theory classes, otherwise she wouldn't understand. Sasuke Uchiha. I probably only had a limited understanding of these things at that time. The more I watch, the more I feel that there is a huge gap between myself and my parallel world self. Hitaki Kakashi, for a newly graduated genin, it's normal not to understand. Jiraiya, it would be abnormal for a genin to have the same amount of knowledge as another Sasuke. Namikaze Minato, but Naruto's basics are indeed a bit lacking, he doesn't even know what the Sharingan is. After Sasuke briefly explained to Naruto, he walked to the riverside, holding a book called Advanced Training of Yin-Yang Release and flipping through it. Time passes little by little. The sun gradually rises higher. Kakashi never showed up. Might Guy, although you are often late, Kakashi, you were late for too long this time. A whole half day has passed. Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Madara, no. There's a problem. Senju Hashirama? Madara, what are you talking about? Uchiha Madara, look carefully, in the reflection of the river, there is a person on a tree on the other side. It should be that Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Fugaku, after a closer look, I found it. You are indeed worthy of it. Senju Hashirama, Madara is awesome. Senju Tobirama, Tisk, Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, Sharingan is powerful, so what? Senju Tobirama, look carefully, look at the look in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Everyone in the ninja world was moved. What's wrong with Uchiha Sasuke's eyes? Thousand Hands Tobirama. Senju Hashirama, this kid is amazing. Onoki, am I seeing things right? The direction Uchiha Sasuke is looking at seems to be the location of Hitaki Kakashi's reflection on the water. The fourth Raikage, I think this guy Hitaki Kakashi hasn't realized that he has been discovered yet. Might Guy, so Kakashi has already arrived, but he is just hiding and observing from the dark. Jiraiya, but it has been discovered by Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru, as expected of Golden Sasuke, it's not surprising that he can do this. Hitaki Kakashi. I couldn't help but scratch my hair. The bad feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. The self in that world probably didn't realize at all what kind of student he was about to face. 11 o'clock. Kakashi finally stopped observing secretly. Leave the tree, take a detour back to the main road, and walk over here. Seeing that the three of them had eaten breakfast, Kakashi was slightly satisfied. It seems that I don't need to teach you this lesson, so let's start the test directly. Next. Kakashi announced the contents of the bell-grabbing test. Sasuke thought about it for a moment and immediately realized that the purpose of this bell-grabbing test was teamwork. He forcibly pulled Naruto, who was about to attack, backed off a distance, and discussed countermeasures. I analyzed our situation. The best strategy is for me to deal with it alone, and for you two to hide as far away as possible. Don't let Kakashi catch you and use you to threaten me. Sasuke said calmly. Naruto immediately became unhappy after hearing this. Arrogant Sasuke, you are too contemptuous. I have learned super powerful ninjutsu and can defeat Kakashi-sensei by myself. Sasuke tried to persuade her again, but it was still useless. I can only give up. Sakura moved away and found a place to hide. Naruto takes the lead to challenge Kakashi. The same scene is played out again. Even if Naruto has learned multiple shadow clones, it is useless in front of Kakashi. In the end, he was still hung upside down on the tree. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it, why is it like this again? Nara Shikamaru, the Sasuke in the other world has practiced more seriously, but Naruto, you haven't changed at all. Rock Lee, Naruto is so miserable. No matter which world he is in, he will be killed for 1,000 years. Uchiha Fugaku, it's Sasuke's turn next. I wonder how he will perform. Kakashi-sensei, let me make this clear first. I hope you can fight seriously. Sasuke said seriously. Kakashi still has a pair of dead fish eyes. I don't care much about it. I just thought he was another brat who didn't know how powerful a jonin was. Sasuke saw this and quickly pulled out a shuriken and threw it at Kakashi. The shuriken flew behind Kakashi, and after a crisp crash, the shuriken flew from all directions towards Kakashi in the middle. Uchiha throwing technique. Not bad. Kakashi still didn't take it seriously, he just put away the intimate paradise in his hand. Holding a kunai in one hand, he quickly knocked away the shurikens one by one. No, there's steel wire on it. Kakashi's eyes widened a little. The shuriken that were knocked away were all wrapped with invisible steel wires, and now these steel wires were about to tie him up. Not an ordinary genin. Kakashi added wind chakra to the kunai in his hand, trying to cut the surrounding steel wires. However. At this moment, Sasuke's chest swelled up and hot chakra spurted out. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi's eyes widened instantly. Untouchable ninjutsu. Boom! The huge fireball was almost instantaneous and quickly engulfed Kakashi. Chapter 24. You were beaten by a newly graduated genin. Uzumaki Naruto, wow! Could it be that Kakashi-sensei was killed just like that? Inyazuka Kaiba, no way, that's a jonin. Abarame Shino, with the fireball coming straight at me and the barbed wire around me about to bind me, it's probably impossible for an ordinary ninja to dodge it. Nara Shikamaru, after all, Kakashi-sensei is a well-known elite jonin in Konoha, he should be able to handle it. Gold frame on screen. A huge fireball engulfs Kakashi's location. Just before being hit by the fireball, Kakashi activated the instant body movement technique and flew into the air in an instant. Cold sweat drips down the forehead. Too dangerous. If he had been hit just now, he would have been severely burned. What's up with this Uchiha Sasuke? He doesn't even need to cast a seal to cast a fireball? Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking wind reaches my ears. Kakashi's mind tensed up, and he then noticed that several shurikens were flying towards him. This little devil! He predicted my actions. I think so. In my situation just now, the steel wires completely surrounded me, and there was a huge fireball coming towards me. I was caught off guard and could only dodge upwards. It's not surprising that the other party can predict your actions. Shuriken are already coming at him from multiple directions. Kakashi, who is suspended in the air and unable to dodge, quickly forms a seal. Earth style, Gangly style technique. Kakashi spits out a large amount of earth-colored rocks from his mouth, covering his entire body. Dong dong dong. The shuriken were all blocked by the rock shield. 18. Kakashi fell to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy, as expected of Kakashi, you respond really quickly. Hitaki Kakashi, Guy, please don't praise me in this situation. What is there to praise about being forced into this state by a genin? Namikaze Minato, actually. I think Sasuke is holding back. Orochimaru, I think so too. Sasuke has mastered the nature change of lightning escape. He can attach lightning escape chakra to the shuriken, which can easily break the defense of earth escape. Jiraiya, hey, are you guys overthinking it? After all, he's just a newly graduated genin, it's entirely possible that he didn't expect it. Such a tight battle. It's normal that we don't have time to think about many things. The fourth Raikage, although Uchiha Sasuke is a genius, he has never experienced such a high-intensity battle. Mai Terumi, how did he know that Hitaki Kakashi would use Earth Release for defense, and even thought of adding Lightning Release Chakra in advance? Onoki, ha! This is too easy. How can a person defend himself when he is suspended in the air? The only way is to use Earth Escape. Namikaze Minato, besides, you see, when Kakashi was defending against the shuriken, Sasuke did not try to predict where he would land and continued to attack. I don't think he didn't expect this. Jiraiya, but why did he do that? Orochimaru. Haha, I can probably guess what he's thinking. Sasuke in that world probably doesn't know where his own strength stands now. He might hope to clarify his own strength by fighting against the guiding Jonin. So, he hopes to get Kakashi to be serious and have a fair fight. Wow! Everyone is stupid. No, this is the instructing Jonin testing the strength of his new team members, right? How come there are still genin who are planning to use the guidance of Jonin to test their own strength? Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, you underestimated your opponent. Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Who could have thought that their students would be so perverted? Kakashi and Sasuke stood at a distance, facing each other quietly. Teacher Kakashi, you should be able to be serious now, right? Sasuke said. Kakashi silently adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan below. It seems that I underestimated you. The next battle will not be so easy. Sasuke also opened his Sharingan, just what I want. 3 Megatama Sharingan. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. Is this a newly graduated genin? Sasuke attacked Kakashi again, starting with a Muji fireball. Kakashi was well prepared this time. Water escape water formation wall. Laugh. The fireball and the water wall collided, and a large amount of fog rose. Kakashi's figure disappeared in the mist. The 3 Megatama in Sasuke's eyes spun rapidly, searching for Kakashi's traces. In front, behind, left, right, none of them are there. Under. Sasuke guessed Kakashi's location and mobilized Lightning Attribute Chakra, using another unmarked ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Ground Run. Dense, thread-like lightning spread across the earth. Boom! Kakashi rushed out from underground, his body twitching slightly from the electric shock. This kid can actually use lightning escape. Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, is he planning to use the earth-style, heart decapitation technique again? He was buried in the ground by Kakashi using this trick. Now seeing the same move being cracked by himself in another world, Sasuke felt pleased. Namikaze Minato, although you are serious, Kakashi, you still lack information about your opponent. You don't even know that he has mastered lightning release. Jiraiya, and Sasuke is even better at lightning release. Hitaki Kakashi. Hey! Who would get intelligence in advance when fighting with a few genin? Aren't you ashamed? Kakashi, who had just emerged from the ground, was hit head-on by Sasuke's attack. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Several shurikens, wrapped in blazing flames, attacked Kakashi. Phoenix Claw Red. Is this a B-rank fire style? Kakashi's eyes twitched slightly. What kind of student did I meet? He skillfully formed seals with his hands and used the earth flow wall. A wall of earth with 4 dog heads carved on it rose up and blocked the attack. However, before Kakashi could breathe a sigh of relief, there is something strange happening on the earth wall ahead. The originally solid earth wall began to loosen and became like tofu that could be pierced. Boom! The earth wall collapsed, and 2 streaks of lightning struck. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. This is... Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted. Isn't this an advanced ninjutsu that incorporates lightning attribute changes? The lightning was extremely fast, and Kakashi had no time to dodge it, so he quickly used Reikiri to block it. No, I can't stop it. One shot of Reikiri cannot stop this ninjutsu. Both-handed Reikiri. Kakashi felt his hands slightly numb, and struggled to block the lightning in front of him. Not good. I suddenly thought of something. What will Sasuke do after releasing this ninjutsu? It was too late when I thought of this. There was a faint sound of breaking wind behind him, and Sasuke kicked Kakashi out with a flying kick. Chapter 25 Kakashi, am I the only one in the entire ninja world who lacks mana? Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi-sensei was actually beaten away. Uchiha Sasuke, don't underestimate the Jonin, that might be Kakashi's clone, or a substitution technique or something. Nara Shikamaru, it can't be a substitution jutsu. Substitution jutsu is just a trick. Using it in a battle of this level is courting death. Harano Sakura, so it was Kakashi-sensei's clone that was hit. This has happened many times before. Sensei Kakashi was cut in half by Zabuza's sword, but in fact it was just a water clone. Hitaki Kakashi. So awkward. The one who was kicked away was probably his real body. Time was so tight that he probably didn't have time to use the clone technique while he was hastily resisting Sasuke's lightning escape. Uchiha Obito, ha 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 ha, Kakashi, you got beaten by a newly graduated genin. Shiranui Genma, Kakashi, you arrogant bastard, you deserve this day. Yamashiro Aoba, that's right, I've been displeased with you since we were in ninja school. They all said in unison, good job, Sasuke. Hit him in the face and break the mask of this pretender. Hitaki Kakashi. Is he so hateful? So many people are looking forward to seeing him make a fool of himself. Namikaze Minato, it's actually normal. Kakashi lacks information about Sasuke and doesn't even know that he has practiced the nature change himself. Jiraiya, and Sasuke's lightning release is really powerful. Even a jonin would have a hard time resisting it. Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi is indeed a genius in lightning escape technique, but in this aspect, Sasuke is more talented. Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan is generally good at fire jutsu, and there are not many who can use lightning jutsu that is stronger than fire jutsu. Uzumaki Kushina, why are you talking so much? It's just that Kakashi is such a loser. Kakashi seriously suspected that his master's wife was still holding a grudge against the Millennium killing. Kakashi got up from the ground, twisted his neck, and said seriously. It seems that I still underestimated you. You now have the strength of a jonin. I'm going to get serious from now on, so be prepared. Sasuke happily responded, I couldn't ask for more. Kakashi's left Sharingan rotated slightly, staring at Sasuke, analyzing carefully. The opponent also possesses the 3 Megatama Sharingan, so the possibility of the illusion being effective is weaker. You don't need to make hand seals to perform ninjutsu. I don't know if this is true for all ninjutsu, but let's assume this for now. If this is the case, I will be at a disadvantage in terms of speed when it comes to ninjutsu. So. 19. Close combat, use physical skills to defeat him. Might Guy, Kakashi is seriously analyzing tactics. Asuma Sarutobi, he has completely regarded the opponent as an opponent of the same level. Jiraiya, my opponent is Sasuke from that world, so this is normal. Irika, isn't this a bell-grabbing test? Quiet. The group of people paused for a moment. Yup. Isn't this a test for grabbing the bell? How to instruct a jonin to start analyzing tactics and seem to be planning to actively attack his students? Isn't the situation reversed? Uchiha Obito, haha, Kakashi, I'm ashamed of you. Shiranui Genma, you can't even handle a newly graduated genin, tisk tisk. They said in unison, shame on Kakashi. A group of people are gloating. Kakashi had a dead look on his face. These bastards. If you were to face Jin Sasuke, could you do better? It's not a big deal to watch the fun. Boom. Kakashi got completely serious and rushed to Sasuke at full speed in an instant. Clang. 2 kunai collide. There were blue arcs flashing on them, and they were obviously attached with lightning attribute chakra. What a fast speed and great strength! Sasuke was secretly surprised. Is this the strength of a jonin? Physically, I am still no match for an adult jonin. But if it's just this level, he can still handle it. Combined with my own advantages in other aspects, the outcome is still unknown. Boom. 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 The figures of 2 people flashed quickly, and then disappeared quickly. Only 2 blurry afterimages flickered on the training ground. Kakashi becomes more and more frightened as he fights. Is this little ghost a monster? He thinks he is a rare genius, and became a jonin at the age of 12. But now he is very sure that he did not have such strength when he was 12 years old. Sasuke is now battling with an elite jonin in physical skills, and he can actually keep up. Brush. Kakashi's figure quickly retreated. There's no other way. This is the only way. Sizzle. Lightning chakra is mobilized. Light blue arcs spread all over the body. After completing it, Kakashi disappeared instantly and started attacking again. This is... Sasuke was shocked. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakashi-sensei's speed has improved by more than one level. Might guy, yo! Kakashi even used the lightning release stimulation technique. Rock Lee, lightning stimulation technique. What is this? Might guy, when Sasuke was fighting Gaara in the previous exam, Sasuke used this and his speed increased greatly. The fourth Raikage, using lightning chakra to stimulate the body can greatly improve physical ability. Speed and strength will be significantly improved in a short period of time. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi has become completely serious. Uzumaki Naruto, great, that world's arrogant Sasuke is finally going to get a beating. Sasuke stared at the gold-framed screen intently. Kakashi has reached this point, can the self in that world still withstand it? Faced with Kakashi at full speed, Sasuke can only barely parry now. Before, I could fight back from time to time. Now there is no room for that. I am no match for him in this area. We can't keep fighting like this. Sasuke thought to himself and quickly pulled away. Use the fire escape technique quickly. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs are thrown towards Kakashi. Faced with Kakashi's pressing, Sasuke made up his mind, use the unmarked ninjutsu to distance himself and reduce close combat. Soon. Kakashi paused for a moment. Breathing heavily. Damn it, my chakra is almost exhausted. Everyone watching the fight was stunned. What's going on? There's no chakra anymore? It didn't seem like it lasted long. Chapter 26 Why don't you go back to ninja school, Kakashi? Mei Terumi, Hitaki Kakashi is a well-known elite jonin in the ninja world. How is it possible that he has no chakra now? Darui, is Kakashi, Konoha's copy ninja, so weak? Huang too, the key point is, I don't think he used many ninjutsu. Hitaki Kakashi. Damn it! Don't you all lack chakra? It's impossible that he is the only one in the entire ninja world who lacks chakra. Orochimaru, as expected, without the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan will consume a lot of chakra. Uchiha Fugaku, even if outsiders have the Sharingan, they cannot close it and have to endure huge chakra consumption all the time. Namikaze Minato, but Kakashi's situation is a bit, well, it's hard to say. He felt that Kakashi's chakra volume at the age of 26 might not even be as high as that at the age of 12. Count them down. Kakashi used 1 instant body flickering technique, 2 earth jutsu techniques, 1 water jutsu technique, 2 lightning cuts, and 1 lightning jutsu stimulation technique. Although these consume a lot of chakra. But for Kakashi, a well-known elite jonin in the ninja world, having no chakra is still too miserable. Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is such a loser. After defeating Zabuza for the first time, he actually fainted. Later, he and Sasuke took turns carrying Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke, indeed. Uzumaki Kushina, I've watched too much Intimate Heaven, and my body is weak. Hitaki Kakashi. Jiraiya, but Sasuke in that world also watches Intimate Paradise. Kakashi panted heavily, looking at Sasuke across from him, feeling exhausted. Could it be that I can't even handle a genin? It's too embarrassing to say this out loud. If others find out, he won't be able to stay in Konoha anymore. But, looking at Sasuke across from him, Kakashi saw no signs of chakra shortage at all. Do you have enough chakra now? Kakashi asked Sasuke. Sasuke was confused and replied, it's fine to continue fighting. He couldn't understand why Kakashi was panting so hard. Could it be that the previous speed-enhancing ninjutsu has side effects? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine that Kakashi's chakra had run out. For Sasuke, since he was 7 years old, he has been refining chakra every day besides physical exercise. The rest of the training content is completely handed over to the shadow clone. So Sasuke's chakra is still abundant, and he can continue to fight with Kakashi. Yeah, really? Not bad. Kakashi nodded, and the Megatama in his left Sharingan spun slightly. Illusion? That's useless to me. Sasuke noticed a slight change in the scene before his eyes and immediately realized that he was under an illusion. The 3 Megatama Sharingan turned and easily broke free. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed inwardly. Forget it, there is really nothing I can do. If the fight continues, he might have to use the 8 gates. 20. The test is over. You have passed the assessment. Kakashi announced weakly. Uchiha Obito? Is that the end? Kakashi, keep fighting, don't be a coward. Might Guy, Kakashi, how can we give up the fight halfway? The winner hasn't been decided yet. Shiranui Genma, Tisk, I thought I would see Kakashi continue to suffer a setback, boring. Hitaki Kakashi. Neuropathy. If he continues to fight, he will only be asking for trouble. Rock Lee, does Kakashi-sensei also know the 8 gates? Might Guy, well, Kakashi can also open the first gate. If you open it, you will have more chakra. Orochimaru, I'm almost forced to use the 8 gates. How miserable. Jiraiya, in the bell-grabbing test, a newly graduated genin was able to fight the guiding jonin on equal terms. No one in the entire history of Konoha could do that, right? Namikaze Minato, Kakashi performed well at the time and almost got the bell, but he was still far behind Golden Sasuke. Jiraiya, I can't help it. Kakashi is already very powerful, but Sasuke in another world is even more talented. Kakashi called Sakura and Naruto over and announced the end of the test. Sasuke confirmed that he passed the test. But there are still only 2 bells. Now, as the only one who has passed the test, you can choose who will be your teammate. In other words, you need to decide which one to kick out and send him back to ninja school. Well, let's make our choice. Kakashi said with a smile. Sakura and Naruto's expressions changed instantly. I'm so lucky to be in the same class with Sasuke-kun, but I'm going to be kicked out? No. Damn it. Arrogant Sasuke passed the test, but I have to go back to the ninja school? I'm so unwilling. The 2 people are worried. Sasuke held 2 bells in his hands and looked at the 3 people again and again. Jiraiya, good idea, this way we can test Sasuke's attitude towards his companions. Namikaze Minato, it is indeed very good. Senju Hashirama, it's great that the younger generations in the village will be taught to value their companions. Orochimaru, ha! To Golden Sasuke, his teammates are nothing but a meaningless burden. Jiraiya, Orochimaru you bastard! Orochimaru, am I wrong? The strategy formulated by Sasuke in that world is to keep Naruto and Haruno Sakura away and not let them be caught to threaten him. Jiraiya, you. Hitaki Kakashi, I'm curious about what the other Sasuke would choose. I hope that Sasuke in another world can also be a person who cherishes his companions. Sasuke looked at Kakashi with his eyes slightly narrowed. After observing closely for a while, he found that Kakashi seemed to have run out of chakra. What the hell is going on? This instructor's body is too weak. How is it, have you made a decision? Kakashi said with a smile. I've made up my mind. Sasuke glanced at Sakura and Naruto, and said to Kakashi, how about Kakashi-sensei, why don't you go back to the ninja school and train for a few more years? Once you have recovered, it won't be too late to become a guiding jonin. Kakashi was stunned and froze. Chapter 27 Zabuza, it's my turn, right? Uchiha Obito, ha 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 ha. Kakashi, you idiot are disliked. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha, I really didn't expect this answer. Yui Kurane, this answer, ahem, it's really interesting. Shiranui Genma, I can't hold it anymore. My own students are hating me for guiding a jonin. Ebisu, Kakashi, do you want to listen to my advice and go back to the ninja school to study for a few more years? Might Guy, Kakashi's expression, ugh. No, I can't help it. Namikaze Minato, although this answer is a bit weird, but Kakashi you are indeed a little weak. Uzumaki Kushina, ha 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 Kakashi you finally got defeated. The chat room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Kakashi's forehead was full of black lines. His teeth were grinding, and he wished he could travel through time to a parallel world and beat up that world's Sasuke. This bastard. Saying this is too disrespectful to him as a guiding jonin. Gold frame on screen. Kakashi was stunned for a long time. Seemingly finally understanding what his student had said, Kakashi gritted his teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Let you choose whether Naruto returns to ninja school or Sakura returns to ninja school. Give you two options A and B, you choose C. I think that you, Mr. Kakashi, are in poor health and need to recuperate. Also, I think the guidance you can provide to us may be limited." Sasuke said this in a more tactful way. Kakashi felt as if his eyes were almost black. Limited space for guidance? Does that mean he is too new and there is nothing you can teach him? When has he ever heard such an evaluation when he grew up with the name of genius? This hateful little devil. Ahem, just kidding. Sasuke saw Kakashi's murderous gaze and said seriously. Let me choose who should quit, the real test is the choice itself, right? If I really made a choice, it means I have the possibility of giving up my teammates. If I make this choice, I will be unqualified. Isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? Namikaze Minato, smart. Kakashi, your test has been seen through. Orochimaru, haha, Sasuke was able to find out the existence of Sarutobi-sensei, the mastermind, by reading the book by himself. How could he fail such a simple test? Jiraiya, but it seems that there is no way to test Sasuke's attitude towards his teammates. Kakashi's expression softened a little, and he said, "It seems that you understand the purpose of my assessment. Sasuke, I hope you understand that no matter how strong a person is, his or her strength is limited. You need to work together with your teammates." Sasuke nodded and said, "I think I took my teammates' situation into consideration and came up with the right tactics. After evaluating the strength of the three of us, I think it is most appropriate for Sakura and Naruto to hide far away, and then I will fight you. However, Naruto does not accept it." Kakashi. It seems to make some sense. Hiss. Why does it feel a little wrong? Didn't he talk about teamwork? Why did Sasuke choose to be a Lone Ranger? Senju Tobirama, actually, what Uchiha Sasuke said makes sense. For example, when my eldest brother was fighting with Uchiha Madara, there was no room for teamwork. The others should just be careful not to get affected. Orochimaru, when the gap in strength is too great, it is unrealistic to talk about teamwork. Namikaze Minato, I hope that Sasuke in that world can value his companions and not be like Kakashi before. Hitaki Kakashi. The gold-framed screen continued to play. Kakashi was speechless and could only announce that all three members of Team 7 had passed the test. In a parallel world, Team 7 was also established. Afterwards. Sasuke is reviewing this battle experience. After fighting with Kakashi, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. He has made good progress in the past few years in terms of chakra quantity, chakra control ability, and nature changes. However, in terms of physical skills, due to the limitations of age and body, his speed and strength are insufficient. Also, I don't have enough experience in physical combat. When fighting with Kakashi-sensei in physical skills, he should have done better in many aspects. However, due to lack of experience, he behaved a little awkwardly. I need to practice more physical skills with Kakashi-sensei in the future to gain experience in this area. Onoki, he's already very strong, and he's still reflecting and summarizing so seriously. The fourth Raikage, he can fight the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi on equal terms. He is considered one of the best ninjas in the entire ninja world. Orochimaru, it is because of this kind of thinking and summary that Sasuke's strength in that world can improve so quickly. Shiranui Genma, alas, comparison is the thief of envy. If I could have such strength when I was 12 years old, I would probably die of laughter. Ebisu, no need to be 12 years old. We don't have that kind of ability now. Marino Yaki. Yamashiro Aoba, you don't need to remind us. All the special jonin in Konoha just wanted to sigh. The other party is younger than himself, but has strength that surpasses that of an average jonin. The gold frame screen playback ends. The silver-framed screen began to play the story of Sasuke in this world. After the formation of Team 7, Sasuke and the other two carried out D-rank missions for a month. Pulling weeds, cleaning up river garbage, looking for pets. Kakashi leisurely led them to perform these easy tasks. 21. Until Naruto's encouragement, Team 7 took on a C-rank mission and set off for the Land of Waves. After a tough battle with Zabuza, Kakashi finally let Sasuke and the other two start practicing chakra control. In the second battle with Zabuza, Sasuke opened his Sharingan and Naruto released the Nine Tails chakra. In the end, Bai died at the hands of Kakashi's Raikiri. Zabuza killed Kato in grief, and the demons came to an end. Chapter 28 Kakashi, being a Jonin is more tiring than being an ANBU. Nara Shikamaru, Naruto and Sasuke are both improving so fast. In Yazuka Kaiba, it's normal for Sasuke to improve quickly, but Naruto, who is the last one, can be so powerful. Abarame Shino, Naruto has too much chakra. He can even use forbidden techniques like multiple shadow clones at will. Senju Hashirama, that child has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and is also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so it's normal for him to be able to do this. Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha Sasuke in this world is far worse than that in the other world. He only started climbing trees and treading water at the age of 12. Uchiha Madara, King Sasuke could use the double Megatama at the age of 7, but the Sasuke in this world only evolved the double Megatama halfway. It's really fresh. As the former head of the Uchiha clan, he had never heard of the Sharingan evolving so asynchronously. Uchiha Fugaku, although not as good as the other Sasuke, but when I am alone, it is already good to have this strength. Uzumaki Kushina, Sasuke, this kid actually subconsciously protected my Naruto. Uchiha Mikoto, it seems that Sasuke's psychological growth is also healthy, that's great. Mei Terumi, Zabuza actually has this side to him. He actually went to such lengths for that ice escape boy. After watching the Battle of Wave Country, a group of people expressed their feelings. Whether it is the fighting cooperation between Naruto and Sasuke, or the bond between Zabuza and Haku. All very impressive. Hojiki Suijutsu, has Zabuza-senpai's beheading sword remained in Wave Country? Thank you, I will retrieve it later. Mamakai Zabuza. Orochimaru, could it be that Sasuke in the parallel world has also received a mission from the Land of Waves? Mamakai Zabuza. Kizuki, what is Zabuza-senpai's mentality now? Are you panicking? Underworld, Pure Land. Zabuza felt a little uneasy. In another world, I have to face not only Hatake Kakashi, but also Uchiha Sasuke, who is evenly matched with him. Even if he and Bai faced this lineup together, they would probably be defeated. My heart was pounding. The gold-framed screen gradually lit up. In this parallel world, Team 7 also began to carry out D-level missions. However, Sasuke thought this was a waste of time and used Shadow Clone directly. Naruto followed suit and gave the task to his Shadow Clone to solve. Even Sakura was taught the Shadow Clone technique by Sasuke. The tasks were all given to the Shadow Clones to carry out, while the three main bodies came to receive training guidance from Kakashi. After witnessing the battle between Sasuke and Kakashi, Naruto was very dissatisfied and pestered Kakashi, saying that he wanted to learn more powerful ninjutsu. Kakashi suggested the tree climbing exercise. Sasuke had already finished it. Sakura succeeded in one try. Only Naruto tried to compete with the tree again and again. Sasuke and Kakashi studied Sakura's situation together and worked out a training plan. Sakura has outstanding chakra control ability and strong theoretical knowledge. She can pursue medical ninjutsu in the future. So Sakura began to practice Yang-style chakra. The only one who is pestering Kakashi is Sasuke. Daily sparring with Kakashi to enhance combat experience. Teacher Kakashi, you're out of chakra again. Sasuke was speechless. How weak is this guy? I lose my chakra at any time. Kakashi rolled his eyes and didn't want to move. Sasuke sighed, took out the Bing Liang pill and handed it over. I sponsored this myself, so you don't need to spend any money, Kakashi-sensei. After eating the Bing Liang pills, continue your training. Kakashi. I want to die. He has never been so tired in the Anbu before. Uzumaki Kushina, ha ha ha, Kakashi looks like he has lost all hope in life. Might guy, Kakashi, youth cannot be so lacking in fighting spirit. Kurane Ui, it's too bad for Kakashi. Being a guiding jonin is so tiring. Uzuki Ujeo, Sasuke is really amazing, as he can make Kakashi-senpai feel more tired than when he was in the Anbu. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it, why were we really just doing D-rank missions at that time? Harano Sakura, because Kakashi-sensei wants to be lazy. Irika, haha, the Sasuke in that world won't spoil him. Namikaze Minato, it's not bad actually. Kakashi, you have been too lazy in the past few years. Sasuke in that world may make you serious. Hitaki Kakashi. This is not seeking guidance at all, this is exploitation. I strongly oppose genin exploiting my jonin instructor. During this period of time, Sasuke's combat experience is improving rapidly. From being slightly at a disadvantage at the beginning, to gradually being able to fight against the normal Kakashi. Soon. Sasuke began to practice the lightning release stimulation technique. One day later, in the evening, Kakashi is lost in thought. Looking at Sasuke in front of him with arcs of electricity flashing on his body. This, you have learned it now. How long did he study? I don't remember, but it's impossible to master it in one day. No, why did you master it so quickly? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Sasuke explained. This lightning stimulation technique tests one's control over lightning chakra and understanding of the key acupuncture points on the body. I'm familiar with both, so it wasn't difficult to learn. Also, thank you very much, Mr. Kakashi, for teaching me this. I'll treat you tonight. Let's go to the barbecue and eat as much as you want. Sasuke can appreciate the power of this secret technique, so he is very grateful to Kakashi for teaching it to him. After learning the lightning stimulation technique, his physical strength has greatly improved. Kakashi felt relieved when he heard this. This kid still has a conscience. Chapter 29, is Asuma Sarutobi qualified to be Hokage? The fourth Raikage, hiss. Although I have seen the talent of Uchiha Sasuke before, this guy's talent is too terrifying. Lightning Release Stimulation Method, this is the prototype of their Cloud Village's lightning release armor. In the entire history of the Hidden Cloud Village, no one has been able to master the lightning release stimulation technique in just one day. Darui, it took me more than a month to learn it, and I was barely able to master it. The fourth Reikage, it would be great if this Uchiha Sasuke was from the Hidden Cloud Village, and the position of the next Reikage would be given to him. Wow! Everyone was shocked. The Kage of the village thought so highly of Sasuke's talent for lightning release that he was even willing to designate him as the next Kage. But when I think about Sasuke's talent, it makes sense. Even the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning had to admit defeat. Onoki, Kin Sasuke is getting stronger and stronger, so fast. Sasuke, who just graduated, can fight Kakashi on equal terms. Now he is improving rapidly under the guidance of Hitaki Kakashi. Mei Terumi, in a few years, he will be able to have strength comparable to the 5 Kage. Mamakai Zabuza. No, I'm feeling more and more guilty. In his original world, it was very difficult for him to defeat Hitaki Kakashi. Now here comes Uchiha Sasuke whose strength is increasing rapidly. Could it be that he was killed by Uchiha Sasuke alone? That's too embarrassing. Night. Sasuke is treating us, let's go to a barbecue party together. We happened to meet Sarutobi Asuma and Ui Red who were also here. Sarutobi Asuma pays for the Yangban class to treat everyone. 22. Seeing the 4 people from Kakashi's class, Sarutobi Asuma waved his hand and decided to pay for all the expenses tonight. 3 classes of 12 people sat together. Hinata sits on Sasuke's left. Ino took the position on Sasuke's right side, saying that Sakura could accompany Sasuke every day. Sakura can only sit further to the right. The relationship between the 4 people is very harmonious. Naruto Uzumaki and the others on the opposite side looked on with envy. Inyazuka gnashed his teeth in a sour voice. Asuma Sarutobi looked at himself and Kurane Ui, and sighed in his heart with envy. It's so hard to chase a girl. Sasuke skillfully grilled the meat and shared it among the 3 girls. Ino and Sakura eat about the same amount of food. I need to eat more because the training volume is quite large. Hinata, her face was slightly red, she didn't say anything, and silently accepted Sasuke's feeding. Sasuke already knows Hinata's appetite. He now has some doubts whether Hinata has the bloodline of the Akimichi clan. The stomach is like a bottomless pit. But fortunately, the food was worth it, and Hinata's appetite gradually increased. Asuma Sarutobi is trying to find various topics to chat with Kurane Ui. As we chatted, we talked about guiding students. Hong, how are the students in your class? With your guidance, their abilities should improve quickly, right? Sarutobi Asuma said. It's better not to mention this. When this topic is mentioned, Ui Kurane feels a little worried. Each of them has their own family secrets. What can I teach them about this? We can only help them gain some combat experience. She felt that she had failed miserably as a guide to the Jonin. In Kakashi's class next door, since Sasuke often comes to visit Hinata, she also knows a little bit about it. Although Kakashi is as tired as Akamaru every day. But this just proves that his guidance is effective, and just proves that his students really need this guidance, Jonin. How could she be like this? The soft fists of the Hyuga clan, the ninja dogs of the Inyazuka clan, the bugs of the Abarame clan, how could she understand these? Why did the 3rd Kami arrange her to be the guiding Jonin of Team 8? Opposite. Sasuke heard the conversation between the 2 and his eyes moved slightly. He remembered hearing Hinata say before that teacher Hong became a Jonin only this year. Just after becoming a Jonin, can I be the leader of Hinata and the others? Sasuke looked around at everyone present, and gradually some understanding came to his mind. Sarutobi Asuma is the son of the Sandaime Hokage, and he leads the heirs of the Ino, Shika, and Jo families. The team led by teacher Hong is the future heir of the Hyuga clan, the Inyazuka clan, and the Abarame clan. And it just so happens that Sarutobi Asuma is pursuing teacher Hong. Is this a coincidence? Orochimaru, how can it be a coincidence? Sarutobi-sensei, you have a good plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, you are talking nonsense here again. Looking at Orochimaru, who was sitting next to him and acting fearless, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If he hadn't been restrained and unable to behave aggressively, he would have rushed up and killed Orochimaru. Onoki, Sarutobi's arrangement is really good. The team led by his son and future daughter-in-law are all heirs of the major ninja clans in Konoha, hehe. The fourth Raikage, in a few years, if the Sandaime Hokage can no longer hold on, will he pass the position of Hokage to his son? Luo Shat, that's a good thing. Konoha is about to welcome the weakest Hokage in history. Onoki, haha, Kazekage is right, Sarutobi, you must pass the position of Hokage to your son. The fourth Raikage, indeed, although the next generation of our Kumagakure is not very good, it is still no problem for them to defeat Asuma Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't slander me here. Onoki, where did I slander you? Sarutobi, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's normal for you to want your son to be Hokage, but you have to consider the village, right? With your son's ability, is he worthy of being Hokage? The fourth Raikage, that's right. My father is the third Raikage, but I am the only one in Kumagakure who has inherited all the lightning release armor, so no one has any objection to me being the Raikage. Onoki, it's the same with us in Uegakure. My good-for-nothing son doesn't even have a bloodline limit. So even though he's almost 40, he can't be a Tsuchikage. Huang Tu, Dad, please give me some face. Onoki, I get angry when I think about this. I don't know where that brat Deidara has gone to. There's not even any news about him. Deidara, old man, I'm having a great time outside, don't worry about me. Onoki, Deidara. Where the hell have you been? Scorpion of the Red Sand, Deidara, be careful with your words, or you know the consequences. Pain had previously contacted them through the phantom body technique, asking the Akatsuki members to speak carefully and not leak the organization's information. If Deidara talks like a big mouth, he will probably have to use the Rinnegan to take care of him later. Deidara, don't worry, brother Scorpion, I know my limits. Cho, Scorpion. Chapter 30, Green Tea Sasuke, giving Sarutobi Asuma eye drops. Senju Tobirama, we are discussing the issue of the successor to the Hokage of Konoha here, so we can put aside the irrelevant reminiscences for now. Monkey, please explain the matter about your son. Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was about to explode. This is the nth thing he has explained. This damn comparison live broadcast room seems to be exposing everything about him. Take a deep breath and let your brain work quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, regarding the matter of my son Asuma, this is the tradition of our Sarutobi clan and Inoshika-jo. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans maintained friendly relations for generations under the witness of the Sarutobi clan. This is a tradition passed down from the Warring States period. Senju Tobirama, that's barely acceptable. Next, what about Ui Kurene's team? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache. He almost pulled his beard off. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, the three genin in the class led by Ui Kurene are all good at reconnaissance skills, so I arranged them to form a class. Orochimaru, haha. Sarutobi-sensei, if I remember correctly, that Kurene Ui seems to be good at illusions, right? Onoki, Sarutobi, you are amazing. You led a Genjutsu ninja lead a reconnaissance squad. The fourth Raikage, Sandaime, don't explain what you are thinking. We all understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you guys. Senju Tobirama, alright. Stop talking nonsense, monkey, quickly choose a suitable Hokage for the village. At least he should be competent enough, so as not to make a fool of himself by the people in other villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled. The teacher's tone probably showed that he was very dissatisfied with him. Sandage, Sandage. Sasuke thought to himself and silently denied the possibility of coincidence. Moreover, this further strengthened his judgment. Behind this series of events in Konoha is the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is trying to protect his power through various means. Thinking of this, and recalling the Uchiha clan's land being occupied by a large number of Sarutobi clan members, Sasuke felt a surge of anger in his heart. Looked at Sarutobi Asuma. First, I will collect some interest from the Sandaime Hokage. Isn't your son going to pursue Teacher Hong? Let me help him with the eye drops. After thinking for a while, Sasuke said to Yui Kurane. Hinata often praises Teacher Hong for being so amazing. Without much support, Teacher Hong was promoted to Jonin this year. I heard that there are only a handful of people of Hong's age who are now formal Jonins, and some of the more powerful ones are only special Jonins. Hearing this, Kurane felt much better and reached out to rub Hinata's head. I didn't expect that Hinata-chan would praise me to you. Thank you, Hinata-chan. Hinata looked at Sasuke and blinked. Have you ever said something like that? Ino on the side was slightly surprised. Did Teacher Hong become a Jonin just this year? Sakura is also a little envious. That's amazing. I wonder when I can become a guiding Jonin. Sasuke nodded and added. And the team led by Teacher Hong is the group of people with the best grades in the elite class of the ninja school. Doesn't this prove that even the Hokage thinks highly of Teacher Hong? When this is mentioned, Zahi Kurane becomes a little worried again. I really don't know why Hokage-sama arranged this. I'm under so much pressure now. Sarutobi Asuma's expression suddenly became awkward. Seeing this scene, Zahi Hong frowned. Asuma, did you say something to the Hokage? How could that be? How could I do such a thing? Hong, you have to believe in your own abilities. Sarutobi Asuma flatly denied. Sasuke also nodded and said, I also believe in Teacher Hong. Teacher Hong became a Jonin through her own efforts. However, hearing this, Kurane Yui became more serious and stared at Asuma Sarutobi closely. Asuma, I want you to tell me the truth about why I became the guiding Jonin of Team 8. Seeing this, Sasuke smiled inwardly. It turned out to be just as he expected. According to what he learned from Hinata, Teacher Hong's father died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. And Teacher Hong was able to successfully advance to the rank of Jonin after that. 23. It is conceivable that even though Asuma Sarutobi may have made some efforts, Mr. Hong should have also made a lot of efforts herself. With so few Jonin among his peers, this can be said to be something that Hong teacher is proud of. That's why Teacher Hong would resist help from others at this time, because it would bring shame to what she is so proud of. Hiss. The whole group of people were stunned. It can be said that Kurane's thoughts and emotions were completely guided by Sasuke. Orochimaru, first, tell her something she is proud of to win her favor, then use other people's words to gradually arouse Kurane's suspicion, then repeat the things she is proud of to trigger Kurane's suspicion. Mei Terumi, nothing that Sarutobi Asuma says will work now. The woman's suspicion has already risen. Yuri Hong. Temari, Uchiha Sasuke has a scary mouth. Samui, and he has completely cleared himself. Even though he caused Xiri Hong's suspicion, Xiri Hong might approve of him the most. Mabi, after all, Uchiha Sasuke mentioned what the other party is most proud of. Irika, just looking at what Sasuke said, I don't understand the thinking behind this at all. Might Guy, I still don't understand. Tsunade, most people simply cannot understand his inner thoughts. Whether it is Kurane Yui or Asuma Sarutobi, I am afraid that they are completely unaware of Uchiha Sasuke's malicious intentions. Jiraiya, I understand, this is called green tea, but it is usually used to describe women. Chapter 31 Sasuke, he still has to thank us. The atmosphere between Kurane Ui and Asuma Sarutobi is becoming increasingly tense. Although Sarutobi Asuma has always insisted on denying it. But in the eyes of Kurane Ui at this moment, every tiny movement of Sarutobi Asuma would make her suspect that he was lying and deceiving her. Gradually. The only sounds left at the table were those two people talking. Kakashi looked up blankly at the two people, not understanding the situation. He didn't really listen at all just now, he was just eating silently to restore his strength. Sasuke had tormented him enough during the day, now he just wanted to have a good rest. Looking at the expressions of Kurane Ui and Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi spoke. Asuma, did you do anything to make Hong angry again? Well, if it's not a big deal, just apologize and admit your mistake and that's it. He has seen this situation too many times. Obito and Rin used to be like this sometimes. Hearing this, Sasuke silently complained in his heart, no wonder Kakashi-sensei is so handsome, but he is still single. Once you make this mistake, you'll get into even bigger trouble. Hatake Kakashi, is there anything wrong with what I said? Scratching his head. He was always like this before. Uzumaki Kushina, hey, Kakashi, you are going to be single for the rest of your life. Irika, why? I think what Kakashi-senpai said is quite right. Tsunade, idiot. If Ui Kurane's emotions are a bomb that is about to explode, then if you apologize, the result will not be that the bomb is detonated, but that it will explode on the spot. Ebisu, what should we do? Keep denying it? The bomb will explode sooner or later. Uzumaki Kushina, you shouldn't have done anything in the first place. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Mei Terumi, you may think you are helping her, but you never think about whether this is in line with her ideas. A group of male ninjas suddenly realized. That's it. Hatake Kakashi, no wonder my previous attempts to mediate between Obito and Rin didn't work. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi UF*CK. Obito was so angry that his teeth were itching. The culprit has been found. It turns out it was all your fault, Kakashi. Gold frame on screen. The result was as expected. Under Kakashi's instigation, Sarutobi Asuma admitted it, but Ui Kurane's rage exploded directly. He scolded Sarutobi Asuma, leaving the latter even more confused. Why did Hong get even angrier after I admitted it? After a while, after seeing that Mr. Hong's anger had subsided a little, Sasuke spoke up to persuade her. Teacher Hong, calm down. Teacher Asuma means well. And I believe that Mr. Hong can do it even if I only rely on my own abilities. Teacher Hong is now the instructor of Team 8. I think this can be considered a test. I believe that Teacher Hong will be an excellent instructor. Ui Kurane glared at Sarutobi Asuma fiercely again. Who needs this kind of kindness? However, after hearing what Sasuke said next, Ui Kurane felt much better and looked at Sasuke with more favor. Sasuke, you and Hinata must be well together. Don't let Hinata end up like me, still single at such an old age. Teacher Hong is not that old. If Teacher Hong were my girlfriend, I'm afraid a lot of people in Konoha would hate me to death. Haha, you dare to say that in front of Hinata. The quarrel gradually subsided. Sarutobi Asuma heaved a sigh of relief. Gives Sasuke a grateful look. If Sasuke hadn't been here today, Hong might have left the table in anger. Asuma Sarutobi, damn it. I'm so pissed. And I thanked him. Hatake Kakashi, women are so complicated, even more complicated than the flying thunder god Jutsu. Ebisu, who understands all of this? Can you teach me? Jiraiya, I feel like if I tidy it up I can write it into intimacy heaven. Tsunade, haha. A group of jonin are being led by a little kid by the nose, how outrageous. Uzumaki Kushina, Konoha Yamaru, these male jonin are just waiting to be single for the rest of their lives. After it ends. Yui Kurane rejected Sarutobi Asuma's offer to take her home and left alone. Sarutobi Asuma sighed, but didn't know what to do. He still doesn't understand why Hong is so angry. Sasuke stepped forward and said a few words of comfort. Asuma-sensei, wait a few days until Hong-sensei calms down and then explain everything to her. You mean well after all. I believe Teacher Hong will understand you. Sarutobi Asuma nodded, with a grateful look on his face. Thank you so much, Sasuke. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do today. Sasuke smiled nonchalantly. After a few days, Teacher Hong almost forgot about this matter, and Asuma Sarutobi went to explain it again and reminded her. I just don't believe that your relationship isn't cold. Jiraiya, this is too poisonous. Irika, if this continues, the two of them will not be able to reconcile, and I'm afraid they will just break up. Onoki, the Uchiha Sasuke in that world has a really strong desire for revenge. The fourth Raikage, and he killed people without spilling any blood. After that, you will still remember his kindness. Asuma Sarutobi, Uchiha Sasuke, beep 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 beep. Shiranui Genma, wow. This guy has a very high content of mom. Sarutobi Asuma went to pay the bill and frowned at the amount. Did you eat 2 or 3 times the amount today, Koji? Akimichi Chuji looked confused. I didn't, I just ate a normal amount today. Little Hinata on the side blushed and didn't dare to speak. Sasuke gently rubbed her head without explaining, and watched Sarutobi Asuma frown as he went to pay the bill. Sasuke felt no guilt for having tricked Asuma Sarutobi and letting him pay for the meal. So many Uchiha clan members died, and their property is nowhere to be found. Even their homes have been occupied. This is just a small beginning of revenge. Chapter 32, Tsunade, Developing Superpower on Your Own? How is that possible? Senju Tobirama, haha, you are indeed a born evil kid. Uchiha Madara, you are too polite. We Uchiha are no match for the evilness of your good disciple. Senju Tobirama, it's just that Uchiha Sasuke thinks so, the truth is still unclear. Uchiha Madara, haha, you will know the truth when you read on. Are you anxious, Tobirama Senju? Senju Tobirama, bah, you are the one who is anxious. Senju Hashirama, you two stop arguing. Yui Kurane, is Hinata really that good at eating? Akimichi Chuji, you can eat more than me, so amazing. Nara Shikamaru, it's impossible to tell from the surface. Could it be that Hinata really has the bloodline of the Akimichi clan? Hyuga Hayashi, nonsense. Hinata is definitely of pure Hyuga bloodline. Thinking about his daughter, Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. Hinata usually doesn't perform well, maybe it's because she doesn't have enough to eat. Forget it. Regardless of whether it is true or not, let Hinata eat as much as she wants from now on. The Hyuga clan can afford to support her anyway. Sasuke's daily training continues. Although Kakashi is exhausted every day, he can indeed feel that his strength is gradually improving. 24. In addition to the fact that his chakra was running low every day and he kept taking the Bing Liang pills, Kakashi felt that his total chakra amount seemed to be increasing. The Sharingan can be used continuously for a longer period of time. At the same time, Sasuke's progress is even faster. Battle skills, reaction speed, and experience in using the Sharingan are all improving rapidly. Sasuke is now more and more satisfied with Kakashi as his mentor. Although it is a little bit weak, its strength is indeed strong and comprehensive. There is almost nothing he doesn't know how to do. Daily sparring on a certain day. Sasuke and Kakashi's figures flashed and intertwined quickly. Sasuke, you're getting faster and faster. Kakashi paused for a moment, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. With both of them using the lightning release stimulation technique, Sasuke's speed is almost the same as his. Right now, it's just a little lacking in strength. But this is normal. Sasuke is only 12 years old after all. Teacher Kakashi, is there any ninjutsu that can increase my strength? Sasuke frowned and asked. The lightning stimulation method significantly increases speed, but not so much strength. If there are shortcomings, it is better to make up for them as soon as possible. Kakashi frowned and thought for a moment and said. Strength mainly depends on age and physical talent. If you want to increase your strength later, you can only do so through chakra. For example, Lady Tsunade of the three ninjas of Konoha has a powerful taijutsu that is extremely powerful. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Is it super strength? I've read about it in a book. It's said that it has the power to tear the earth apart with one punch and one kick. Kakashi nodded and said. I have a rough understanding of the principle of supernatural power. It requires a large amount of chakra to be concentrated in the hands or feet, and then released instantly in the most appropriate way to gain powerful strength. However, I don't know how to practice it specifically. Why don't you learn? Oh, I see. Sasuke realized it halfway through the question. Kakashi on the other side has a resentful expression on his face. Can he use the ninjutsu of strange strength which consumes a lot of chakra? He was reluctant to even use the teleportation technique. Tsunade, haha, I remember Kakashi wanted to learn about supernatural powers from me, but he lost interest after understanding the principle. Uzumaki Kushina, does strange powers consume a lot of chakra? I don't think so. Hitaki Kakashi. One of you has the body of a thousand-hands sage and the other has the body of an Uzumaki sage, so of course you have no shortage of chakra. My heart aches, why is he so short of chakra? Sasuke, are there any other ninjutsu? I don't know where Tsunade is in the ninja world right now. Also, even if he could find Tsunade, she might not be willing to teach him, an Uchiha. Kakashi scratched his head. Others include earth escape techniques. Some earth escape techniques can significantly increase strength. In addition, there are some family secret techniques. For example, the Kirigakure Kizuna clan has corresponding secret techniques. Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Neither of these two is very suitable for him. I won't talk about the family secrets. For earth escape technique, he is born with fire and lightning attributes, so the power of ninjutsu using these two attributes will be even stronger. As for earth escape, you can only spend time learning the corresponding property changes later, but the effect will be limited. Spending time learning earth escape will only result in half the effort and twice the result. After pondering for a moment, Sasuke made up his mind. The key to supernatural powers is to make a large amount of chakra burst out with the strongest power in a specific way. I might be able to figure out this type of chakra burst myself. Immediately. Sasuke created a shadow clone and asked it to pass on orders to the shadow clones practicing in other places, and began to study and practice the art of supernatural power. Tsunade? He wants to develop supernatural powers by himself? He is crazy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She has mastered this magic based on the family tradition of the Senju clan and it took her a long time to figure it out on her own. This brat Uchiha Sasuke actually planned to accomplish it by himself. Jiraiya, Tsunade, don't be so confident. He also thought that Uchiha Sasuke would not be able to complete the practice of changing the nature of chakra by reading books. The result was a slap in the face. Tsunade, this is totally different, isn't it? It's not that easy to develop supernatural powers. Orochimaru, haha, Tsunade, I'm looking forward to you having the same expression as Jiraiya in the end. Tsunade shaked his head. Impossible. If he could really finish it, he would eat the pig alive. Chapter 33, Departure to Wave Country, Zabuza panics. Sasuke quickly began research on supernatural powers. A group of shadow clones, occasionally punching the ground in the wasteland. The roar continues. But it is still far from the description of strange power, the kind of power that can tear the earth apart. Hey, that really consumes a lot of chakra. Sasuke's shadow clones disappear from time to time due to chakra depletion. Every attempt at supernatural power will consume a large amount of chakra. But if you want to find the best way to operate chakra, you have to try it little by little. Aside. Sasuke's real body is sitting on the ground, holding a notebook and writing and drawing. The above is a diagram of the meridian points on the hands and feet of the human body. The memories of the shadow clones keep coming back. If we activate these two meridians together, the chakra burst will be stronger. Which acupoints should we add to make it better? No, it needs to be more complicated. It can't just be the collaboration of one or two meridians. It may be necessary to mobilize all the meridian acupoints on the palm. Well, let's make some improvements here. Tsunade. Why do I feel a little nervous? This little ghost's posture is exactly the same as when she was studying supernatural powers. That's how she figured it out bit by bit. Could it be possible that this little brat could really learn it on his own? Thanks to the rich theoretical knowledge accumulated in the ninja school and the powerful chakra control ability, Sasuke's research on supernatural powers has been progressing slowly. Right now it is mainly limited by the amount of chakra. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but envy Naruto. Naruto has a lot of chakra, so much that he can't help but envy it. I can create dozens of shadow clones at most. Naruto easily separated hundreds of them. It's totally unreasonable. These few days, since Sasuke's real body and shadow clones have started researching supernatural powers, Kakashi finally has some free time. I went to guide Naruto. Naruto has finally completed the tree climbing and water treading exercises. Teacher Kakashi seems to be teaching him a new ninjutsu. Time passes slowly. Naruto, who encountered difficulties in practicing new ninjutsu, could not stand the loneliness and hoped to take a mission outside the village to relax. Team 7 met an old drunkard, Dasna, in the mission reception room. After accepting the escort mission, the 4 members of Kakashi's team set off for the land of waves with Dasna. Mamakai Zabuza. Damn it! After all, there is no way to escape. Mei Terumi, I can't hold it together. Zabuza in that world has no idea what kind of opponent he will face. Hojiki, is it possible that Zabuza-senpai could be killed by Uchiha Sasuke alone? Onoki, after all, we are one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We should be able to escape, right? The 4th Reikage, it depends on whether Hitaki Kakashi will take action. If it's a one-on-one fight, Mamakai Zabuza should be able to retreat if he can't defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Shiro, I hope that Zabuza-sama from that world can survive. Mamakai Zabuza. Hateful. Doesn't anyone think he can defeat Uchiha Sasuke? The land of waves is a water environment after all, so it has a geographical advantage over the Uchiha who are good at fire escape. Walked out of Konoha village. Sasuke couldn't help but let out a long breath. Looking up at the sky, I feel extremely happy. 5 years. 5 years have passed since the night of the genocide, and he finally got out of Konoha village. Bearing the hatred of his clan being exterminated and suspecting that there might be a mastermind in the village, he dared not ask anything and dared not say anything. Now I finally have temporary freedom. 25. Arrogant Sasuke, wait until I learn the Raise Nan, then I will definitely be able to defeat you. Naruto shouted from the side. Yes, yes, then I hope you can learn it as soon as possible. Sasuke responded indifferently. Naruto became even angrier upon seeing this. Ahead. Passing by a puddle of water. Sasuke's eyes moved, but he didn't do anything. After walking over, 2 figures rushed out from the water and killed Kakashi right away. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Isn't this too fake? Kakashi, are you just using a substitution technique to fool people? 2 demon brothers, Maitu and Yetu, the former rushed towards Sasuke. He was kicked over and stepped on. Naruto, Sakura, the other party is just a small fry, there is no need to protect Dasna, just deal with them quickly. Sasuke said to the two people who were a little flustered. Their strength is enough. Now it is just the first time they encounter a real enemy and they are a little panicked. After hearing what Sasuke said, Sakura immediately calmed down. Naruto also gritted his teeth, with an expression of unwillingness to admit defeat. He was unwilling to lose to Sasuke. Not long. The industry leader was also captured alive by the two men. Head of Hell, Head of Karma. Looks bewildered. That captain and the others were killed, so why are the three genin so powerful? Kakashi came out from the woods nearby and smiled, well, you did a good job. I'm quite satisfied. I won't talk about Sasuke, this guy is a monster. Although Naruto and Sakura were a little panicked at first, they were able to wake up and take action immediately after Sasuke's reminder, which was also good. Especially since the opponent seems to be a Chunin level rebel. Kakashi, it's a pity that you guys attacked too quickly. We didn't have time to figure out who they were attacking. Sasuke looked at Kakashi with a strange expression, what's the problem? Just interrogate him and it will be over. Teacher Kakashi, don't you have a Sharingan too? Akimichi Chuji, Naruto and Sakura in that world are also more powerful than those in our world. Nara Shikamaru, of course. With a monster like Sasuke to spur me on, who would dare to be lazy? Kurane Ui, although they have just graduated, the Team 7 from another world can now take part in the Chunin exam. Harano Sakura, by the way, Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you use your Sharingan to interrogate those two people at that time? Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, you didn't expect that, did you? Hitaki Kakashi. Chapter 34, Throw Dasna Out. Nara Shikamaru, Kakashi-sensei is trapped in a water prison jutsu. Is he trying to train Naruto and the others there, or is he? Or really planted? Senju Tobirama, hey! How is it possible to train like this? There is the village's 9 tails Jinchuriki in your team, and as a guiding jonin, you are so careless. Hitaki Kakashi, I was wrong. I was too careless. Namikaze Minato, Kato is just a businessman, and the target of assassination, Dasna, is just an ordinary person. Kakashi probably didn't expect to encounter a truly difficult opponent. Uzumaki Kushina, that being said, it is really too dangerous. Although Mamakai Zabuza is just a water clone, he is not someone that Naruto and the others can easily deal with. If we are not careful, we will lose our lives. Onoki, it's actually quite normal. Who would have thought that Mamakai Zabuza, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, would actually assassinate an ordinary person for money? Mai Terumi, is Zabuza having such a bad time out there? Mamakai Zabuza. Damn, is it easy for him to make some money? Gold frame on screen. Kakashi didn't think it was necessary, but he didn't stop Sasuke. Sasuke glared with his Sharingan, and the dark leader among the Ghost Brothers confessed honestly. They received a mission from Cardo and were sent by Zabuza to assassinate Dasna. Zabuza? Mamakai Zabuza. Kakashi's expression changed. It's a C-rank mission, and logically, you shouldn't encounter any ninjas. But at the beginning, there were 2 Chunin from the mist, and then there was even a defector from the 7 ninja swordsmen. What are you doing? Kakashi's eyes turned unfriendly as he looked at Dasna. Does this drunkard old man want to kill them? Zabuza Mamakai, the rebellious ninja of the Mist Village who holds a beheading sword? Kakashi-sensei, what is his strength? Sasuke asked curiously. Kakashi pondered for a moment, elite jonin. Compared to me, it's probably 50-50. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. If this is the case, we can fight. Turning around, he continued to ask Mingtu. Besides Mamakai Zabuza, who are the other ninjas? Only those above the level of Chunin. Maita said with a dull expression, there is a boy wearing a mask beside Master Zabuza. I don't know his strength, but he should be very strong. Kakashi's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Nara Shikamaru, as expected of Sasuke from that world, he got the enemy's intelligence in advance. Senju Tobirama, that guy called Hatake Kakashi, learn from him. A guiding jonin is not as reliable as his own students. Hatake Kakashi, sir, I have been reflecting on this. Uzumaki Kushina, this mission is actually very dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that the ice-style boy had no killing intentions, Naruto and the others would really be in danger. Yamanaka Ino, I wonder what would happen if our class encountered the Wave Country mission. Nara Shikamaru, Asuma-sensei should be able to stop Mamakai Zabuza, but due to the attribute restraint, it will probably be a stalemate. We can only hope that the ice escape boy doesn't kill us. Hyaganiji, if it's our class, Lee, Tenten, and I should be able to deal with that ice escape boy together. Inyazuka Kaiba, what would happen if it was our class? Yuri Hong. Abarame Shino, Jiga, stop talking. Please give Teacher Hong some face. When Mr. Hong, who is good at illusion, encounters Zabuza's mist hidden technique, the ending of their teammate will probably be tragic. Uzumaki Kushina, that drunk old man Dazna lied about the mission situation. Is he trying to kill my Naruto? That masked boy should be Zabuza's subordinate. His strength is probably not greater than Zabuza's. After the interrogation, Sasuke made a judgment. How about it? Just finish the mission and return to Konoha. Kakashi plans to give up directly. Hey? This is the first C-rank mission outside the village, how can you just give up like that? Naruto is not happy. Naruto. Kakashi scolded, this is not a ninja game. The opponent may have 2 jonin. If you are not careful, you may really lose your life. How can you do this? Is this how you treat your clients in Konoha? I will go to your Hokage to complain about you. Dazna was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Kakashi glanced at him and said, it just so happens that I need you to go back to Konoha with me. You lied about the mission and almost caused serious damage to Konoha. I really need to talk to the Hokage about it. Dazna's face changed drastically, and he began to feel at a loss. Sasuke continued to interrogate the ghost brothers, pondered for a moment, and said, Zabuza Mamakai doesn't actually have many subordinates. The only ones we really have to face are probably him and the masked boy. This is his first time leaving Konoha, and he doesn't want to just go back like this. Kakashi frowned, Sasuke, this is too dangerous. I may not be able to protect you guys then. I don't need your protection. If we really need to retreat, I'll take Sakura with me and you take Naruto. We can just run away. Sasuke said. Then, what about me? Dazna pointed at himself and asked. Sasuke glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him. If the situation is really dangerous, just throw Dazna out as bait and run away. Chapter 35 Sasuke, very good, you succeeded in irritating me. Uzumaki Naruto, ah. That Sasuke actually wants to give up Grandpa Dazna. Uchiha Sasuke, it was clearly that guy who lied about the mission first. Harano Sakura, Naruto. During the second battle in Wave Country, Sasuke almost died protecting you. Namikaze Minato, although Naruto and his team have indeed improved their strength a lot in Wave Country, clients who lie about their situation are indeed very dangerous. Onoki, in the ninja world, even in such a situation, a ninja is still willing to carry out the mission. That Dazna should really be thankful. Mei Terumi, we still have to continue the mission. Zabuza can't hide anymore. After reaching an agreement, Team 7 continues to move forward. However, compared to his previous laziness, Kakashi is now fully alert. Arrived in the land of waves. In a forest full of water. A heavy beheading sword swirled and flew over. Here we come. Kakashi immediately became alert, and according to the previous plan, he took Sakura and Naruto with him. Brush! Is this the beheading sword? It seems to be nothing special except that it is a little bigger. Sasuke stretched out his hand and lightly caught the flying beheading sword. 26. Zabuza Momokai, who was preparing to come out secretly and jumped onto the beheading sword, was stunned. His beheading sword was caught by someone. And that little devil actually laughed at his weapon. Little ghost, you are quite strong. Zabuza jumped down from the tree and said to Sasuke. Being able to catch the high-speed rotating beheading sword and grab the handle of the sword shows both the opponent's dynamic vision and his strength. With a beheading sword the size of a sword, it whizzes towards me, an ordinary genin can't catch it at all. Hojiki Suijutsu, pft. Senior, your way of showing up is so lame. Mei Terumi, my ninja sword was confiscated as soon as I appeared. It's really embarrassing for the Hidden Mist village. Onoki, it's about to begin. We can finally see what this Uchiha Sasuke is capable of in a life-and-death battle. Orochimaru, Golden Sasuke can easily catch the beheading sword. His strength seems to have increased a lot, hehe. Tsunade. Why did Sasuke suddenly become more powerful? It must be because the research on strange powers has begun to show results. Although I haven't reached her level yet, that day may not be far away. Boom! Zabuza suddenly attacked Sasuke, trying to take back his beheading sword. Although this brat is quite powerful, Zabuza still doesn't take him seriously. However, it would be best to take back your weapon before Hatake Kakashi makes a move, and then fight Hatake Kakashi yourself. Boom! As he approached Sasuke, Zabuza suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, and a terrible force made him fly backwards. The body rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before it finally stopped. He struggled to get up, coughing up blood. What happened? Zabuza was completely stunned. Looking at the situation on the other side, Hatake Kakashi is still in the same position, and the kid holding his beheading sword has just retracted his fist. No way! Was that little devil the one who punched me just now? Is he a monster? How can the power be so terrifying? When I looked up, I saw the other person's scarlet eyes. 3 Megatama Sharingan. I've never heard of the Uchiha clan having such terrifying strength. Ahem. You are a descendant of the Uchiha clan. I heard that the Uchiha clan was killed by Itachi, who exterminated the clan, leaving only his younger brother. Is that you? Your eyes can be sold for a good price on the black market. Zabuza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked into Sasuke's eyes with greed in his eyes. If I can catch this kid and sell him on the black market, I can make a lot of money in no time. Opposite. Sasuke, who was originally a little excited about the upcoming battle, gradually became depressed. Momokai Zabuza, hey? Very good, you succeeded in irritating me. Uchiha Madara, that Zabuza is simply seeking death. Senju Tobirama, to say this to an Uchiha, this is a strong provocation. Onoki, Itachi's clan was annihilated, only one person is left, and he sold his Sharingan. Everything he said hit the nerves of Uchiha Sasuke. Momokai Zabuza will probably be killed on the spot. Mei Terumi, miserable, Zabuza, miserable. Sizzle. Sasuke's body flashed with lightning, and he instantly activated the lightning release stimulation technique. Whoosh! The figure disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of Zabuza the next moment, slashing Zabuza in the waist with the beheading sword in his hand. Zabuza's expression changed drastically. Isn't this kid too fast? Even faster than him. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had attacked and killed the 4th Mizukage, he could only dodge frantically at this moment. Boom! Clang! Crack! Sasuke wields the beheading sword and slashes around. The earth was cracked, the rocks were broken, and the trees were cut in half. The huge and heavy beheading sword was waved in Sasuke's hand like a toy, and he used it freely without hesitation. It's not my weapon anyway, so what if I cut it and curl it? Damn it! Damn kid, how dare you treat my weapon like this? The blades are all rolled up. Although the beheading sword can be restored by sucking blood, I also take good care of it when I use it. This little devil actually used his treasured beheading sword to chop so wantonly. Zabuza was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he could do nothing about it. This kid's speed and strength are both at the level of a jonin. He's simply a monster. How did that old man Dasna hire someone of this level? Orochimaru, it's obvious that Sasuke's research on supernatural powers has begun to bear fruit. Tsunade. Tsunade. Orochimaru, shut up. Hojiki Kizuki, Zabuza-senpai was beaten so badly, he might be beaten to death by Uchiha Sasuke in a while. Chapter 36, Brutal Sasuke, Capturing Zabuza Alive. Sudden. A thick fog spreads out from the woods. Zabuza seemed to have anticipated this and jumped into the thick fog to avoid it. Be careful, this fog is created by ninjutsu, the opponent's other companion has taken action. Kakashi immediately became alert. Sasuke saw Zabuza lost in the thick fog, turned around, and threw the beheading sword to Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, I'll give you this broken sword. I'm not used to using it. Zabuza hiding in the thick fog. This hateful little devil. She actually showed such disdain for his beheading sword. Shiro. Go stop Hatake Kakashi and the others. Zabuza gave orders to Bai in the fog. Let Bai temporarily use ice escape to stop Hatake Kakashi, and he will take this opportunity to capture Uchiha Sasuke, and then use this opportunity to threaten Hatake Kakashi and get his beheading sword back. This kid is the last descendant of the Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi will not give up on him. Swish! 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 One after another, ice mirrors surrounded Kakashi and his companions. I will stop you and will not let you get in the way of Zabuza-sama. A soft voice came from the mist. Kakashi is not worried about Sasuke at all. The fourth Raikage, he actually wants to capture Uchiha Sasuke alive. Mei Terumi, it's unclear whether we can defeat him or even retreat, let alone capture him alive. Hojiki Suijutsu, as expected of a man who has assassinated the Mizukage, Senior Zabuza, I admire your courage. Mamakai Zabuza. Ruined. If he knew the enemy's intelligence in advance and took it seriously, he would still have a chance to win. But now, in another world, he is even underestimating his enemy. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. There are so many fatal parts. Where should I start? The sound of drifting water came from all directions. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. Psychological attack? This method is useless to me. Try something more advanced. This trick is nothing more than trying to scare him and make him reveal his flaws. It can only fool ordinary genin. Zabuza was silent for a moment, and began to make hand seals. There was an unspeakable silence around. Sasuke is full of question marks. What is Zabuza doing? Running away? Why is there suddenly no movement? After nearly 10 seconds, a huge sound of water suddenly came from the back, and a water dragon bullet rose from the water and rushed towards Sasuke. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. What's the situation? Sasuke doesn't understand. Why did it take so long to use a water dragon bomb? Mobilizing the fire release chakra, no need to form hand seals at all. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Boom! A ferocious fire dragon instantly soared into the sky and easily swallowed up the water dragon bullet. What? Zabuza's entire body was numb. 27. Is this fire style? Why is it not necessary to seal? And it's so strong? It actually swallowed up his water dragon bullet. Seeing the terrifying fire dragon's ferocious momentum breaking through the thick fog and rushing towards him, Zabuza quickly formed a seal with his hands. Water escape water formation wall. A tall wall of water rose up, blocking Zabuza's way. Laugh. The fire dragon hit the water wall evaporated quickly, and the flames continued to penetrate. No. One layer of water array wall can't stop it. Zabuza anxiously wanted to continue to use water jutsu to defend himself, but it was too late. The fire dragon penetrated the water wall and hit him. Uzumaki Naruto, what a powerful ninjutsu! Senju Tobirama, this level of fire jutsu is probably rare even in the history of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, it swallowed the water dragon bullet and was able to penetrate another layer of water array wall. That Uchiha Sasuke's fire escape technique is really powerful. Uchiha Fugaku, and Sasuke doesn't even need to cast a seal, he can perform it instantly. Hitaki Kakashi, the great dragon fire technique seems to be a B-level fire escape technique. This powerful ninjutsu doesn't even require hand seals. I'm afraid that Sasuke in that world doesn't even need to make hand seals to release ninjutsu. Hojiki Suijutsu, isn't Senior Zabuza going to be finished like this? Mei Terumi, it took him nearly 10 seconds to complete the water dragon bullet. I guess he used the original version with 44 seals. Senju Tobirama, bah, garbage. Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that Kakashi-sensei also made hand seals for a long time in a very cool way. Hitaki Kakashi. Ahem. Zabuza jumped out in black, looking extremely embarrassed. Both arms and the front of the body were extensively burned. This is because the Hailong fire was weakened by the water dragon bullet and the water array wall, otherwise he would have been burned to ashes on the spot. Whoosh! Sasuke rushed over with a sound of breaking wind, lightning sparks flashing around him, and punched Zabuza in the chest with great force. Damn! Zabuza cursed in his heart, crossed his arms and tried to defend himself. Crack! Both arms were broken, and even several ribs were broken. The whole person flew backwards, coughing up blood crazily in the air. He had never been beaten so badly in his life. He struggled to get up, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Even at this time, Sasuke did not give him a chance to breathe. He rushed forward in an instant and swept his leg towards Zabuza's left leg. Crack! Ah! Even the demon Zabuza let out a painful wail at this moment. His left leg was broken directly inwards into a twisted shape. It was only then that Bai on the other side realized the situation here and immediately rushed over to save people. However, it's too late. Sasuke grabbed Zabuza's hair, lifted it up, and asked with a smile. I wonder how much money you can get in the underground black market, Demon Zabuza. Chapter 37. If you want to survive, prepare to pay money to redeem yourself. Inyazuka Kaiba? Is the fight over? The group of people haven't come back to their senses yet. They are also looking forward to the fierce life and death battle between Sasuke-kin and Zabuza Mamakai. It didn't take much time at all. It felt like Zabuza was normal the moment before, and the next moment he was held in the hand of Golden Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, it's too fast. How come it's even faster than what Kakashi-sensei did back then? Nara Shikamaru, Zabuza in that world was beaten so badly. Mei Terumi, it's too brutal. Zabuza was beaten to the point where he is no longer human. Onoki, I thought Mamakai Zabuza would be able to escape no matter what, but I didn't expect him to lose so easily. The fourth Raikage, haha. He wanted to capture Uchiha Sasuke alive, but he ended up like this and was captured alive. Looking at Zabuza being caught by Sasuke like a dead dog on the golden-framed screen, the group of people felt a chill all over their bodies. It's normal to get injured in battle. Even death is common. But it is rare to find someone as miserable as Zabuza Mamakai. It feels even worse than being killed on the spot. Orochimaru, it seems that we have underestimated the Sasuke of the parallel world. His current strength is considered very strong among the elite Jonin. Uchiha Sasuke, as far as fighting Zabuza is concerned, the results of my other self are much better than yours, Kakashi. He still remembers that after defeating Zabuza for the first time, Kakashi managed to hold on for a while before fainting. Shame. Hara no Sakura, Kakashi-sensei made so many hand seals, but in the end he just released a water dragon bullet like Zabuza. She used to think this was amazing. Now, after seeing the actions of Sasuke in another world, he instantly released the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu and easily killed Zabuza. The gap is simply too obvious. Hitaki Kakashi, please spare me and don't compare me to that Sasuke. Bye, Sir Zabuza will not be killed, right? You. Let go of Lord Zabuza. Bai quickly condensed a handful of ice in his hand, and prepared to attack. Have you forgotten that there are enemies behind you? Kakashi appeared silently behind Bai and put the kunai against his neck. Both of them were captured. After a while, Bai was tied to a nearby tree with ropes by Kakashi. Zabuza was casually thrown aside. Zabuza now only has one right leg that can move. If he can still resist or escape, Sasuke feels that he will even admire him. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who was unharmed, and felt deeply moved. This is Sasuke's first real life and death battle, and he's doing so well. If it were him, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Zabuza, but he would never be able to do it as easily as Sasuke. What are you going to do with them? Kakashi asked. Sasuke was the one who captured Zabuza alive, so the right to deal with him should naturally be given to him, even if the other party is his student. I can no longer regard Sasuke as a student. That depends on the two of them. Sasuke looked at Zabuza with a smile. Kito Zabuza, now it's your turn to figure out how to convince me not to kill you. Just kill me. Zabuza's voice is weak. Being defeated so badly by a Konoha Genin, and being beaten so miserably. He just wants to die now. No, Master Zabuza. Bai, who was tied up at the side, was the first to get anxious. You can do whatever you want to me, but please let Master Zabuza go. This boy possesses the Lost Ice Release bloodline limit of Kirigakuer, which is very valuable. Kakashi said. Sasuke rolled his eyes. What does this have to do with me? Could it be possible that I could bring him back to Konoha? And make him my own? How is this possible? Do you think the third Hokage is just a decoration? A bloody ninja with the strength of a Jonin, bringing him back to Konoha will only add another subordinate to the Sandaime Hokage. I don't like this condition. Change it. Sasuke ruthlessly rejected it. Bye. Don't ask him, just let him kill me. Zabuza growled. No, Master Zabuza. Bai's brain worked quickly, and suddenly he thought, money. Master Zabuza, I can use the money to redeem you. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Oh? How much money do you have? Tell me. Zabuza's heart tightened. That was the money he used to recruit members and try to fight back to the Hidden Mist village. Mei Terumi, pft. No, I can't hold it anymore. With Zabuza's current strength, he still wants to fight back to the Hidden Mist village. Don't make people laugh to death. Moreover, he wants to recruit new members with the little money he earns. How much money does Zabuza have? If he really had money, he wouldn't have taken the job of killing an ordinary person like Dazna. The only people under his command are small-time chunins like the Oni brothers, and they are considered a team. Ghost Lantern Full Moon, your courage is commendable, but it's just courage. Biwajozo, Zabuza, don't you have any idea of your own strength? Hoshigaki Kisame, the Hidden Mist is getting worse and worse. The younger generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen is so bad. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, although that bastard Kisame stabbed me in the back, what he said does make sense. The younger generation of ninja swordsmen are indeed getting worse and worse. In the chat room, a group of the 7 ninja swordsmen, dead and alive, came out to taunt Zabuza. Although I am reluctant to part with my own money. But Zabuza still wants to live. 28. You can earn money again if you lose it, but if you lose your ambition, there is no hope at all. Let me help you count. You, this ice release ninja, and this beheading sword. How much is the ransom? Calculate it yourself and give me a satisfactory amount. Sasuke said with a smile. Chapter 38 I'm not killing you, which means I'm saving your life. Zabuza Mamakai, the price of his body on the black market is about 2,000 million taels, and the beheading sword is worth 1,500 million taels. As for this ice release ninja, it's worth about 1,500 million taels. If it were alive, it would be worth even more. Kakashi stroked his chin and estimated. He has carried out many missions and has even been to the underground black market. He has some understanding of the bounties offered on these well-known traders. So it's about 5,000 million taels in total? Okay, I'm not greedy, just give me this much. Sasuke looks very generous. Zabuza rolled his eyes and said, you'd better just kill me. I don't have that much money. Yet. Sasuke was somewhat suspicious, and glared at Zabuza with his Sharingan, interrogating him. It has been confirmed that Zabuza has only accumulated 3,500 million ryo over the years. I really didn't lie. Tisk, is the traitor ninja doing so badly? Just redeem Zabuza-sama, and don't worry about me. Bai said from the side. Shut up. Zabuza said coldly. Either die here, or redeem yourself together. How could he just redeem himself and then abandon Bai here? Sasuke looked at Zabuza, then looked at Haku beside him, staring at the two of them back and forth. These two people are having an affair. Mei Terumi, wow! Hojiki Suijutsu, Senior Zabuza, you've been exposed. Mamakai Zabuza, shut up. He and Bai have a bond that comes from years of being together, so what the hell is this adultery? Forget it, let's just pay 3,500 million taels first, and keep the rest as a debt. Go and prepare the money to redeem yourself. Sasuke waved his hand and said. Then let us go. Only then we can go back and prepare the ransom. Zabuza said in a cold tone. Sasuke frowned, no, if we do this, what if you never come back? That's too much trouble. How about I just torture you to find out where you hid the money, and then kill you? Zabuza broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Our money is deposited in the underground black market. Only Lord Zabuza himself can withdraw it. Bai said hurriedly. Even if you know the depositor's account and password, it is not possible. You must go in person to withdraw the money. Zabuza was extremely grateful at this moment. Fortunately he did not put the money somewhere else. Otherwise, this damned kid might really torture him directly, then kill him, and then rob him of his money. Can money still be stored in the underground black market? Sasuke felt fresh, and used the Sharingan to interrogate Zabuza again, and found that it was indeed true. My beheading sword is still with you. It's impossible for it to be gone forever. Zabuza's tone became much more timid. Since there is hope of survival, he still doesn't want to anger this little devil and then be killed by him in anger. Okay, remember, 3,500 million taels, not a cent less, and you still owe me 1,500 million taels. Sasuke emphasized. No. Zabuza felt his heart bleeding. It's been several years since I defected from Kirigakure. I've saved up a small amount of money, but now I've lost it all and still owe 1,500 million taels. It's a huge loss. We understand. Can you untie the rope for me now? Master Zabuza needs to be treated as soon as possible. Bai on the side quickly agreed. Zabuza is seriously injured now and needs treatment as soon as possible. No hurry. Sasuke walked up to Zabuza with a kind smile on his face and touched his head. I beat you up like this and asked you to pay to redeem yourself. Do you hate me? Damn, what a stupid question. Zabuza felt like his lungs were about to explode. This damn kid is so insulting. However. He got angry, and his chest rose and fell, which affected his broken ribs. The pain was so severe that Zabuza broke out in a cold sweat. I don't hate you. Zabuza replied dully. Snapped. Sasuke slaps Zabuza on the head. You don't hate me for doing this to you? Are you lying or being a jerk? Grass. Zabuza cursed in his heart. You must be sick. I hate. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, Zabuza tentatively answered. Snapped. Another slap. How dare you still hate me? I could have killed you, but I didn't. I gave you a chance to redeem yourself with money, which means I saved your life. How dare you still hate me? Not only should you not hate me, you should thank me. Sasuke said seriously. Fuck. Zabuza cursed in his heart. Thank you so much. Mei Terumi, Zabuza is too miserable. If I were to be tortured like this, I would rather commit suicide on the spot. Nara Shikamaru, not killing you is the same as saving your life. What kind of logic is this, Sasuke? Hojiki Kazuki, this is so funny. Zabuza senpai must be so pissed off. Irika, why would Sasuke torment Zabuza so much? It seems that the Sasuke in the other world is also a pretty good kid. Senju Tobirama, ha! That's what the evil brats of the Uchiha clan are like. Uchiha Madara, ha! It was obviously that Mamakai Zabuza who touched Uchiha Sasuke's sore spot first, right? Orochimaru, haha, what Sasuke is doing now is completely revenge for what Zabuza said before. Oh! The group of people finally understood. What Zabuza said when he saw Sasuke's Sharingan completely touched Sasuke's sore spots. The genocide of the weasel. Only one member of the Uchiha clan was killed. Sell Sasuke's Sharingan on the black market. After hearing this, it would be strange if Sasuke didn't retaliate. That's why he hit so hard. After the fight I still feel it's not enough, I need to continue to torture Zabuza mentally. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke in that world is too vengeful. Uchiha Sasuke, it's what he deserves. Who told that guy to be so blunt and unrestrained? Orochimaru, haha, I'm very curious about the future of that world. Zabuza just said a few words, but he was retaliated like this. Sarutobi-sensei, what will happen to you in that world in the future? Sarutobi Hiruzen, shut up, evil disciple. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did begin to frown and think. Isn't Uchiha Sasuke in that world too vengeful? If he really knew the truth about the genocide, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 39 Question: How does Sasuke plan to find out the truth about the genocide? Zabuza and Haku were released, and the beheading sword was kept here in case Zabuza never came back. Sasuke doesn't really like this beheading sword. It's big and heavy, and has no advantages other than being able to recover from blood. It doesn't fit his combat habits. Shiro carried Zabuza on his back and left. After Zabuza's injuries have healed, he can go to the underground black market to get money. Team 7 will need to stay in Wave Country for a while longer. For Sasuke, he didn't want to return to Konoha so soon. It's so hard to get out once. When in Konoha, Sasuke felt that he was always under the cover of a huge conspiracy in darkness, and was extremely depressed. I only felt a little freer after leaving Konoha. Naruto was stimulated again. Sasuke can easily defeat Zabuza, but he can't break through the ice mirror of the Ice Escape Boy. I started to use my shadow clones to speed up my training of the Raise-Nan day and night. Sakura continued to practice Yang escape technique. Lay the foundation for future study of medical ninjutsu. On Sasuke's side, the shadow clones are continuing to advance their research on supernatural powers. 29. He could feel that he was not far from completing his research on supernatural powers. After leaving Konoha, Sasuke has been thinking about another thing. The truth about the Uchiha clan genocide. Although he read a lot of books when he was in ninja school, at most he only enhanced his knowledge and logical thinking ability. Related information about the Uchiha clan extermination cannot be found in any book. He now only has some guesses. The third Hokage is likely to know the truth, and because the Uchiha clan's land was occupied by the Sarutobi clan, the third Hokage may be the mastermind behind it. But these are just speculations after all, and cannot be proven. Since Sasuke graduated, he has been looking forward to leaving Konoha village and finding other channels for investigation outside. Ding! A sudden sound rang out in the original world. Everyone's heart moved. The quiz with prizes is here again. Question: how will Uchiha Sasuke get the truth about the genocide? A. Obtain clues from the underground black market. B. Meet Uchiha Itachi and learn the truth from him. C. Met Orochimaru and was told the truth. D. Get clues from Hatake Kakashi. E. Contacted by Shimura Danzo and told the truth. All of a sudden, everyone in the ninja world became excited. Not only because of the quiz with prizes, but also because they are also interested in the truth behind the Uchiha clan genocide. After the Third Ninja World War, the two biggest news in the ninja world were the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha and the death of the fourth Hokage, and the extermination of the Uchiha clan. This is the most powerful clan in the ninja world that has been passed down from the Warring States period for thousands of years. They were slaughtered by a 13-year-old child. Who wouldn't want to know what's going on behind the scenes? Orochimaru, I choose C, I choose myself. Orochimaru made his choice the fastest. According to his prediction, this is entirely possible. He will contact Uchiha Sasuke during the Chunin exam to test the latter's talent. In order to arouse Uchiha Sasuke's desire for greater strength, he is likely to throw out the truth about genocide as bait. Orochimaru. You bastard! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru, who was sitting quietly beside him, and felt so angry that his teeth were itching. If Uchiha Sasuke from another world knew the truth about the genocide, with his talent, he would definitely cause huge chaos to Konoha. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Orochimaru said fearlessly. Who is Shimura Danzo? Looking at the 5 options, Uchiha Sasuke was confused. He had never heard of this name. Danzo-sama is the assistant Hokage of Konoha, second only to the Sandaime, and is a very powerful person in Konoha. Kakashi explained to Sasuke in a low voice. Sasuke frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I choose E. He prefers this. If Uchiha Itachi had told me the truth, why would he have hidden it from me in the first place? I choose B. Shimura Danzo also spoke. Although Uchiha Itachi said he would keep the secret, he never really believed it. It is very likely that it was this guy Uchiha Itachi who leaked the truth. Onoki, I choose A. Isn't Mamakai Zabuza going to the black market to get money? Uchiha Sasuke may be able to get in touch with the underground black market and get clues from there. Only one option left. I choose D. It's Naruto. Hatake Kakashi, Naruto, you just guessed it randomly, right? Uzumaki Naruto, eh? Teacher Kakashi doesn't know the truth about the Uchiha clan's genocide. Kakashi rolled his eyes. How could he possibly know the truth about the genocide? You think too highly of him. The gold-framed screen begins playing. Sasuke asked Kakashi about this and decided to go to the underground black market to see for himself. Kakashi sternly warned of the possible danger. You may encounter traders from the entire ninja world in the underground black market. Rebel ninjas don't follow any rules. When they meet you, they will just rob you of your money and then kill you for the bounty. They are totally capable of doing that. Even if Sasuke is very powerful, he cannot guarantee his safety in the underground black market. Sasuke pondered for a moment and decided to go there with a shadow clone. Kakashi felt relieved and explained to Sasuke how to find the underground black market, a public toilet in Wave Country. After entering, according to Kakashi's instructions, I knocked on the wall at a certain location. After a while, the wall suddenly opened and there was a dark room inside. Sasuke walked in expressionlessly. This is just a shadow clone, and he used a transformation technique, so he is not worried about exposing his information. This shadow clone has long hedgehog-like hair that hangs down behind him. There is a tiger-patterned mask on the face. Chapter 40, Encountering Kakuzu, I fought against the first generation. Senju Tobirama, this look seems familiar. Senju Hashirama, Madara, what do you think? Uchiha Madara. Oh shit! What's wrong with this kid? That waist-length hedgehog-like hair is obviously imitating him. Obito, that mask looks familiar. Kuriko said to Obito who was beside him. If he remembered correctly, Obito had been dressed like this for a while. He has the same spiky hair as Madara, but he has a tiger-striped mask on his face. Could it be that all the Uchiha clan like to imitate Uchiha Madara's appearance? Walked into the underground black market. The space inside is large, but there is little light. A few scattered people. Some of those who also wore masks should be the staff of the underground black market. One of them is receiving a green-eyed ninja wearing a black robe with red clouds. The other party was carrying a corpse on his shoulder, and seemed to be here to collect the bounty. One of the staff members came over. You seem to be a new customer. Is there anything you need? We provide various transactions here. You can post bounties and claim bounties, sell intelligence and buy intelligence, sell secrets and buy secrets, etc. As long as you can pay the corresponding amount of money, we will support any transaction here. Sasuke controlled his voice and said in a deep voice. What secret techniques do you have? Please introduce them to me. The staff directly provided a huge book. Sasuke flipped through the pages casually. There are many ninjutsu above, including the powerful ninjutsu commonly seen in the ninja world, as well as some uncommon targeted ninjutsu. However, this does not appeal to him much. If he needs it, he can learn directly from Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, although many of the ninjutsu he mastered are fancy, flashy, and useless, but he does know a lot. I looked at the secret technique section at the end. Tisk, is that all? Sasuke couldn't help but feel disappointed. Don't the Hidden Cloud Village have any lightning release armor? Kakashi said that his lightning release stimulation method was stolen from the lightning release armor of Kyumigakuer. Staff, no. You are so arrogant. If they had the lightning release armor, the Raikage would have overturned this place long ago. Sasuke asked several other questions, and finally mentioned the real goal. Do you have Sharingan here? This is what he really wants to ask. After the Uchiha clan was destroyed, where did all those Sharingans go? It's impossible that the person who exterminated the clan destroyed all the Sharingans. It's impossible to be so wasteful. Kakashi-sensei only has one Sharingan, but he has earned the title of copy ninja in the ninja world. The one who exterminated the clan must have also collected the Sharingan. No. The staff rolled their eyes behind their masks. This new guest is quite difficult to serve. It's about lightning armor and Sharingan, but none of the things they asked are reliable. Sasuke frowned. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, no Sharingan flowed into the black market? Not even one. Staff, we don't have any, but we do have some information about the Sharingan. Do you want it? 30. Tell me about it. There is another descendant of the Konoha Uchiha clan. He graduated this year. We can give you information about him, his mentor, and his teammates. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched. After asking so many questions, I ended up asking myself. Of course, he couldn't possibly buy his own intelligence. Without responding to this, Sasuke asked. Is there any information about the Uchiha clan genocide here? The staff member replied, I have some clues about Uchiha Itaki, would you like them? Sasuke's heart moved. Try to suppress your fluctuating emotions and think seriously. He has no idea about Uchiha Itaki's strength, but he can estimate that he is no match for Uchiha Itaki now. Even if there are clues about Uchiha Itaki, even if I can really find him, what can I do? Crying, wailing, begging him to tell her the truth. Impossible. We don't need this. Do you have any other clues? Sasuke said in a calm voice. No, really no. For something as big as the Uchiha clan extermination, why don't you go to Konoha and ask the third Hokage? He must know more than we do. The staff member said unhappily. This kind of inside information is probably only known by the top leaders of Konoha. They are an underground black market. Although there are many renegade ninjas coming and going, they really don't have this level of intelligence. Sasuke sighed inwardly. I can't get any clues from here either. Where should I go to find the truth next? Onoki. The fourth Reikage. Oh, Onoki, my expectations are dashed. Orochimaru's brown vertical pupils became brighter. If we can't get any clues from the underground black market, then we will most likely learn the truth from him. Coming out from the underground black market. The one in front, stop. A voice suddenly came from behind. Sasuke looked back and saw that it was the guy with green eyes and black robe with red clouds. The other party was holding a box, which seemed to be the bounty he had just received. You look very familiar to me, who are you? Kakuzu spoke. Especially the other person's hair. It seems like I have seen it somewhere before. Me? I'm Uchiha Madara. Sasuke said calmly. He originally used the transformation technique based on Uchiha Madara's appearance. Kakuzu was completely speechless. You are Uchiha Madara? Who would believe it? Do you think anyone can live as long as him? Haha, forget it, I don't care who you are. Leave all your money and I can spare your life. Kakuzu's green eyes sparkled. I have fought with the first generation Hokage of Konoha, and we both won and lost. I don't know how strong you, the fake Uchiha Madara, are. Chapter 41 Kakuzu, I forced Uchiha Madara to flee in embarrassment. Uchiha Madara? Hashirama, you have fought with this kind of bastard before, and both of you won and lost. What a joke! Saying something like that wasn't just an insult to Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, who is he? I don't remember. Kakuzu. Haiden, brother Kakuzu, didn't you have a battle with the first Hokage? Tell them about it and scare them to death. Kakuzu, Haiden, shut up. Faden, didn't you say so? Although you failed to assassinate the first Hokage couldn't do anything to you and could only let you go. Senju Hashirama, has this ever happened? Senju Tobirama, you are from Takigakure village, right? I remember that you, Takigakure village, issued a mission to assassinate my eldest brother, but it seems that you just threw a shuriken, and then were scared away by my eldest brother's burst of chakra. Senju Hashirama, now that you mentioned that, Tobirama, I remember it. It seems to be true. Uchiha Madara, is this what you call a battle in which both sides win or lose? Kakuzu. What the hell? Damn live broadcast room. You want my money? Here's a suggestion. You'd better protect your own money first. Sasuke has a smile on his face beneath the mask. He came out as a shadow clone, what money would he bring with him? It just so happens that he just learned a new fire escape technique from teacher Kakashi, and now he is testing its power. Kakuzu frowned, not understanding what this meant. Sasuke stretched out his palm and blew gently in the direction of Kakuzu. A small flame flew out and floated towards Kakuzu. This is... Engel's expression changes drastically. Why does this look like the fire style ninjutsu he is most familiar with? Fire style, head turning. Suddenly thinking of what Sasuke said before, he hurriedly grabbed his cash box and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! The small flame suddenly exploded and turned into a terrifying sea of fire. Kakuzu has no time to retreat, and he and the cash box are engulfed in flames. After a while, a figure suddenly rushed out from the sea of fire, holding a burnt cash box in his hand. Crack! A mask popped out from behind Kakuzu and cracked. However, Kakuzu didn't care about losing his life. Looking at the cash box with only the handle left in my hand, my heart is bleeding. Orochimaru, Sasuke's fire style is getting stronger and stronger. Such a powerful ninjutsu not only does not require hand seals, but it is also so easy to release. Mei Terumi, what's going on with that Kakuzu? He's not dead yet. My goodness! The iron box was burned. How come that corner guy is still acting like nothing happened? Onoki, the traitorous ninja from Takigakure, the immortal ninja Kakuzu, is said to have stolen a forbidden technique from Takigakure and then defected. Senju Tobirama, haha, now the Kakuzu of that world can brag about how he once forced Uchiha Madara to flee in embarrassment. Uchiha Madara, psycho. Kakuzu, damn Uchiha Sasuke, I will kill you sooner or later. Son of a bitch. He actually burned the bounty he had just received. Uchiha Sasuke. That is something from another world, what does it have to do with me in this world? Sasuke's real body received the memories sent back by the shadow clone. I sighed in my heart. There is no information about the underground black market, what should I do next? Well, no hurry, sort out your thoughts. Sasuke frowned and began to ponder. The genocide of the Uchiha clan is a big deal, even in the ninja world, it is a big deal. The underground black market cannot get the news, the only people who know the relevant content should be the parties involved and Konoha's high-level officials. The person involved, Uchiha Itachi, is excluded. Konoha's high-level officials, my current strength is totally insufficient. Perhaps, we can try a roundabout way. The ninjas who have a certain status in Konoha should know some information that I don't know. Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly. The target he thought of was Kakashi. Kakashi is the disciple of the 4th Hokage, the hero of the 3rd Ninja World War, and the top jonin in Konoha. It can be said that Kakashi is a person very close to the top leaders of Konoha. The question now is, can Kakashi-sensei be trusted in this regard? Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. This is very important. After observing Kakashi for such a long time, he probably has a clear idea of what kind of person Kakashi is and can rely on him. But what he wants to know is the information about the Uchiha clan genocide. What if, I go ask, but Kakashi-sensei reports it to the Sandome? Your situation will be very dangerous. The village must not know that I am looking for the truth about the genocide. That is to say, you cannot come into direct contact with Kakashi-sensei. You need to put a layer of space between you and protect yourself. Sasuke's brain worked quickly, and he gradually made up his mind. Hitaki Kakashi, you actually want to come to me? Kakashi felt somewhat relieved when he saw what Kin Sasuke said about him. I have gained the other party's trust overall, but it is normal that the other party cannot fully trust me when it comes to finding out the truth about the genocide. Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi. Do you know anything? Everyone in the chat room was also very curious. 31. Kakashi Hitaki can be said to be the number 1 of the new generation in Konoha. Does he know anything? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened. Does Kakashi know the secret about the Uchiha clan's genocide? No, not possible. Even Kakashi had never told the other party about this. Hitaki Kakashi, although I really want to answer you, I really don't know. Sasuke from another world must have gone in the wrong direction. How could I possibly know any clues? Orochimaru, Sasuke doesn't seem to want to ask directly, what should he do? If you ask directly, as Kakashi's student, he might answer. But if there is a layer of identity between them, how could Kakashi possibly tell the truth? Everyone began to become curious. What actions will Sasuke in another world take? Chapter 42, Inducing Kakashi, is the White Fang incident a conspiracy? The room where Kakashi stayed ended Naruto's one-day training instruction. Compared to the time when Sasuke tortured him like crazy, Kakashi feels that he is now extremely relaxed. Open the door. Kakashi's pupils instantly contracted. Indoors, a person sits by the window. Tiger-striped mask, long hedgehog-like hair. Who are you? Why are you here? Kakashi immediately revealed his Sharingan, holding a kunai and ready for battle. That person is naturally Sasuke. Similarly, use the shadow clone and transformation technique to contact Kakashi. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Sasuke chuckled and said, I'm here to tell you something, you should be interested in it. Sorry, I'm not interested. The three Megatama in Kakashi's left eye froze, and he suddenly activated an illusion. No matter what the other party is going to say, just try to capture him first, and then use the Sharingan to interrogate him. Tisk, how rude. Sasuke was not affected at all. Not affected by the illusion. Seeing this, Kakashi became more alert. I suggest you sit down and listen. After all, what I want to tell you is about your father, Konoha White Fang. Sasuke said in a leisurely tone. Father. Kakashi's eyes widened considerably. About his father. How could Sasuke know that? Even Sasuke from another world couldn't know that. Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you going to ask about the Uchiha clan extermination? How did you get to Kakashi-sensei's father? Uchiha Sasuke, idiot, a mysterious person comes up and asks such a question, how can Kakashi answer it? Nara Shikamaru, Kin Sasuke seemed to be trying to get Kakashi-sensei to speak up in some way, so he mentioned the matter of Konoha White Fang. Orochimaru, haha. I roughly guessed his idea, Sarutobi-sensei, you are in trouble again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you talking about? With his brows furrowed, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand what Golden Sasuke was thinking. Kakashi closed the door and remained on guard. You can say whatever you were going to say now. Don't worry, relax a little. Sasuke's voice was very leisurely. He stood up and poured himself a cup of tea and another for Kakashi. Kakashi's eyelids twitched as he watched. You are really not shy. Where should I start? Sasuke tapped his temple. During one mission, Konoha White Fang gave up the mission in order to save his teammates, which resulted in heavy losses to Konoha village. Later, public opinion in Konoha village intensified, and White Fang eventually committed suicide. Is that right? Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, and he said, this is something that the entire ninja world knows. What do you want to say? Sasuke chuckled and said, then let's look at another clue that should be known to the entire ninja world. In which year did the Konoha White Fang incident happen? According to your Konoha calendar, what year was it in Konoha? Kakashi is confused. Konoha's 41st year, what happened? He was only 7 years old that year, and he can't remember many things clearly, but at least he still remembers the year. So, here's the problem. Sasuke looks directly into Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi was being stared at for some unknown reason. Konoha's 41st year, what happened? Ah! Sasuke sighed in confusion, sometimes I really doubt the average IQ of the ninja world. I didn't expect that the famous copy ninja Kakashi would be so stupid. The veins on Kakashi's forehead throbbed wildly. Madness! He has been called a genius since he was a child, but this is the first time I hear someone evaluate him like this. Why, are you unconvinced? Sasuke raised his head and glanced at Kakashi, then let me remind you again, in which year did the Third Ninja World War begin? Kakashi immediately replied, in the 43rd year of Konoha, after the disappearance of the third Kazekage of the Sand Village. What's going on? Does it have anything to do with his father's affairs? Well, never mind. I still don't have high expectations for your intelligence. Sasuke began to speak to himself. 2 years before the Third Ninja World War, Konoha White Fang carried out a mission that caused heavy losses to Konoha. Hearing this, Kakashi frowned. Yes. At that time, the Third Ninja World War had not yet begun, and it was still a peaceful era. What kind of mission did my father carry out that he had to give up the mission to save his teammates and caused great losses to Konoha? Seeing Kakashi begin to get confused, Sasuke smiled inwardly and began to deceive him half-truthfully. I checked before. Around the same time as the White Fang incident, the Sandaime Kazekage suddenly announced something, saying that he had repelled the invasion of Konoha White Fang and thwarted Konoha's evil conspiracy. Of course, I haven't found out why the Konoha White Fang invaded or what conspiracy of Konoha they thwarted. This statement is a mixture of truth and falsehood. The mission that Konoha White Fang carried out was indeed related to the Kingdom of Wind. Sasuke had read about it in a book, but that was all. The rest is all made up by him. Anyway, Kakashi-sensei has no way to verify the things about Sand Village. Sasuke continued. Based on the time comparison, we can probably conclude that this should refer to the mission that Konoha White Fang gave up. But if Konoha really suffered heavy losses, there is no reason for Tsunagakuer not to announce it, unless Tsunagakuer has no idea why the White Fang invaded Konoha. The target of Konoha White Fang's mission, the thing that caused great damage to Konoha village, may not exist at all. Wonderful! Orochimaru couldn't help but applaud. Uzumaki Naruto, I have no idea what they are talking about. Inyazuka Kaiba, me too. Rock Lee, which of Sasuke's words are true and which are false? Onoki, the key to Uchiha Sasuke's words is this: the so-called great loss of Konoha does not exist at all. The fourth Raikage, the White Fang incident was probably a well-planned conspiracy. Third Hokage, you are really something. Orochimaru, the rest of the things about the third Kazekage and the Sand Village were all told to Kakashi by Sasuke. He is not from the Sand Village, how could he know these things? Senju Tobirama, the way he speaks makes people think he is from the Sand Village, cunning Uchiha brat. Uzumaki Naruto, why on earth would Sasuke make up all this stuff? I still don't understand. Nara Shikamaru, maybe it's to arouse Kakashi-sensei's suspicion. Orochimaru, Kakashi has already started to doubt, haha, after this step, the rest will be easy. Chapter 43, Sasuke's Ridicule, the average IQ of the ninja world is worrying. Kakashi's body trembled slightly. The Sharingan, which had been able to be closed, opened automatically at this moment. My father's original mission failed. Could this be a conspiracy? What mission did my father have to abandon his teammates and cause great losses to Konoha? If my father committed suicide because of a conspiracy. When Kakashi thought of this, he felt extremely strong negative emotions in his heart. There is a terrible urge to tear everything apart. Kakashi, do you want to calm down too? Sasuke, who was standing by, saw Kakashi's expression becoming increasingly ferocious and couldn't help but remind him. You just reminded me of this. Why is it that you are like this too? I'm fine. Kakashi did his best to calm himself down and looked up at the gold-framed screen in the sky. What is the truth? Parallel world. Kakashi also began to have serious doubts. Do you have any evidence for what you said? Kakashi said with some hesitation. He couldn't tell what his mood was at the moment. Do you hope that the other party has evidence, or do you not hope that? If my father really committed suicide because of a conspiracy, then his death would be meaningless, right? This is Konoha's business. How can I possibly produce evidence? Sasuke sneered. Kakashi felt relieved, but couldn't help but say, so, what do you want to do? Just make me doubt all this. Use your rotten brain, please. I have already told you my guess, and you can verify it yourself. 32. Sasuke looked like he was disappointed with his friend. How to verify? Kakashi frowned. Alas! As expected, I shouldn't have expected the average IQ of the ninja world. Sasuke sighed and continued, let me remind you. If you were the one who designed all this, what would you do after you finished all this? Kakashi suppressed his anger and thought hard, if it was me, if this was a well-planned conspiracy, then of course I would destroy the evidence next. What evidence? That mission. Kakashi's eyes light up. If what happened to my father back then was not a conspiracy, then the records of the relevant tasks should still be preserved, and I can check them out myself. If my father really caused a great loss to Konoha, then I must at least find out what this great loss is. But, if not, this shows that all this is a conspiracy. Sasuke looked at Kakashi and nodded with satisfaction, it seems that you have figured it out. Well, you have successfully raised the average IQ of the ninja world. The veins on Kakashi's forehead were throbbing wildly. This bastard's words are so infuriating. Oh shit! After listening to Sasuke's words, almost everyone in the ninja world couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This bastard is clearly looking down on everyone's IQ. Orochimaru, haha, I think Sasuke's ridicule is quite right. Sakumo's matter is so obvious, but few people can understand it. The average IQ of the ninja world is indeed worrying. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, you are here again. Onoki, Sarutobi, stop talking like that. If you are really innocent, why don't you just explain it directly? The fourth Raikage, what mission did Konoha White Fang carry out? What damage did it cause to Konoha? Can the Hokage help us answer this question? Shimura Danzo, this is Konoha's secret, it's not your turn to pry into it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's right. Although Sakumo's mission was not during the Ninja World War, is it impossible for it to cause heavy losses to Konoha? Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, come out and ask your good disciples. Thousand Hands Tobirama. Oh shit! What do they think of him? What have Monkey King and Danzo been doing over the years? Regardless of whether the Konoha White Fang incident was a conspiracy, the Hokage was derelict in his duty by allowing such a powerful kage to commit suicide. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, it's like this. Senju Tobirama, forget it, don't explain, just watch it slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, yes, sensei. I feel more and more empty inside. The teacher is too lazy to listen to his explanation now. How exactly should I investigate in Konoha? I don't need to teach you this, right? Sasuke said, looking at Kakashi with a squint. No need. I will have my own channels to investigate. Kakashi is very upset. Although he is only a guiding jonin now, he worked in the Anbu for many years and still has many juniors who can speak to him. Speak to Tianzang later and ask him to help check it out. A friendly reminder, you should first understand what this investigation means, and it's best not to attract the attention of the Sandaime Hokage. Sasuke reminded. Kakashi's expression became much more serious and he nodded. If what happened to my father was a conspiracy, then the person who planned this conspiracy, no matter who it is, the third Hokage is involved. The Sandaime Hokage, maybe he was one of the masterminds who designed the conspiracy to kill his father. The investigation process must not attract the attention of the Sandaime. After thinking this through, Kakashi raised his head and looked at the person opposite him. What is your purpose in telling me this? It can't be just to tell me this, right? Hee. Sasuke chuckled twice. You will know my purpose. Wait until you have figured out your own affairs first. As he spoke, flames suddenly burst out from Sasuke's body. The whole person was wrapped in flames and turned into a fireman. "We will meet again, Hatake Kakashi." After saying this, Sasuke's figure, bathed in flames, exploded with a bang. Sparks flew everywhere, but the person in the middle had already disappeared into thin air. Kakashi was stunned. Is this space-time ninjutsu? Chapter 44 Kakashi, I don't even know I know the truth. Gold frame on screen. Sasuke's figure suddenly began to burst into flames, then exploded with a bang and disappeared. The chat room exploded. Uzumaki Naruto disappeared. Inyazuka Kaiba, did Sasuke develop the legendary space-time ninjutsu? Nara Shikamaru, impossible. How can space-time ninjutsu be so simple? Senju Tobirama, impossible. Space-time ninjutsu is not that easy to develop. I understand. He can only use a no-mark fire escape at most. Orochimaru, I also understand. Sasuke controls the acupuncture points all over his body and releases the fire chakra to create the appearance of being bathed in fire. But don't forget, this is a shadow clone. The shadow clone is burned by flames, so it will explode. So, it looked like Sasuke suddenly disappeared in the flames. Onoki, to put it bluntly, it's meaningless in an instant. The fourth Raikage, I thought it was some kind of space-time ninjutsu. Tisk, this thing can only perform a magic trick at best. Namikaze Minato, how did Sasuke manage to release fire chakra from the acupuncture points all over his body? Can this be done too? Senju Tobirama, in theory, as long as the chakra control ability is strong enough, it will be possible. Orochimaru, it is written in my book that the ultimate chakra control ability can freely control the chakra of every meridian and every acupointment in the body. Hyuga Hayashi, our Hyuga clan's Kaden is like this, releasing chakra all over the body to complete 360-degree defense. Hyuga Niji, but Uchiha Sasuke doesn't have the Byakugan, yet he can do this. Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke in another world, his chakra control ability is beyond our imagination. Dong dong dong. There's a knock on Kakashi's door. After suppressing the shock caused by the sudden disappearance of the mysterious man, Kakashi went to open the door and found that it was Sasuke who came over. Teacher Kakashi, is it convenient now? I knocked several times just now and you didn't seem to hear it. Sasuke's expression was very calm, as if he knew nothing. It's okay. I was just thinking about something and didn't hear it. Kakashi pinched his forehead, feeling a little entangled. Too much information suddenly flooded into my brain, and it was a bit confusing. I want to check, but I am a little hesitant. I want to find the truth, but I am afraid to see it. Sasuke looked at Kakashi's tangled expression and felt secretly happy. Are you confused? It's okay to be confused. He has been wondering what conspiracy is behind the Uchiha clan genocide since he was 7 years old. Now, this feeling can finally be experienced by others. Hatake Kakashi, what kind of mentality is this? If others experience the same pain as me, will my pain be alleviated? Get sick. Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke is too strong-willed. He just pretended to be a sand village ninja in front of Kakashi, and now he can act like nothing happened. Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi, this guy, has no doubt that the mysterious man is me from another world. Jiraiya, it's abnormal for Kakashi to want it, right? Tsunade, who would have thought that my genius student who is obsessed with training every day is actually more scheming than anyone else? Orochimaru, Sasuke even went to check on Kakashi's condition. He is truly a man of great skill and courage. Senju Tobirama, this kid's talent is indeed amazing, but what's even more terrifying is his scheming and disguise. Onoki, haha, until now, no one in that world has discovered Sasuke's inner world. Sarutobi, you in that world are doomed, wait for death. The fourth Raikage, Hatake Kakashi has also begun to secretly suspect you, Sandame, you are really in danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expression twisted. Sasuke in the parallel world has suspected him since he was 7 years old, and now he is frantically searching for the truth. Now Kakashi, the #1 young man of Konoha, has also begun to doubt him. At the same time, he in another world was completely unaware of this. I feel like it's going to get cold sooner or later. Mei Terumi, by the way, wasn't Uchiha Sasuke trying to find out the truth behind the genocide of the Uchiha clan? How did it get to the White Fang incident? Orochimaru, the White Fang incident was just a prelude. Sasuke needs to get Kakashi completely into his camp and turn him into a partner in finding the truth. Onoki, once Uchiha Sasuke is sure that Hatake Kakashi has also developed hostility or even hatred towards Sarutobi, we can then use Kakashi to find out the truth behind the Uchiha clan genocide. Hatake Kakashi, but, I really don't know the truth about these things. Scratching his head. He doesn't even know it himself. How was Sasuke going to investigate from his side? Ding! The correct answer to this quiz is option D. Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto for answering correctly and receiving the reward, Myabokuzen Sage Mode. Damn it! Everyone was caught off guard. Is the correct answer out yet? Uzumaki Naruto, hey! I got hit? I got hit! The people around him looked at Naruto in shock. I guessed it right. Onoki, no, why? Haven't we learned the truth about the genocide yet? I don't accept it. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't accept it either. Kakashi himself obviously doesn't know. 33. Orochimaru, the only possibility is that Kakashi actually has clues about the truth of the genocide, but he himself is not aware of it. Boom! Everyone's eyes turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you know? The 3 Megatama in Sasuke's eyes opened automatically. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Kakashi actually has clues about the truth behind the Uchiha clan genocide. How can that be? This should only be known by a few of their senior executives. Do I know any clues? Kakashi was sweating and pulling his hair. He didn't notice it at all. Orochimaru, it's normal for Kakashi to have clues to the truth. He is in Konoha and has a relatively high status. He may know something key, but he didn't realize the horrible truth hidden in it. Onoki, so, in the end, Uchiha Sasuke got the key clue from Kakashi and discovered the truth. Narashikaku, the horror lurks in the details, but most people don't notice it. Kakashi's brows furrowed further. What on earth have I overlooked? Chapter 45, the whole ninja world burst into tears. Sasuke finally reached a bottleneck. Sasuke looked at Kakashi's irritable mood and felt a little guilty. Teacher Kakashi was quite serious in teaching me, but I ended up pretending to be a mysterious person to cause trouble for him. But after thinking about it, Sasuke immediately threw away this trace of guilt. What really troubled Kakashi-sensei was not himself, but the truth. It was the historical truth that was concealed by Konoha's high-ranking officials. What's more, I also need to get clues about the Uchiha clan genocide from Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, what do you want from me? Kakashi collected his thoughts and said. Even if I want to investigate, I can only do so after returning to Konoha. Sasuke saw Kakashi looking a little irritated and decided to help him divert his attention. Teacher Kakashi, please continue teaching me ninjutsu. There should be other ninjutsu that I can use, right? These few days. Kakashi guides Naruto in training during the day, which doesn't consume much energy and chakra. But at night, Sasuke would drag him to learn ninjutsu. Just kidding, Kakashi is a copy ninja who has copied thousands of ninjutsu. Even if most of them are useless, there are still many worth learning. Sasuke has mastered more and more various ninjutsu during this period of time. When Kakashi heard this, he felt dizzy. It's almost fatal. Although he has mastered many ninjutsu, he can't keep up with Sasuke's learning speed. I am almost drained of my energy. Kakashi wanted to tell Sasuke that he had nothing to teach him, but after looking at Sasuke's eager eyes, he felt that he couldn't say it, and he still had to save face. With a long sigh, Kakashi tried to search his brain and said, I have taught you most of the attribute ninjutsu you can use. Let's learn something else today. Irika, that's too bad. I was like this before in another world. Sasuke learns too fast and soon he can no longer be taught. The fourth Raikage, Sasuke is really amazing to be able to torment the copy ninja Kakashi like this. Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke's strength is improving too fast. I wonder what level he will reach by the time of the Chunin exam. Senju Tobirama, he is about to hit a bottleneck. If his strength continues to improve, he will reach the level of the 5 Kage. This threshold is not so easy to cross. Namikaze Minato, from the strength of an elite jonin to the level of a 5 Kage, even a genius would need several years. Orochimaru, haha, this is a good thing for me on that side. He in the other world should also be coveting Sasuke's body. After Sasuke discovered that his strength improvement was slowing down, he extended an olive branch and he didn't believe that the other party would not take the bait. Gold frame on screen. Really? It didn't take long for Kakashi to be completely drained. Except for the many ninjutsu that Sasuke has no use for, the rest of the ninjutsu he has mastered has been passed down. Kakashi wanted to avoid Sasuke every day when he saw him. I have only been a jonin instructor for a few months, and I have to tell a student, I have nothing left to teach you. What a shame. Sasuke probably also realized this. I started trying to find ways to continue improving my strength. What's my problem now? Sasuke frowned in thought. Then he discovered that his biggest problem now was the amount of chakra, and that this could not be solved. His chakra control ability and chakra nature change are no problem, and his ninjutsu mastered by Kakashi teacher for so long is also rich enough. What is restricting his further improvement in strength now is the amount of chakra. To be fair, he already has a lot of chakra, which is even more obvious compared to Kakashi-sensei. But if you want to reach a higher level of strength, you must at least make further progress in the chakra level. You don't need to be as abnormal as Naruto, but the amount of chakra must at least double or triple. How can I increase my chakra level? Sasuke felt very distressed. He originally wanted to ask Kakashi for advice, but the moment this thought came up, he strangled it to death. Sasuke could probably imagine what expression Kakashi-sensei would have after he asked this question. Hatake Kakashi, haha. I'm afraid no one in the entire ninja world wants to know the answer to this question more than him. The fourth Raikage, the amount of chakra should depend mainly on the physical talent, right? Onoki, if you work hard to refine chakra, you can also increase the total amount of chakra. Mei Terumi, but Uchiha Sasuke has been working hard to refine chakra since he was a child, so his potential for improvement in this area is not great. Namikaze Minato, actually, there is no need to rush. He is only 12 years old now. After a few years, when his body grows further, the problem of chakra volume will be solved naturally. Irika, so, Sasuke's problem can't be solved in the short term. Uzumaki Naruto, great. Inyazuka Kaiba, finally, this day has come. Nara Shikamaru, even Sasuke has finally encountered a problem that he can't solve. Sasuke in the parallel world has been improving in strength at a speed they can hardly imagine since he was 7 years old. It caused huge psychological pressure for those who watched the movie. Now Sasuke's strength growth has finally reached a bottleneck and is about to slow down. It makes people cry with joy. You've come to this day too. In the stands, Orochimaru was in a very happy mood. If you want to solve the problem of chakra amount, find him. His curse can perfectly solve this problem. When Sasuke in that world finds that his strength can no longer be improved quickly, he will probably not be able to resist the temptation of his curse seal. When Orochimaru thought about the perfect genius body that he would get in another world, he became more and more eager to see the future development of that other world. Chapter 46, Sasuke is so evil that Naruto is so angry that he wants to hit his head against the wall. In the next few days, Sasuke was thinking about the problem of chakra amount, but found nothing. Without any help, I can only try to make a breakthrough in ninjutsu. Kakashi previously taught him his famous ninjutsu Chidori, and Sasuke felt that this ninjutsu still had some development value. Chidori is an A-level ninjutsu that incorporates the nature changes of lightning attributes. Sasuke intends to try to add some richer form changes to it. Then, 3 days later, related research has been completed. Teacher Kakashi, these are some advanced forms I developed based on Chidori. Sasuke showed the results of the past 3 days one by one. This is the Chidori Sharp Spear. It can perform long-range attacks. The specific extent to which it can be extended depends on the ability to control chakra. A blue lightning spear shoots out from Sasuke's hand. This is Chidori style. It requires releasing lightning chakra all over the body. It can attack enemies in 360 degrees at the same time. Sasuke's body was filled with lightning, and lightning-like tree branches spread in all directions. This is the Chidori blade, which can greatly enhance the piercing ability of ninja tools. Sasuke applied Chidori to the kunai and threw it out, and it easily penetrated the rock. This is Chidori Senbon. All the achievements are displayed one by one. Kakashi remained silent, opened his Sharingan, and copied them one by one. I have a strange feeling in my heart. Chidori was clearly the ninjutsu he developed, but he ended up using it to his advantage in Sasuke's hands. Kakashi was no longer surprised by the fact that Sasuke had developed a lot of forms of the ninjutsu he created in a short period of time. This child is a monster. After pondering over those Chidori advanced ninjutsu, Kakashi couldn't help but frown. How do you perform these ninjutsu? These Chidori advanced ninjutsu are very valuable to him, but how to use them? Sasuke doesn't need to make hand seals, but he does. Sasuke was silent for a moment. How about Kakashi-sensei, you figure it out yourself. 34. Hand seals, such a strange thing. Sasuke feels that he has not been able to make hand seals since his chakra control ability broke through a certain limit. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Teacher Kakashi, I hope to develop more powerful ninjutsu. Do you have any ideas? Sasuke asked earnestly. Your question is a good one. Why don't you think about it yourself? Kakashi rolled his eyes and said. What ideas could he have? This student can no longer teach himself. The fourth Raikage, isn't Uchiha Sasuke's talent in lightning release a bit too much? Hateful. When will their hidden cloud village produce a genius of lightning release like this? Iruka, you develop so many ninjutsu so easily. Senju Tobirama, it's just some improvements made in the form change, it won't be of much help in improving Uchiha Sasuke's strength. Orochimaru, haha, his improvement in strength has indeed reached a bottleneck. Uzumaki Naruto, great, the me in that world will definitely be able to catch up with him soon. Gold frame on screen. For the next period of time, Sasuke has been trying new ninjutsu ideas, but has not achieved any breakthroughs. The problem of chakra quantity cannot be solved, and at the same time, there is no way to research more powerful ninjutsu. My mood is getting more and more irritable. If this continues, he can only wait until he gets older to further improve his strength. But with the hatred of his clan being exterminated, Sasuke has always felt a sense of urgency to improve his strength. One day, Naruto runs over excitedly. Stinky Sasuke, let me show you my new Raise-Nan. Naruto created a shadow clone, rubbed it in his hands, and a blue chakra ball slowly emerged. After spending nearly a month, he finally learned the Raise-Nan. I can't wait to show it off. Sasuke frowned, opened his Sharingan and looked at the chakra ball carefully, feeling slightly surprised. This ninjutsu seems quite interesting. A large amount of chakra, divided into different directions, flows at high speed, and then is compressed into a sphere like this. This ninjutsu can be said to have reached the pinnacle in terms of chakra form changes. Raise Nan. It is said to be a ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage. It is indeed amazing. Sasuke stretched out his hand, and according to his understanding of this ninjutsu, he released chakra from different acupuncture points on his palm, controlling the chakra to flow in different directions, and then compressed it into a sphere. OM. A similar blue chakra sphere takes shape in Sasuke's hand. Naruto. He opened his mouth, and the raised nan in his hand dissipated because he forgot to maintain it. My brain is completely frozen. No, you actually. Naruto stuttered, pointing at Sasuke, with mixed feelings. I practiced the raised nan for a month, but Sasuke learned it in just one look. This is not fair. Is there any justice? It is indeed a very powerful ninjutsu, and it has great potential for development. Sasuke nodded and commented. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of malice rising in his heart. Naruto, one of the main features of this ninjutsu is that it does not require hand seals and can be performed instantly, so I suggest you try to perform it without using shadow clones. Also, the form change of this ninjutsu is very powerful. If the chakra properties are changed, the power may be very strong, perhaps reaching the level of S-level ninjutsu. You can try to develop it in this direction later. Naruto. He points at Sasuke with trembling fingers, unable to speak. Oh, I almost forgot. Congratulations, Naruto, for successfully learning a very powerful ninjutsu. Sasuke said with a bright smile on his face. Ah! Naruto finally couldn't stand it anymore and screamed while holding his head. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Why did he feel even more uncomfortable when Sasuke, the arrogant one, congratulated him? Seeing Naruto's appearance, Sasuke felt slightly happy, and felt that the irritability and depression he had felt in the past few days were almost swept away. Uzumaki Naruto, why is this happening? I'm so mad. Inyazuka Kaiba, if I were Naruto, I would probably be so angry that I would fight with Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke in another world is too evil. Jiraiya, I can understand that feeling. When I first learned the raised nan and showed it to Minato, he had a very calm expression. Uzumaki Kushina, damn it. Mikoto, please take care of your Sasuke. Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina, calm down, that's a matter from another world. Chapter 47 Orochimaru, you don't think Sasuke can make me fail, do you? I stayed in Wave Country for about a month. Finally there was a response from Zabuza. This is the 3,500 million taels we prepared. Please count them. Bai respectfully handed over the cash box in his hand. Why are you the only one here? Why doesn't Zabuza come over? Sasuke squinted his eyes and said to Bai. Bai smiled awkwardly and said, Zabuza-sama's injury has not yet fully healed. Actually, it was because Zabuza was afraid that Sasuke would take the money and then arrest others. And. Zabuza has been traumatized by Sasuke last time, both physically and mentally. I don't want to see Sasuke again. So let Bai come and pay. Alright. Sasuke took the money and took the beheading sword. You still owe me 1,500 million taels. Remember, you can use this beheading sword temporarily, but until the money is paid, this sword still belongs to me. Yes, we understand. Bai Lao nodded honestly. From now on, I and Master Zabuza may have to work hard to earn money to redeem the beheading sword. I don't know if I can get rid of the debt. Actually, I really hope you guys can just default on your debt. Sasuke saw through Bai's inner thoughts and said, that way, the next time I see you guys, I can capture you and sell you to the underground black market without any psychological burden. Bai was startled and said awkwardly. How could that be? Master Zabuza and I will definitely work hard to pay back the money. After Bai left, Sasuke gave 1,500 million ryo to Kakashi. I captured Zabuza, so his 2,000 million ryo belongs to me. The 1,500 million ryo of that ice release ninja is yours. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. This is 1,500 million taels. Sasuke is so generous. Seeing that Sasuke's attitude seemed very firm, Kakashi did not refuse. Well, in that case, we will divide the 1,500 million equally among the three of us. Naruto, Sakura, and you two will each get 500 million ryo. An S-level mission usually only costs 100 million taels. 500 million taels is a huge sum of money for him, let alone Naruto and Sakura. Are there any left for us? Naruto was dumbfounded. 5 million taels. How many bowls of Ichiraku ramen can I eat? Sakura accepted it directly and said sweetly to Sasuke. I'll just leave my share here with Sasuke-kun. If you need it, you can use it directly. After completing the mission in Wave Country, the 4 members of Team 7 set off on their return journey. Mamakai Zabuza, damn it! That's all his money. He and Bai worked hard for several years to save up 3,500 million taels, but it was all gone in an instant, and they were left with a debt of 1,500 million taels. Zabuza felt his heart break. Bai, great, Lord Zabuza from another world survived. Uzumaki Naruto, 5 million. When will I have that much money? Inyazuka Kaiba, damn it, I even want to be teammates with Sasuke from that world. Rock Lee, although being teammates with Sasuke may cause some psychological damage, there may be a surprise like 500 million ryo. Akimichi Chuji, I'm so jealous. 500 million taels, I wonder how long it will last. Ebisu, damn it, I was so moved when I saw it. Yui Kurane, 5 million ryo is a huge sum of money for a jonin. Nara Shikamaru, in fact, the Sasuke in that world is quite good to his companions, but his mental quality is a little stronger. On the gold-framed screen, the picture slowly dimmed. The mission in the parallel world of Wave Country is completed. On the silver-framed screen, the experience of the Chunin exams began to play. After Team 7 experienced the training in the Land of Waves, their strength improved a lot and they all participated in the Chunin exam. Before the first exam, Sasuke encountered Rock Lee's challenge. He thought he could easily deal with him, but found that his body could not keep up with his speed. After passing the first exam, Sasuke and the other two were attacked by Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. 35. Sasuke, who had almost lost his will to fight, was encouraged by Naruto and mustered up the courage to fight Orochimaru, but he was ultimately defeated, and was cursed and fell into a coma. The Sound Ninja Trio attacks, and Sasuke explodes with powerful strength through the curse seal, but his temperament changes drastically and he is almost out of control. In the preliminaries before the third exam, Sasuke defeated his opponent with difficulty under the side effects of the curse seal. Kakashi temporarily controlled Sasuke's curse seal through the seal. Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru. Why are you targeting Sasuke? Orochimaru, haha, of course it's because of Sasuke's talent. He is worthy of my attention. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, did you finally complete that forbidden technique? Uchiha Mikoto, can that curse seal be removed? I hope Sasuke won't get hurt. Onoki, what a huge contrast. Uchiha Sasuke in another world easily captured Zabuza alive, while this world was frightened by Orochimaru and lost the will to fight. Hitaki Kakashi, Orochimaru and Zabuza cannot be lumped together. How embarrassing! He was once frightened by Orochimaru and lost his will to fight. Mamakai Zabuza, haha, it looks like Orochimaru will be the next one. I'm looking forward to it. Scorpion of the Red Sand, Orochimaru, please don't act too embarrassing next time. Orochimaru, ha! You guys don't think Sasuke can make me fall, do you? You underestimate him too much. Although the Sasuke in another world is indeed extremely talented and powerful, but he is Orochimaru, a veteran cage-level warrior in the ninja world. At most, he would be caught off guard and surprised by Sasuke's strength. But want to make him flip over? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 48, Are Konoha Genin so scary? On the gold-framed screen, Sasuke's experiences in the parallel world began to play. Team 7 returns from the Land of Waves. As soon as Kakashi entered Konoha village, he announced the disbandment and left in a hurry. What's the hurry, Mr. Kakashi? Naruto is puzzled. Kakashi is a man who is usually several hours late. Why does he seem particularly anxious today? Sasuke naturally knew that Kakashi was eager to investigate the Konoha White Fang incident. Without further explanation, the three of them decided to go back to their homes to rest. Walking to a certain intersection, Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Over there are two Tsunagaku ninjas. It seems like they had some conflict with the grandson of the third Hokage. Ha! There is such a good thing. In spite of the grandson of the third Hokage deserves a beating. Naruto seems to have a good relationship with the grandson of the third Hokage. Well, Naruto can't be allowed to pass. Naruto, do you want to have dinner together? It's my treat. Sasuke pointed to the other side of the road. Hehe. I have 5 million taels now. I must treat you all today. Naruto is finally rich now, and he seems to be more confident when speaking. Three people just turned a corner. Brother Naruto, save me. Konohamaru's voice came from behind. Well. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Naruto next to him has already rushed back to save people. Uzumaki Naruto, why would that Sasuke want Konohamaru to get beaten? Uchiha Sasuke, you're such an idiot, didn't you understand what was said before? Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke over there, he now suspects that the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation might be, well, you know. Orochimaru, haha, Minato, your son didn't inherit your intelligence at all. Namikaze Minato, Naruto, his brain is really a little too big. Almost everyone can see the hostility of Sasuke in the parallel world towards the Sandaime Hokage and the Sarutobi clan. Naruto wanted to rush over to save Konohamaru, but he suddenly fell down. Damn it! Something tripped me. Naruto is completely confused. Sasuke walked over helplessly. Although he didn't care about the grandson of the third Hokage and even hoped that he would get beaten, Naruto was his teammate and he couldn't watch Naruto suffer. Naruto, you should use your brain before doing anything and observe carefully. The other party is from the Sand Village. He can use chakra threads to control puppets remotely. Sasuke explained. Hey? What is a chakra thread? How can he control the puppet? Naruto scratched his head, still not understanding. Sasuke was completely speechless. Naruto, you should read more books when you have time, at least to improve your common sense. Naruto knows absolutely nothing. How did he graduate from the ninja school? Hehe, is this the level of Konoha's genin? Kankuro changed from grabbing Konohamaru's collar to grabbing his neck, his expression was very arrogant. Sasuke silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Here you go. Brother Naruto. I can't. Konohamaru's face gradually turned red. Damn it, let Konohamaru go. Naruto immediately used his shadow clone and started rolling balls. A blue rays nan quickly appeared. This is... Kanjuro's pupil shrank. Chakra formed into a materialized sphere. How could this reckless Konoha genin brat have such a high level of ninjutsu? Seeing Naruto rushing towards him, Kankuro used his old trick again, but this time he failed to interfere with Naruto, and instead was easily dodged by him. Seeing Naruto rushing towards him with the raise nan in hand, Kankuro quickly dodged. Boom! The raise nan hits the wall behind, and the wall collapses with a loud bang. Gudong. Kanjier swallowed, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If this hit him, he would probably die on the spot. This little devil! Little devil, you pissed me off. Kanjier pulled the bandage violently, and was about to use the puppet on his back. Patter. A few sudden crisp sounds. Kankuro still didn't understand what was going on. I suggest you stand still and don't move, otherwise your head will fall off. Sasuke kindly reminded. What are you talking about? Just as Kankuro was about to continue moving, he found that his neck had hit something thin. After a closer look, I realized that my neck had been completely blocked by the wire. On the walls on both sides, several shurikens were thrown at some point, and the steel wires tied to them wrapped around his neck. If his movements were a little more aggressive, his head would have been chopped off. Looking at Sasuke across from him, Kankuro dared not move. Are all Konoha's genin so scary? My beautiful lady, I would like to advise your teammates to calm down. It is better to be careful when you are not in your own village. Sasuke showed his signature smile and said to Temari beside him. Temari only felt her heartbeat begin to speed up. So handsome. He is not only handsome, but also speaks well. Ahem, my brother is causing you trouble. Temari said this with a somewhat embarrassed expression, looking at Sasuke with evasive eyes. Is he your brother? He really is, not very obvious. Sasuke glanced back and forth, looking at Temari, then at Kankuro. Are these two siblings? This little brother's appearance somewhat damages the image of the sand village, doesn't it? Kankuro, damn it! How did I damage the image of Tsunagakuer? Gaara, I think he's right. Temari, sorry, Kankuro, I'm not laughing. Kankuro. Damn it, I can't stay in this house any longer. Chapter 49, The Restless Pupil Power, the Sharingan about to transform. Kankuro, don't embarrass yourself here. A voice suddenly came from the side. Sand floats over and pushes away the shuriken nailed to the wall, allowing Kankuro to break free from the restraints of the steel wire. Gaara. 36. Kanjuro became even more nervous when he saw his brother. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Gaara, who suddenly appeared. Very dangerous. His intuition is giving the alarm. There seems to be some kind of terrible power hidden in this guy. The Sand Village, the one-tailed Shikaku's Jinchuriki. Sasuke guessed secretly and turned to look at Naruto beside him. If he guessed correctly, Naruto should be Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails should be the strongest tailed beast, but he has never seen Naruto show any Nine Tails aura. On the contrary, the one-tailed Jinchuriki in front of him clearly gives people a sense of danger. Orochimaru, haha, that's because the Sand Village's sealing technique is so bad that the aura of the tailed beast is exposed. Luo Shat. Although I want to refute it, it is indeed the fact. There was no further conflict between the two sides. However, Sasuke felt that the guy named Gaara seemed to have murderous intentions towards him. Why are people from the Sand Village appearing in the village? Sakura said with some confusion. The Chunin exam is probably about to be held. As Konoha's ally, Tsunagakuer may hold the Chunin exam jointly with Tsunagakuer. Sasuke answered casually. Boss, from today on, you are my boss. Konohamaru ran towards Sasuke excitedly, his face full of admiration. Boss, your shuriken throwing technique is amazing, can you teach me? With 2 quick movements, the guy who bullied me was already choked by the wire. This is a completely superb shuriken technique. Sasuke's Sharingan automatically opened, and a cold aura suddenly burst out from his body. He looked down at Konohamaru, his expression extremely cold. Konohamaru was so frightened that he froze, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. I felt a warm sensation in my crotch, and I was so scared that I lost control of my bladder. Call. Sasuke took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and closed his Sharingan. I tried hard to control my turbulent emotions. Uzumaki Naruto, what happened? Why did Sasuke suddenly open his Sharingan? Hatake Kakashi, Sasuke's method of throwing shuriken is unique to the Uchiha clan. The grandson of the Sandaime mentioned the Uchiha shuriken technique in front of Sasuke, and Sasuke's emotions were stimulated. Senju Tobirama, his pupil power is becoming more and more active. It's very dangerous if it continues like this. Uchiha Madara, haha. Isn't it just about awakening the Manjiki Sharingan? What's so dangerous about it? With Uchiha Sasuke's aptitude, he is fully capable of opening the Manjiki Sharingan. He just needs an opportunity to open it. Senju Tobirama, when he really opens the Manjiki, I'm afraid the first thing he will do is to take revenge on Konoha. Onoki, is there such a good thing? The fourth Raikage, I am so happy. I hope Uchiha Sasuke can awaken the Manjiki Sharingan soon. Senju Hashirama, alas. It's better not to develop to that point. Don't you have a tutor? Go ask him to teach you. I'm busy. Sasuke said in a cold voice. Although the grandson of the third Hokage is still attending ninja school, he already has a special jonin as a tutor. The Sandaime Hokage really has high hopes for this grandson. Konohamaru, haha, this name is really interesting. Onoki, indeed, Sarutobi, your thoughts are so naked that you can hardly even hide them. The fourth Raikage, my son's team is led by Inoshikajo, and the team led by the person my son is courting is also the heir of one of the major ninja clans in Konoha, and my grandson is named Konohamaru, haha. Onoki, why don't you just be more straightforward, Sarutobi, and change the name of Konoha village to Sarutobi village from now on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I named him Konohamaru because I hope he can become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Don't slander him. Luo Shat, really? Who else in the ninja world can afford to arrange a special jonin as a tutor for a student who is still in a ninja school? Orochimaru, when Sasuke wanted to learn how to change the nature of chakra, there was no jonin who could teach him, so he had to learn it by himself by reading books. Onoki, Sarutobi, you are so good that you have already arranged a jonin teacher for your grandson. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you guys. In the stands. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest heaved with anger. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, it seems that this live broadcast room is really not friendly to you. Orochimaru on the side said with a smile. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily. He was now feeling increasingly uneasy. In a parallel world, Uchiha Sasuke is becoming more and more dangerous. In this world, more and more of my own affairs are being exposed. If this continues, we will be in big trouble. Naruto, I told you before that the key to the Raise-Nan ninjutsu is instantaneous release without any seal. Think about it, if you had instantly released the Raise-Nan when approaching the opponent just now, the opponent would not have been able to dodge it. Sasuke tried to calm down and said to Naruto. Tisk, I can do it soon. Naruto curled his lips. By the way, Naruto, you just broke a wall, remember to go to the police force to pay for it later. We won't have dinner together today, see you tomorrow. Sasuke pinched his eye sockets and turned away. What happened to me recently? Even when I was angered by Zabuza, I could feel the power of the Sharingan was agitated. And every time this happens, my emotions seem to be very active and difficult to control. What is the reason? Uchiha Madara, ha ha ha. He is indeed not far from awakening his Manjiki. Perhaps it will be the moment he knows the truth about the extermination of his clan. Senju Tobirama, evil Uchiha are trouble. Onoki, Konoha pill, Sarutobi pill. Chapter 50, continuing to sow discord between Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurane. Kakashi registered Sasuke and the other two for the Chunin exam. Although in Kakashi's opinion, it's a bit of a bully for Sasuke to take part in the Chunin exam with his strength. However, he has been investigating the White Fang incident recently and has no time to take Team 7 on missions or practice. Only 3 people can take part in the Chunin exam. Sasuke has been keeping an eye on Kakashi's recent condition. Anxiety, entanglement, hesitation, irritability. It's always these emotions. From these emotions, it can be seen that Kakashi has not been able to find out anything yet. Seeing this, Sasuke could only suppress his increasingly anxious emotions. Not urgent. When Kakashi-sensei finds out the results, I will be close to seeing the truth about the Uchiha clan's genocide. As for now, let's work hard to improve our own abilities. Recently, Sasuke's irritability is partly because the truth of the Uchiha clan's genocide is difficult to find out. On the other hand, it's because my own strength has reached a bottleneck. Limited by his age and the amount of chakra in his body, his strength can no longer improve as quickly as before. This problem must be solved. Sage Mode. The 3 ninjas of Konoha signed contracts with the 3 holy places respectively. The 3 holy places, Myaboku Mountain, Whetbone Forest and Ryokai Cave, all have legendary immortal arts inheritance. The so-called Sage Mode means using one's own chakra and natural energy to combine into Sage Chakra. Sasuke holds a book in his hand, thinking quietly. If you master the immortal arts, you can use natural energy to synthesize immortal chakra, which can be regarded as a disguised way to increase the amount of chakra. But whether it's the 3 ninjas of Konoha or the 3 holy places, where can I find them? Well, Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. It is too difficult to continue to rapidly improve your strength. Orochimaru, haha, I am really looking forward to the developments to come. I never thought that Sasuke in another world would turn his attention to fairy arts. This couldn't be better. His curse seal was developed based on Jago's physique that can utilize natural energy. Even it can be said that his curse is a simplified Sage Mode. If Sasuke wants to solve the chakra problem through fairy techniques, he will definitely not be able to resist his temptation. Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru. You damn bastard! Hitaki Kakashi, Sasuke in the other world is in danger. Orochimaru is not as easy to deal with as Zabuza. Jiraiya, Orochimaru on the other side will be determined to get Sasuke's body after seeing Sasuke's talent. Orochimaru, haha. Maybe I will just choose to kidnap Sasuke. Meet such a perfect body. What's the point of the Konoha collapse plan? Just capture Sasuke and reincarnate him. Irika, what should we do? Can Sasuke over there protect himself? The 4th Raikage, although that Uchiha Sasuke is very strong, he is still not strong enough to face Orochimaru. Mei Terumi, if we give him a few more years, it should be fine. But now his strength improvement has slowed down. 37. Onoki, oh, I think you are worrying too much. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke has excellent talent and strength, but what is more terrifying is his calmness and rationality. How could such a little monster who has been able to understand people's hearts since childhood be defeated so easily? Sasuke searched for a lot of information again. However, there are very few records about immortal arts, and they are basically just about the roads in the 3 holy places. Without any help, I can only give up this path temporarily. The Sage Mode utilizes the free natural energy in the ninja world. What inspiration can this bring to me? Sasuke felt that he suddenly had a new idea. I cannot sense natural energy, but can I use the power of nature in some way to enhance the power of my ninjutsu? Sasuke felt that this idea was feasible, but for a moment he couldn't think of how to implement it. The more I think about it, the more upset I become. The Sharingan was stimulated and opened. Forget it, don't worry, we'll find a solution eventually. Sasuke put down the book in his hand. I will be taking part in the Chunin exam in a few days, and my strength won't improve much in a short period of time. During this time, why not help Sakura, Ino, and Hinata to improve their strength? Daily training of the Sunset Red class. Do you want to take Hinata away for special training for a few days? Do you mean that my training effect is not as good as yours, teacher? After hearing Sasuke's request, Yui Kurane pretended to be angry. How could that be? I'm worried that Teacher Hong loves Hinata too much and is reluctant to train her seriously, so I plan to take some time out to train Hinata seriously. Sasuke responded very skillfully. Pfft. What you said does make sense. Little Hinata is so cute, I really can't bear to use heavy hands on her. Yui Kurane gently pinched Hinata's cheek. Obviously, Sasuke's answer put her in a good mood. Suddenly thinking of something, Zahi Kurane couldn't help but sigh softly. Ah, if only Asuma could speak half as well as you, no, if only he could speak 1/10 as well as you. Asuma has been explaining to me until now that he helped me with the class placement out of good intentions, and I hope I can understand. This guy doesn't understand his own thoughts at all. Sasuke rolled his eyes slightly and said. Asuma-sensei should care about Kurane-sensei a lot, right? I heard from Ino that Asuma-sensei has been troubled recently and I don't know how to explain it to Kurane-sensei. Yui Kurane raised her eyebrows, he is still troubled. Could it be that he thinks I am being unreasonable? Sasuke waved his hands quickly, looking very embarrassed. No, how could Asuma-sensei say that? However. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Kurane Yui confirmed her guess, Sarutobi Asuma actually spoke ill of her in front of the students. Sasuke saw Yui Kurane's expression darken, and he felt very happy. Haha, it's so fun to sow discord. Especially since one of the parties is from the Sarutobi clan, it will be even more interesting to sow discord between them. It doesn't matter whether Asuma Sarutobi said this or not, but he has no way to explain it anyway. It is conceivable that the relationship between Mr. Hong and Asuma Sarutobi will continue to be strained. Well, just thinking about it makes me happy, and even the annoyance of the slowdown in my strength improvement has been alleviated a lot. Asuma Sarutobi, you fucking bastard. I'm beeping. Yamanaka Ino, Sasuke over there is so scary. Nara Shikamaru, and it's completely invisible to kill people. Irika, fortunately I didn't offend Sasuke over there. Chapter 51, Intimate Paradise. Written by Singles for Singles. Next. Sasuke came to Sarutobi Asuma's squad and also planned to take Ino with him. Sarutobi Asuma didn't say anything, but agreed directly, then he pulled Sasuke away quietly and asked in a low voice. Sasuke, I have explained this to Hong many times recently, but why hasn't Hong forgiven me yet? Although it is somewhat embarrassing to ask such a question to a junior. But Sarutobi Asuma really had no other choice. There are a lot of single guys among his peers now. But Sasuke, at such a young age, can make 3 girls live in peace. It would be better to ask Sasuke directly. Sasuke was secretly pleased, his brain was working rapidly. Asuma-sensei's way of speaking probably didn't impress Kurane-sensei, right? Speaking is also something that needs to be learned. Sarutobi Asuma hurriedly asked, well, how can I improve my ability to talk to girls? Simple. Sasuke pulled a book out of his pocket. Jiraiya's latest masterpiece, Intimate Violence. He bought 2 copies, one for himself and the other was originally intended to be given to Kakashi-sensei, but looking at Kakashi-sensei's recent state, he probably isn't in the mood to read this. I've been watching this series since I was a kid, and I learned it little by little. This is the latest masterpiece published by Master Jiraiya. I'm giving it to you, Master Asuma. Sasuke passed the Intimate Violence over. Is it okay to watch this? Sarutobi Asuma hesitated, doesn't Kakashi always watch Intimate Paradise? But he's still single now. Sasuke explained, that's because Kakashi-sensei didn't take the initiative to look for her. He has Kai-sensei by his side. Otherwise, with Kakashi-sensei's looks, wouldn't it be easy for him to find a girlfriend? What you said does make sense. Sarutobi Asuma nodded. Sasuke continued, so, Asuma-sensei, you have to study hard. The way girls like to talk and their psychological patterns can all be found here. Really? Sarutobi Asuma's eyes sparkled, and he held the intimate violence in both hands, treating it like a treasure. Thank you. Sarutobi Asuma felt more and more grateful to Sasuke. If it weren't for him, the relationship between me and Hong would probably become more and more strained. It's just a small matter. Sasuke waved his hands, smiling brightly in his heart. Intimacy Paradise, a book written by an extremely old single man. If Asuma Sarutobi, an extremely old single man, reads this, he will only become more crooked the more he learns. I took a detour on it at the beginning. But fortunately, even if I said something wrong, I could still solve the problem by scanning my face. But Sarutobi Asuma doesn't have the same conditions as me. In the chat room, Asuma Sarutobi is already cursing. A constant stream of swear words flow out of his mouth. Nara Shikamaru, Teacher Asuma, please be more rational. Asuma Sarutobi, rational? How can you ask me to be rational? I'm beeping, 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 beeping. Inyazuka Kaiba, it's too pitiful. I got sold out by Sasuke and I still have to thank him. Abarame Shino, whether it's Teacher Hong or Teacher Asuma, they are all played around by Sasuke. Jiraiya, how can my book lead people astray? Maybe Sarutobi Asuma in that world has read my book and his speaking skills have improved. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you should have some sense of purpose in life. Tsunade, haha. Jiraiya, you still want to teach others what you wrote? It's so funny. The relationship between Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurane is over. Jiraiya, you guys. Minato, you tell me. Is there something wrong with what I wrote in my Intimate Paradise? Namikaze Minato, Teacher Jiraiya, stop talking. He had also read the Intimate Paradise written by Jiraiya and learned a few lines from it, but he was almost scolded to death by Kushina. Orochimaru, it's hard to hold back. Jiraiya, your apprentices have seen your level clearly. Jiraiya, damn it. What's wrong with what I wrote? If what I wrote is not right, why is Intimate Paradise so popular? Meiterumi, generally speaking, this kind of content is best written by singles, because the readers are usually singles themselves. Jiraiya. Hitaki Kakashi, it hurts. On the training ground, Sasuke gathered Sakura, Ino, and Hinata together. Although the first part of the Chunin exam is a team-based one, the final part still requires an assessment of the individual's combat prowess. Also, there will be a death quota in the Chunin exam, allowing candidates to attack or even kill each other. You must take it seriously. Sasuke said with a serious expression. Hey? I thought Sasuke-kun was just looking for an excuse to accompany us, but is this really a special training opportunity? Ino was a little disappointed and wanted to hang on to Sasuke and hug his neck to act like a spoiled child. Be serious. I'm serious. Sasuke's face turned cold and his voice became stern. Don't treat the Chunin exam like a game of ninja school graduation exams. If you are careless in the Chunin exam, you may die. Seeing the three girls were shocked, Sasuke continued to add. Sakura, yes. I will work hard on the training. Hinata, me. Me too. Ino, wow. I understand. I'll get serious about this. Sasuke looked at Ino's aggrieved expression and felt a little soft-hearted. After all, she is my girlfriend, so I just need to be serious about her training, but I don't need to be too strict with her in other aspects. Ahem, if you guys train seriously, the one who performs best will have me go on a one-on-one date with her for the entire day. Sasuke coughed twice and said. Moment. The three girls' eyes lit up. My enthusiasm was aroused all of a sudden. Hee hee. I am in the same team with Sasuke-kun. I practice diligently every day. I must be the one who performs the best. Sakura seems full of confidence. I will ask my dad to teach me the new family secret technique when I go home tonight. Ino's desire to win also rose. I won't lose to you. Hinata is eager to try. 38. Being able to date Sasuke alone for a whole day, although such a reward is a bit embarrassing, Hinata also wants to fight for it very much. Inyazuka Kaiba, I'm going crazy. Why are you making me watch this? Why can Sasuke have so many girls fighting over him? Abarame Shino, first you have to have Sasuke's face, then you have to have Sasuke's talent and strength, and then you have to be able to speak like Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru, it's so troublesome. It's better to be single. Yamanaka Ino, hehe, I will definitely be the winner in the end. Sakura doesn't have the family's secret technique, and Hinata is too weak. The final winner must be her. Chapter 52 Hinata's Progress, Bagua 64 Palms. Next. Sasuke and the three girls began several days of special training. Sakura, although you have learned some super strength techniques from me, please be aware that this consumes a lot of chakra. Remember not to use it casually. Also, be especially careful when fighting someone in close combat. The opponent may be using poison. Sasuke commented to Sakura. Yes. I will prepare the antidote in advance. Sakura said seriously. Ino, your heart turn technique can now turn. Is it the advanced heart turn clone technique? Not bad. But what if I punch myself? Sasuke gestures to attack himself. Impossible? After being hit by my heart transforming clone technique, the body should be under my control. How could it attack itself again? Ino asked back. The person who is under the spell cannot attack himself, so what about others? What if his teammates attack him directly? Ah! How? How is this possible? Aren't they teammates? Don't apply your existing knowledge to other villages. For example, the Hidden Mist village once had a rule: in order to graduate from the ninja school, one must kill one of their classmates. There's still such a thing. Not only Ino, Sakura, and Hinata were also stunned. Are the ninjas from other villages so cruel? In short, Ino, you have to remember that if you control someone else's body, you have to be on guard against their teammates as well. Sasuke reminded seriously. Yes. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Ino took careful note. If she is attacked while controlling someone else's body, her spirit will be hurt. Yamanaka Ino, indeed. The ninjas from Sound Village were like this before, they actually attacked their own companions directly. Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke is really amazing, I think he can be a guiding jonin. Abarame Shino, whether in terms of strength or guidance, Sasuke over there is qualified enough to be a qualified guiding jonin. Yamanaka Ino, Ino over there actually learned the mind transfer clone technique in advance. Damn it, this is all because of a brat. Hyuga Hayashi, my Hinata has also trained harder because of this brat. Damn it. The two old fathers' eyes were blazing with anger. Yamanaka Ino, hehe. I have learned a more powerful family secret technique, which has solved the shortcoming of the heart-turning technique that it cannot turn. I must be the one who performs the best. Harano Sakura, I'm also very good at it. Hitaki Kakashi, Sakura and Ino in the parallel world are both more powerful than ours. Is it because of love? Tisk. However, the next scene surprised them. Hinata opened her Byakugan and quickly attacked Sasuke with both hands alternating. Soft fist technique, Bagua, 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hyuga Hayashi, 32 palms, Hinata over there has actually reached this level. Hinata in the parallel world is so powerful. My own daughter here, seems to be able to deliver 16 palm strikes with difficulty. Hinata Hanabi, sister, you are awesome. Yui Kurane, no. It's not over yet. Gold frame on screen. After completing the 32 palm strikes, Hinata did not show any signs of exhaustion, and continued to attack Sasuke with both hands quickly and alternately. 36 palms. 42 palms. 48 palms. 56 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata shouted softly, and all 64 palms were launched at the same time. Hyaga Niji, that weak-minded young lady could actually do this. Hinata Hayashi, this shouldn't be the case. How can the difference between the two sides be so huge? Yui Kurane, is it because of Sasuke's influence? Hitaki Kakashi, it should be more than that. After all 64 palms are used, Hinata on our side will not have enough physical strength or chakra to support it. Might Guy, it can't be because Hinata over there eats more, right? The group of people fell silent. Impossible. This reason is outrageous. Hinata Hayashi, anyway, Hinata, you can eat as much as you want from now on. Whether it's for this reason or not, it's worth a try. Papa. Sasuke couldn't help but applaud and praised, not bad. Even though none of the palm strikes worked, Hinata deserves praise for being able to complete it. It's no wonder that I've been blacklisted by countless buffet restaurants over the past few years with Hinata. In addition to my figure, I also received feedback on my strength. Hinata panted slightly, and when she heard Sasuke's words, her mood instantly blossomed like fireworks. I just feel that my serious practice over the past few years has been worth it. Sakura and Ino standing by were stunned. Is this still the gentle Hinata? Hinata, with your current Bagwazang, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be enough to cope with the Chunin exam. But your Hyaga Bagwazang, how should I put it, it feels like the upper limit is not enough. Sasuke said as tactfully as possible. He threw dozens of palm strikes in a flashy way, but none of them landed. The Byakugan of the Hyaga clan is clearly a bloodline of pupil techniques that is on par with the Uchiha's Sharingan, so why are there only these fancy moves? Fancy punches and embroidered kicks. Hinata Hayashi was completely furious. This bastard! No one in the entire ninja world has ever commented on their Byakugan and gentle fist like this. The fourth Raikage, in terms of combat capability, the Byakugan is just so-so. It has greater strategic significance in reconnaissance. Onoki, indeed, being hit by Bagwazang is also an injury, and being stabbed by Kunao is also an injury. The difference doesn't seem to be that big. Senju Tobirama, the Hyaga clan is a bunch of old and conservative people. Humph! Just wait to fall with their soft fist. Although he was hostile to the Uchiha clan, he had to admit that the Uchiha clan was indeed strong. Especially the Uchiha with 3 Megatama, they are basically elite Jonin, strong in all aspects and have no weaknesses. Not to mention the kaleidoscope. As for the Hyaga clan, haha. Even if the Uchiha are gone, there is no need to be hostile or wary of them. Hinata, your Byakugan is quite powerful. There is no need to focus all your strength on your gentle fist. Sasuke suggested. If he had time, he would like to develop a strength improvement plan for Hinata. But my own problems haven't been solved yet, so I'll put the others aside for now. Then, Hinata is the one who performed best in the special training these days. I think everyone has no objection to that, right? Sasuke announced to the 3 girls. Although Sakura and Ino looked envious, they also admitted defeat obediently. I didn't expect that Hinata, who usually keeps a low profile, is actually so powerful. Chapter 53, Critical Hit. Xiao Li, the dog is defeated. After a day of relaxing with Hinata. The next day. The first round of the Chunin exam, the examination room. What has Kakashi-sensei been doing lately? How come I can't even see him? Naruto said in confusion. In the past, Kakashi was often late at best. But now there is no trace of him at all. Maybe something happened recently. Sasuke dealt with it casually and walked upstairs. I hope Kakashi-sensei can find out the result as soon as possible. Walking up to the second floor, I saw someone blocking the way in front of a door. They seemed to be two chunins. The door number was 301, which was where their exam room was. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched. Only a fool would fall for this kind of idiotic illusion trap. Is this the level of Konoha Chunin's illusion? However. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw Naruto turn around and walk over there. 39. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it! I was fooled as well. Uchiha Sasuke, so you are a fool. Nara Shikamaru, this illusion is indeed a bit crude. If you fall for it, it would be easier to just kick you out of the Chunin exam. Naruto. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's collar from behind in annoyance. A stream of chakra entered Naruto's body, waking him up. Hey? How did it become 201? Naruto realized it later. Even if you can't tell that this is an illusion, can't you remember how many flights of stairs you took to get upstairs? We've only just reached the second floor. Sasuke couldn't help but hold his forehead. Let alone ninjas, even ordinary people shouldn't be affected by this kind of illusion, right? In fact, using this illusion feels a bit insulting to one's intelligence. Hateful. Even with Naruto's rough lines, he felt a little embarrassed and ashamed at this time. Sasuke sighed and began to explain to Naruto how to identify and break illusions. Please wait a moment. A youthful voice came from behind. Sasuke turned around and saw a boy wearing a green tights who looked very much like a kappa. Rock Lee. Sasuke has heard about the other party. The other person is a year older than me, and he only knows taijutsu, but he actually graduated from the ninja school. That cute lady with pink hair, please date me. I will protect you with my life. Xiao Li gave a thumbs up, his white teeth sparkling. Sakura felt her brain trembling. Compared to him, Naruto looks pretty and cute. Rock Lee, wow, why is this happening? Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura, are you praising me? Tian, Xiao Li, you really look a little weird. You might scare girls. Nara Shikamaru, especially, Sakura looks at Sasuke's face every day, the contrast is too obvious. Rock Lee, damn it, is it so great to be handsome? I think I'm fine the way I am. Might Guy, Lee. It's good that you can think this way. Don't doubt yourself because of others. Rock Lee, yes. Teacher Kai. Tian, you two are hopeless. Sakura trembled and hid behind Sasuke. Do you want to pursue Sakura? But she is my girlfriend. You will make me feel troubled if you do this. Sasuke moved slightly and blocked Sakura behind him. You are Uchiha Sasuke, right? I heard of your name in the ninja school. You and Niji, who is at the same level as us, are known as the two great geniuses of the ninja school. A raging fire of war appeared in Xiao Li's eyes. Genius! This is exactly what he wants to challenge. Please challenge me to a duel between men. Xiao Li said excitedly. Defeat Sasuke and win the heart of Miss Sakura. When he thought of this, he felt full of energy. A duel between men. Sasuke said thoughtfully, turned his head to look at Sakura behind him, and slightly tilted his face to indicate. Are you here? Sakura's face instantly turned red, and she shyly pecked Sasuke on the cheek. Well, you said that it was a duel between men, and you lost. Sasuke turned around and said to Xiao Li. Crack. Xiao Li's entire body seemed to turn grey and crack. He knelt on the ground, pounded the ground with his arms, and cried. Why is this happening? Even though I don't know any ninjutsu or genjutsu, I have never felt such a strong blow. Uzumaki Naruto, oh Sakura, how could you do this, damn Sasuke? Rock Lee, Ms. Sakura, please don't do that. Tian Tian, Xiao Li is so miserable, I seem to hear the sound of a heart breaking. Hitaki Kakashi, a duel between men. Is that how Sasuke understands it? Jiraiya, I really lost miserably. Nara Shikamaru, the difference in strength between Lee and Sasuke is probably not as big as the difference in this aspect. Yui Kurane, you guys. How long have Sasuke and Sakura been boyfriend and girlfriend in that world? Are they only breaking down now? Tsunade, there are some things that they won't give up unless they see the cruelest scene. Mei Terumi, when a dog sees the one he licks, he asks for whatever he wants in front of others. Tisk, how miserable. Rock Lee, woo woo woo. Chapter 54, Sasuke enters Naruto's body. After a short episode, the three of them sat down in the examination room for the first round of the Chunin exam. Sasuke looked around, observing the people in the examination room. The three people from the Sand Village, each of them has surpassed the strength of a Chunin, and Gaara is even the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Hinata Niji is a teammate of that Kappa and a student of Kakashi's best friend Might Guy. A guy with grey-blue hair and glasses, who gave him the impression of being very powerful. What the hell? How could there be such a person among Konoha's genin? And he seemed to be secretly sizing him up, I don't know why. A girl with red hair and glasses, wearing a Kusagakuer village forward protector, seems to have a lot of chakra. These are probably the only people worth noting. In addition to Konoha and Sand Village, there are also Takigakuer, Kusagakuer, and Otagakuer, which has only appeared in recent years. Uzumaki Naruto, that's Kabuto-senpai. But he gave up in the third preliminary round. Why does Sasuke think he's so strong? Hitaki Kakashi, Naruto. Stop calling me senior, that guy might be Orochimaru's man. Previously. After the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam, this guy once attacked Sasuke and easily knocked down several Anbu, but was finally stopped by him. Orochimaru, haha, Kabuto, it seems that no matter which world you are in, you have been exposed. Yakushi Kabuto. He pushed his glasses up slightly. I should be inconspicuous in the first round of the Chunin exam. Unexpectedly, I was noticed by Uchiha Sasuke in another world. He is indeed worthy of being the genius chosen by Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke, it's the guy who took the Chunin exam for the 7th time. Is he good? Hitaki Kakashi, well, maybe go 50-50 with me. It will be very dangerous for you. The first exam will begin soon. Sasuke looked at the 9 questions on the test paper and was slightly surprised. These questions are a little difficult. Tisk, I used to look down on the Chunin exam, but I didn't expect the questions to be so high level. However, this is naturally not a problem for him. Pick up your pen and start answering easily. Nara Shikamaru, the first exam is about intelligence gathering ability, right? Yamanaka Ino, well, it seems that Sakura is the only one in our class who can answer the questions on her own. Uzumaki Naruto, so those questions were not for us to answer? Damn it, I was so anxious at that time that I couldn't answer any of them. Uchiha Sasuke, idiot. Are you just realizing it now? Jiraiya, how did Naruto pass this kind of exam? Marino Ibiki, he passed the test of the 10th question, but handed in blank papers for the previous ones. Puff. Everyone couldn't stand it any longer. I passed the exam even though I handed in a blank paper. Finish answering the questions easily. Sasuke looked up and realized something was wrong. Most people around me seem to be very anxious. Looking at the examiners on both sides, Sasuke realized that this exam might be testing intelligence gathering ability. I still overestimated the Chunin exam. The question is only slightly difficult. Haha. A group of people couldn't help but roll their eyes at Sasuke. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Orochimaru, after all, Sasuke over there is a genius who can learn the nature changes of chakra by reading books. Hitaki Kakashi, with the amount of books Sasuke over there has read, he should be more than qualified to take the Jonin exams. Kurane Ui, Janin probably doesn't have the same amount of knowledge as him. Senju Hashirama, come to think of it, this little guy is pretty miserable. He is the child of the Uchiha clan leader, but suddenly he has nothing and can only read books. Senju Tobirama, now I feel a little sympathetic towards the evil Uchiha. 40. Onoki, indeed, if you want to improve your strength, you can only read books. Unlike Sarutobi, you can arrange a Jonin tutor for your grandson. The fourth Reikage, even to find the truth, I can only read books and think about it myself. Mei Terumi, we think Uchiha Sasuke has good talent and strong ability, but it is not easy for him to get to this point. Sasuke looked at his teammates. Xiao Ying is also answering the question slowly. With her theoretical level, this is not a problem. Naruto is now as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He holds his head in his hands, not knowing whether to peek at the test paper of the person next to him. Well, Sasuke sighed inwardly. You still have to help yourself. Seizing the opportunity to look Naruto in the eye, Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly cast an illusion. Naruto, I have cast an illusion on you. I will take over your body from now on. Do not resist. Sasuke's voice sounded deep in Naruto's mind. Sasuke. Naruto almost burst into tears. This is the first time he gets so excited when hearing the voice of the arrogant Sasuke. Wivu, Sasuke, I will never say that you are arrogant again. You are really my savior. Naruto is chattering in the spiritual world. Shut up, don't talk. Sasuke shouted angrily. Oh shit! Did I owe Naruto anything in my previous life? Why does it feel like an old woman taking care of a child? Controlling Naruto's body, answering the questions quickly. Sasuke was about to exit Naruto's spiritual space when he suddenly found that the scene in front of him had changed. The surroundings turned into a dark sewer. There is a huge prison ahead. Namikaze Minato, this is the Nine-Tails sealed space. Chapter 55, First Meeting with the Nine-Tails, Can the Sharingan control the tailed beasts? Senju Tobirama, this evil Uchiha brat, he actually entered the Nine-Tails sealed space. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, I've told you so many times, don't. Senju Tobirama, brother. Is this a normal thing? If that brat touches the Nine-Tails, Konoha will be destroyed by him. Namikaze Minato, it shouldn't be the case. The seal I left behind is still very strong. Uchiha Madara, interesting, I hope Uchiha Sasuke releases the Nine-Tails and gives Konoha a big blow. Onoki, the Nine-Tails rebellion happened to Konoha again. Haha, Sarutobi, you don't have the Yandere Hokage who can desperately seal the Nine-Tails this time. Uzumaki Kushina, Sasuke wouldn't do that, would he? Naruto would die if the Nine-Tails was released. Uchiha Mikoto, that shouldn't be the case. Sasuke in that world also considers Naruto as a friend. Senju Tobirama, haha. For the evil Uchiha, that's hard to say. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, you bastard, you keep saying evil Uchiha. If he doesn't release the Nine-Tails, wouldn't it be unworthy of your name? Thousand Hands Tobirama. Senju Hashirama, I told you not to be hostile to Uchiha all the time, but you just wouldn't listen. Hitaki Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto over there have a good relationship, so there's nothing to worry about. Kyuubi. Seeing the figure behind the huge red prison, Sasuke felt his soul trembling. The strongest tailed beast, the Nine-Tails. A terrifying chakra aura, he could feel it even through the seal. The terrifying amount of chakra is as immeasurable as the sea. Around him, dark red chakra leaked out through the prison, floating around him like mist. Just the chakra that is released is already more than his own total chakra. As expected, he is worthy of the title of the strongest tailed beast. Roar! The nine-tailed fox let out a soul-stirring roar from behind the prison. Little devil, open the seal. I can feel the hatred in your heart. Open the seal and I will help you kill all your enemies. The voice of the nine-tailed fox exudes a bewitching flavor. However, hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Nine-tailed fox, your IQ doesn't seem to be that high. Roar! The nine-tailed fox lets out a terrifying roar. Damn kid, what are you talking about? Sasuke's expression has calmed down. Isn't it? First, if your strength can really solve all problems, then why were you eventually sealed by the fourth Hokage? Second, this is the seal left by the fourth Hokage. I just entered Naruto's sealed space through the illusion of the Sharingan. Do you think I can help you remove the seal? Are you underestimating the fourth Hokage? Kyuubi in the red prison was stunned when he heard this. It seems to be right. How could the seal left by the fourth Hokage be so easily undone? Namikaze Minato, indeed, I have a backup plan. Even if the seal on the prison is opened, the Nine Tails cannot get out. Kyuubi, damn it, damn Yandere. When I get out, I'll tear your child into pieces. Senju Hashirama, is the tailed beast also in the chat room? Ichibai, idiot Kurama. Are you hoping to seduce the Jinchuriki to break the seal someday? When he thought of this, Shikako couldn't help but laugh. Kurama worked so hard to persuade the Jinchuriki to break the seal, but he found out that the fourth Hokage had a backup plan for the seal. At that time, Julama's expression would probably be extremely interesting. Kyuubi, shut up, you scum with only one tail. Kiribi, Zyoba, are you there? Yabi, stop yelling you idiot. Everyone then realized that the tailed beast was also in the chat room. Alas, I used to think that the average IQ of people in the ninja world was worrying, but I didn't expect that even the tailed beasts were like this. The tailed beasts should have existed in the ninja world for hundreds or even thousands of years. Why is your IQ so low? Can you guys use your brain more like me? Sasuke stood outside the prison, mocking the Nine Tails unscrupulously. Hey! Little devil, do you want to die? The nine-tailed fox roared in frustration. Oh shit! Why didn't I think of this earlier? The fourth Hokage must have a backup plan and won't let me out easily. You are wondering why you didn't think of it, right? I'll tell you the answer, because you are stupid, just like most people in this ninja world, very stupid. Although you have a brain, it's just a decoration. Sasuke continued to taunt. Damn little brat! Wait till I get out and see how I kill you. Kyuubi was so angry that his body was shaking. Wait for you to get out? Tisk tisk, I'm afraid that's not possible in the next few decades. Maybe you can really get rid of the seal one day, but by that time I will be old and dead. Where can you go to take revenge on me? Roar! The Nine Tails became more and more angry due to Sasuke's ridicule, and the dark red chakra gradually penetrated the seal and seeped out. Sasuke opened his Sharingan and observed the misty chakra. It seems that I can use the Sharingan to control these chakras. Legend has it that when Uchiha Madara fought the first Hokage in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara was the one who controlled the Nine Tails. During the Nine Tails rebellion 12 years ago, there were also some rumors that the Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan. Does the Sharingan really have the ability to control the tailed beasts? Sasuke thought secretly in his heart, looked at the misty chakra beside him, stretched out his hand, and tried to control it with the Sharingan. Success! Sasuke's eyes lit up. Those misty chakras were controlled by him and transformed into various shapes. The Sharingan can really, well, let's be conservative for now, at least it can control the chakra of the tailed beasts. Senju Tobirama, this evil brat, he is deliberately stimulating the Nine Tails to let its chakra seep out, and then trying to control it. Uchiha Madara, the Nine Tails is indeed not very smart. It was so foolishly provoked and became furious, and then the chakra penetrated more and more. Nine Tails, damn Uchiha Madara! Uchiha Madara, what are you yelling about, you beast? Nine Tails, damn Uchiha Madara! What can a dead man like you do to me? Underworld, Pure Land. Uchiha Madara was so angry that his teeth itched. Nine-tailed beast, right? When I come back to life, I'll show you how I'll take care of you tailed beasts. Chapter 56 Target Gaara, an attempt to control the tailed beasts. Onoki, Sarutobi, do you want to guess what Uchiha Sasuke wants to do by trying to control the Nine Tails chakra? Orochimaru, Sarutobi-sensei, are you panicking? Sarutobi Hiruzen. He really started to panic. 41. Jin Sasuke in the parallel world has always harbored ill will towards the Sarutobi clan since he returned to the Uchiha clan's territory at the age of 9. When he saw Konohamaru, he expected him to get beaten. He also tried to sow discord between Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane Ui. In my heart, I have absolutely no respect for him, the third Hokage. If he were to obtain the power of the nine-tailed fox, myself in another world would be in real danger. The Sharingan can control the chakra of the tailed beasts, but can it control the tailed beasts? Sasuke frowned in thought. If any pair of three Magatama Sharingan can control the tailed beasts, then the Uchiha clan could have conquered the entire ninja world thousands of years ago during the Warring States period. How could they be suppressed by the Senju clan? Maybe, it has something to do with pupil power. It needs to reach a certain level before it can be enough to control the tailed beasts. Sasuke guessed in his heart. He recently felt that his Sharingan's pupil power was gradually improving. It seems that even at the level of 3 Magatama, the power of the Sharingan is still different and will change. For example, he had discovered in his daily sparring with Kakashi that Kakashi's 3 Magatama Sharingan seemed to be much more powerful than his own. If my pupil power reaches a certain limit, I may be able to use the Sharingan to control the tailed beasts and master their power. Senju Tobirama, damn it, this brat is really coveting the power of the tailed beasts. It is self-evident what Jin Sasuke intends to do with the power of the tailed beast. Onoki, if you want to be able to control the tailed beasts, you may need to reach the level of the Manjiki Sharingan, just like Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, is Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan more powerful than Sasuke's? How could an outsider develop the Sharingan to this extent? Uchiha Obito. Haha. It's normal that Jin Sasuke feels that Kakashi's Sharingan power is higher. Kakashi's Sharingan looks like a 3 Magatama eye, but it's actually a Mangekyo. It's just that Kakashi is such a loser. He awakened the Manjiki more than 10 years ago, but he still hasn't noticed it. However, if the tailed beast leaves the body, the Jinchuriki will probably die, right? Even if it doesn't leave the body to control it, it will probably hurt the Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, Sasuke's mouth twitched. If the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was someone else, that would be fine. Sasuke would feel a little guilty about hurting the strange Nine Tails Jinchuriki for revenge, but he would probably still do it. But the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is Naruto. Although Naruto is a loudmouth, has no common sense, always holds me back, and always provokes me, but this guy, maybe, is still my friend. He couldn't bear to hurt Naruto for his own revenge. Well, let's forget about it for now. It's still unclear whether the Sharingan can control the tailed beasts. Besides, there's still a one-tail in the village. Sasuke comforted himself. Looking at the large amount of misty chakra around him again. These leaking chakras should interfere with Naruto's chakra control, right? No wonder Naruto's chakra control is so poor. Forget it, just help that idiot. Hey, nine-tailed fox, eat your excrement yourself. Sasuke used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails chakra that escaped and sent it back into the red prison. Damn little devil, don't let me see you again. The nine tails roared when it saw Sasuke disappear. Senju Hashirama, as expected, I said that the kid is pretty good. It's impossible for him to hurt his companions. Namikaze Minato, it even helped Naruto control the nine tails chakra that was leaking out. Naruto's chakra control ability should increase rapidly in the next period of time. Uzumaki Kushina, oh, Mikoto, it would be nice if your Sasuke was a girl. He would be a perfect match for my little Naruto. Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Sasuke. Who wants to pair up with that idiot? Uzumaki Naruto, you are the idiot. You bastard Sasuke, you dare say that I am always holding you back. Uchiha Sasuke, you are an idiot, that's what I said from another world. Of course, I think so too. Jiraiya, haha. The relationship between the two little guys is pretty good. There's no need to worry about Sasuke-jin hurting Naruto in the other world. Temari, but he seems to have set his sights on Gaara. Gaara. I felt a little panicked. I don't know what my future will be like in another world. Helped Naruto finish answering the questions. Next, examiner Marino Ibiki announced the 10th question, and the candidates needed to make a choice. If they did not answer, they would be kicked out of the exam. If they answered, they would be banned from taking the Chunin exam forever, and if one person failed, the entire team would be banned from taking the exam. Under the psychological pressure from Marino Ibiki, more and more candidates chose to withdraw. Sasuke looked at Marino Ibiki with a grim expression and understood. He had heard from Kakashi that this person was the monitor of Konoha's interrogation class, and his best skill was to create psychological pressure on people. It seems that the so-called 10th question is this choice itself. After realizing this, Sasuke used the Sharingan's illusion to convey the message to Sakura and Naruto, telling them not to quit. Really? After no one quit, Marino Ibiki announced the result of the test, everyone who stayed passed the first test. Sasuke looked at his filled test paper. Then what's the point of working so hard to answer the questions and helping Naruto answer them? Answered in vain. The examiner of the second test, Mitarashi Anko, rushed into the examination room and announced the location of the second test tomorrow, the Death Forest. After leaving the examination room, Sasuke remembered something and said to Naruto. Naruto, your chakra control ability should be sufficient now. Go back and practice it quickly. Try to cast a single raise Nan instantly as soon as possible. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. Hey? Now that you mention it, I find that it seems to be easier to control chakra. How could this happen? What happened? Stop thinking about it, go back and practice. Sasuke rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 57. Why are they all targeting Sasuke? The next day. Death Forest. The examiner of the second round of the Chunin exam, Mitarashi Anko, announced the exam rules. Candidates need to collect all the scrolls of heaven and earth and rush to the central tower within 5 days. 9 people from the same class as Sasuke gathered together. Shikamaru, Shino, I suggest that your 2 classes work together. There are some dangerous people participating in this Chunin exam. It will be safer if there are more people. Also, Hinata and Ino, you both need to master your perception abilities and take turns observing the surroundings. If you encounter a strong chakra reaction, dodge in advance and do not engage in combat with the opponent. Sasuke suggested to the 6 members of Team 8 and Team 10. Shikamaru and Shino are smarter and should be able to seek benefits and avoid harm, plus Hinata and Ino have good perception. The 2 classes will basically not encounter any danger if they unite together. Is it necessary? It's just a Chunin exam. Inyazuka Kaiba felt that this was a bit of a fuss. He thinks he is quite strong and doesn't need to cooperate with other classes. Did you see the red-haired gourd boy from the Sand Village? He is very likely the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Sasuke pointed at Gaara and said, if you don't know what a Jinchuriki is because you skipped classes, you can ask Shikamaru to teach you later. Inyazuka Kaiba scratched his head. He really doesn't know what a Jinchuriki is. Aside. Shikamaru and Shino's expressions turned serious, they looked at each other, and accepted Sasuke's proposal. The Sand Village even sent out a strategic level weapon like the Jinchuriki. It's normal for them to be a little cautious. Hinata and Ino naturally listened to Sasuke, while Koji followed Shikamaru's opinion. The two classes quickly reached a consensus and decided to act together in the second exam. Seeing this, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. He was mainly worried about Hinata and Ino's safety. These two were not in the same class as him and might be in danger during the second exam. Next, Sasuke reminded them of the dangerous people they needed to be on guard against, such as the Sand Village Trio, and the man with grey-blue hair and glasses. Nara Shikamaru, awesome, the Sasuke in that world can definitely be said to be a leader. Namikaze Minato, observing carefully to obtain intelligence, formulating strategies, and convincing others is really amazing. Orochimaru, most people only focus on Sasuke's talent and strength, but what's more important is that he is willing to use his brain and acquire knowledge. Only with these can he improve his strength. Senju Tobirama, although I hate Uchiha, I agree with what you said. The fact that this brat's strength can be improved so quickly cannot be attributed entirely to his talent. Inyazuka Kaiba, he said Shikamaru and Shino are smart, does that mean I'm not smart enough? Damn it! Abarame Shino, Gata, stop embarrassing yourself. The second exam begins. Team 8 and Team 10 acted together, but Sasuke's Team 7 did not join them. From the very beginning, Sasuke had a strange feeling. I seem to be being spied on by someone all the time. It feels like being stared at by a poisonous snake. But, it was just a feeling. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the source of this feeling. This makes Sasuke even more uneasy. The person who secretly spied on him might be more powerful than he imagined. Orochimaru, haha, I've been discovered. The fourth Raikage, there is indeed a gap in strength. Uchiha Sasuke can detect the threat of Kabuto Yakushi, but he cannot locate the existence of Orochimaru. Onoki, after all, Orochimaru is a veteran ninja. His ability to control his aura is not comparable to that of an ordinary jonin. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke is really in danger. Uchiha Mikoto, I hope the Sasuke in that world can avoid Orochimaru. The second exam started soon. Ningji, let's go find Uchiha Sasuke. I want to have a real duel with him. 42. Xiao Li suggested to his teammates. He has come out of yesterday's blow. This time, he will have a real battle with Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata Neji frowned and said, the opponent is very strong. It's best not to cause any trouble. Let's pass this exam first. Ningji, the other party is a genius who is as famous as you in the ninja school. Don't you want to challenge him? Xiao Li did not give up and continued to persuade. Hinata Neji saw that his teammates were unwilling to give up, so he sighed and compromised, we can go find him, but I won't fight with Uchiha Sasuke. And you have to be careful to stop when it's enough, don't get carried away during the fight. Yes. No problem. Target Uchiha Sasuke, let's go. Xiao Li said excitedly. The other side. 3 Otogakure ninjas are also talking about something. Our mission is to find Uchiha Sasuke and kill him. Ta said to his teammates Sak and Jin. Jin, understood. Sak, I hope his strength won't disappoint me. After saying that, the 3 of them rushed towards the depths of the Death Forest. At the same time, the Sand Village Trio is here. Go and kill a random team and collect all the scrolls. If you encounter Uchiha Sasuke, kill him. Gaara crossed his arms and spoke in a cold tone. Uchiha Fugaku, why are so many people targeting Sasuke? Isn't one big Orochimaru chaotic enough? Uchiha Mikoto, why did those 3 ninjas from the Sound Village also want to kill Sasuke? Hyuga Neji, little Lee over there has no idea of Sasuke's strength. He will probably end up in a miserable state. Tian, Xiao Li will probably be traumatized by Sasuke. Rock Li. I was so panicked, I hoped Sasuke would be gentler. Chapter 58, instantly defeats Xiao Li. Hulk smashes Loki style. Sasuke-kun, where are we going now? Sakura stopped and asked. The 3 members of Team 7 have already entered the Death Forest to a certain distance. Next, they should go and collect the scrolls of heaven and earth. In this case, you need to choose a team to attack. Naruto also looked at Sasuke. Although he was very dissatisfied with Sasuke, he did admit that Sasuke was very strong and smart, and that Sasuke still had to make the decision on this matter. Sasuke pondered for a moment and pinched his forehead in distress. He originally planned to look for the 3 people from the Sand Village, but how should he find them? Teacher Kakashi didn't master any large-scale reconnaissance ninjutsu. It would be great if Hinata or Ino were here, both of them can do long-distance reconnaissance. And my own team. That is to say, he has mastered some small-scale reconnaissance ninjutsu. As for long-range reconnaissance ninjutsu, Kakashi doesn't know either. Those are usually blood-stained ninjutsu or family secrets, such as the Byakugan, Kagura's Heart's Eye, the Yamanaka clan's perception ninjutsu, etc. Thinking of Kagura's heart, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a slightly disappointed expression. If it weren't for the fact that Naruto had a lot of chakra, he would have suspected that Naruto's Uzumaki surname was given as a gift for charging money. I don't know Kagura's mind eyes, nor the diamond blockade. Only 1 chakra left. What does that expression of yours mean? Naruto said with great dissatisfaction. She actually looked like she disliked him. If Sasuke hadn't helped him yesterday, Naruto would have been unable to resist and started to argue with him now, given his usual temper. Sasuke looked at Naruto and said seriously, I am considering whether to beat you up, Naruto. It would be best if I beat you half to death to see if you can awaken any special abilities. Uzumaki Naruto, what is Kagura's Heart's Eye? Is it similar to Sasuke's Sharingan? Senju Tobirama, you really have poor common sense, kid. You've wasted the Uzumaki name. Namikaze Minato, Kushina and I died when Naruto was born, and no one taught Naruto these things. Orochimaru, these are things he can know by reading a few books. Minato, your son doesn't take after you at all except for his looks. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina, damn it, what Sasuke said is too harsh. What do you mean by charging money for it? Even in the Uzumaki clan, not everyone can awaken special talents. Sudden dot. Sasuke sensed a familiar sense of being watched. This feeling, seems like someone is using his Byakugan to spy on him from a distance. Sasuke, who often fights Hinata, easily recognizes this feeling and guesses who it is. The problem has been solved. A reconnaissance ninja has arrived. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, waiting for someone to come leisurely. Soon. Ningji and the other 2 members of the 3rd team came to the front. Uchiha Sasuke, please have a real fight with me. There is a blazing fire in Xiao Li's eyes. Sasuke, don't think you can get away with it by relying on Miss Sakura this time. Ah, Sakura, your suitor is really persistent. Sasuke looked at Li's admiring eyes that occasionally glanced at Sakura, and shook his head and said. There will always be only Sasuke-kun in my heart. Sakura said in a very firm tone. Crack. It seems like there is a sound of heartbreak. Xiao Li's body trembled slightly, as if he was hit again, but his intention to duel was not shaken at all. Well, okay. There are always people staring at my girlfriend. Would it be inappropriate if I don't do anything about it? Sasuke looked at Xiao Li, his lips curled up slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although your teacher and my teacher are close friends, we are not familiar with each other at all. Xiao Li, why don't you just let it go? I suddenly feel like you're going to be in trouble. The girl with a bun on the side said this every day. How can I retreat in the face of battle? Burn, my youth! Xiao Li didn't care at all, he yelled excitedly, his whole figure disappeared in an instant, and he kicked towards Sasuke in mid-air. Snapped! Sasuke easily grabbed Xiao Li's ankle with one hand, felt his palm sink slightly, and exclaimed. As expected of you, you are Might Guy's student. The weights you wear are terrifying for an average genin. But he is not an ordinary genin. When Xiao Li saw that one of his legs was caught, he quickly twisted his other leg and kicked towards Sasuke's head. However, my body suddenly lost control. The scenery in front of me is changing rapidly, and my head seems to be approaching the ground quickly. Boom! Sasuke grabbed one of Xiao Li's legs, swung him up like a sledgehammer, and slammed him to the ground. Puff, cough cough. Xiao Li was almost knocked unconscious by the blow. Uchiha Sasuke is really strong. He easily blocked my leg, and then used me as a weapon. You know, your own weight plus the weight of the counterweight is very scary. Xiao Li tried hard to regain his senses and tried to break free of Sasuke's hand that was holding his ankle, but found that he couldn't do it at all. That hand was like an iron clamp, tightly clamping his ankle. Remember, don't always think about my girlfriend. Sasuke's calm voice sounded. After saying that, he swung Xiao Li up from the ground and threw him to the ground on the other side. It goes on and on. Little Li was swung around like a toy in Sasuke's hands. He couldn't resist at all and could only desperately protect his head. Boom! 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 Human-shaped holes were smashed into the ground one after another. Rock Li, damn it! I have no power to resist. Hyaganiji, it's like an adult bullying a child. Tian, it feels even worse than this. Xiao Li is being tossed around like a poor little chicken. Nara Shikamaru, since you always stare at other people's girlfriends, it's normal for Sasuke to teach you a lesson. And Xiao Li just looks a little miserable, but he is not actually hurt. Uzumaki Naruto, but this kind of throw is too insulting. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Inyazuka Kaiba, it's better not to mess with Sasuke over there. This guy has a strong desire for revenge. Chapter 59, Geniuses are different from each other. Xiao Li. How is it? Do you need my help? Ningkai on the side spoke up. Although he felt that Xiao Li was the one who took the initiative to cause trouble and deserved to be beaten, he was still his teammate after all. 43. No, no need. Xiao Li felt like he was thrown to the ground, but he still firmly refused. Uchiha Sasuke, he has to defeat it by himself. Now is the time for him to burn his youth and prove his ninja way. 8 gates of ninjutsu, first gate, open, open. Xiao Li suddenly shouted. However, boom, boom, boom. The sound of flesh hitting the ground. 8 gates, right? You're still not convinced? You haven't fallen enough yet, have you? Sasuke was not affected at all, and still easily grabbed Xiao Li and threw him around. The second gate, the rest gate is open. Xiao Li still refused to admit defeat and continued to open the door. Then, boom, boom, boom. You're still not convinced, hey? You haven't learned your lesson yet, hey? The situation remains unchanged. The third gate, the gate of life, open. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Li feels that he is beginning to doubt his life. I have already opened the third door, why is it still like this? Why am I still powerless to resist? Is a genius so powerful? Stop! We won't fight anymore. Put Xiao Li down. Ningji on the side couldn't help but take action. Uchiha Sasuke's strength seems to be beyond imagination. Xiao Li, who has opened the third gate of the 8 gates, is already enough to pose a huge threat to him, but in front of Uchiha Sasuke, he seems to be just an ordinary person. You want to be the first to come forward, right? Sasuke swung Rock Lee and swung him towards Niji as if he were a weapon. Boom! Puff! Puff! Lee and Niji collided with each other suddenly, and Niji was directly blown away by Lee's weapon. Ahem, damn it, you actually used me as a weapon, ah. Before Xiao Li finished speaking, he felt his body losing control again. Sasuke grabbed his ankles and spun him in the air like a windmill. He felt dizzy and almost vomited. The other side. Ningji, who was knocked away, climbed up. He could actually defend against that attack just now, but he hesitated, because if he wanted to defend, he would have to attack the opponent's weapon, which is Xiao Li. This was the first time that his teammates were used as weapons by others. He had no idea how to react and was directly thrown out. Put Xiao Li down, we won't fight anymore, and Xiao Li can apologize to you. Ningji spoke much more gently. Ningji, don't ask him, I can do it. Little Li in the form of a windmill makes intermittent sounds. He crossed his arms in front of his forehead and swung them down suddenly. 8 gates of Dunjia, 4th gate, the injury gate, open. Xiao Li's skin turned red, and his whole body was covered in green fluorescence, and his aura rose a lot. Yes, at least your willpower is worthy of respect. Sasuke said with slight praise, but you're still not convinced, right? Boom! Sasuke leaps up, swings Li and throws him at Niji. Ningji almost wanted to curse. He has been through many missions, but he has never experienced such a bizarre situation. Is this idiot Xiao Li unable to understand the situation? Uchiha Sasuke's strength is far beyond theirs, even the 8 gates is useless. Tenten, it's too tragic. Both Li and Niji were tortured so badly. Might Guy, this is too much of a bully. Kakashi, why did you let Sasuke take the Chunin exam? Why not just let him be promoted to Jonin directly? I'm afraid my 2 disciples will suffer psychological trauma from this blow. Hitaki Kakashi, that's a matter from another world. It's no use telling me. Nara Shikamaru, Xiao Li's spirit of never giving up is indeed worthy of praise, but we still have to see the situation clearly first. Orochimaru, haha, that Hyuga Niji thinks that he and Sasuke are geniuses in the ninja school, but there is a huge difference between geniuses. Hinata Niji was hit so hard that he could only dodge desperately, feeling so depressed that he almost vomited blood. I dare not attack, nor do I dare to use force in defense, for fear of hurting Xiao Li. However, after opening the 4th gate, the power of Xiao Li's weapon used to attack him increased. Uchiha Sasuke is getting better at hitting. I've never had such a frustrating fight before. I feel like it would be better if Uchiha Sasuke beat them up directly. Stop fighting! Tian, who was standing by, was at a loss as he watched his 2 teammates being beaten up. Although she wanted to help. But, she is good at ninja tools. What if the ninja tools are thrown out and Uchiha Sasuke uses Rock Lee as a shield? I feel like the other person is very likely to do this kind of thing every day. Sasuke stopped chasing Niji and continued to swing Lee around like a windmill. He asked, are you convinced now? I don't. Before Xiao Li could finish his words, he was interrupted by Niji. Li. Please consider me for a moment. Can we stop fighting? Ningji felt like tears were about to fall. Xiao Li was not convinced, but he had already accepted it. If he continues to fight, he feels like he will go crazy. I admit defeat. Xiao Li finally spoke. After being casually thrown to the ground by Sasuke, Xiao Li immediately felt dizzy, as if the ground beneath his feet was spinning, and he felt sick in his chest and vomited with a wow sound. While vomiting, he was spinning uncontrollably on the ground, with vomit all over his body. Tian, ugh! So disgusting! Xiao Li, I knew you were going to be in trouble. Hyuga Niji, why are you so blind as to challenge Uchiha Sasuke? He in another world was so badly implicated. Rock Lee, damn it! I've opened up the 4th gate of the 8 gates, but it's still useless. Might Guy, the gap between your basic strengths is too big. Xiao Li, even if you can open the 5th gate, you will at most be an ordinary Jonin in Sasuke's team. Hitaki Kakashi, Xiao Li challenged Sasuke with the idea of challenging a genius, but Sasuke over there can be regarded as a strong man who has grown up. Text. Chapter 60, Break Xiao Li's legs, and he will thank us. On the gold frame screen, continue playing. Xiao Li's brain gradually returned to normal and the dizziness stopped. The after effects of the 8 gates of Dunjia have taken effect, and Xiao Li now feels weak all over, with sore muscles, and unable to move. Lying on the ground in his own vomit, his green tights were also covered with his own vomit. The whole person exudes a disgusting smell. Just now, Xiao Li felt like he was about to vomit out all the food he had eaten last month. Let me ask you one more question. Are you convinced now? Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and asked Xiao Li, who was lying on the ground. I'm convinced. Xiao Li said weakly. Originally he was still a little unconvinced, but it was because of Niji's request that he reluctantly admitted defeat. But now, he has no strength left. My competitive spirit has weakened a lot now. Do you know you are wrong? No. What's wrong? I shouldn't have provoked you. Hat. I don't mind you provoking me. It's a bit annoying, but I can't stop you. But I'm a little dissatisfied that you keep staring at Sakura. Sasuke saw that Rock Lee still refused to give up, and glared at him. What? You haven't learned enough of your lesson yet? You still want to continue, right? I understand. I will never stare at Miss Sakura again. There was a hint of crying in Xiao Li's voice. How miserable. Being beaten mercilessly, and then being forced to give up thinking about the person you love. You deserve it. You're obsessed with a girl who has a boyfriend. You deserve to be beaten. Tianatian complained on the side. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Niji and Tenten and said. Now it's your turn, hand over your scrolls. 44. Ningji sighed and did not resist any more. He took out his scroll and threw it over. The scroll of heaven is exactly what we need. I will accept it. Do you have any objection? Sasuke said this as he put the scroll into his ninja tool bag. Tian rolled his eyes and said unhappily, no problem. You've already put it away, why are you still asking? It's intentional to provoke people. Next, we need a reconnaissance ninja here. We have recruited Hyuga Niji. Do you have any objections? Sasuke's tone was unyielding. No problem. Hinata Niji gritted his teeth and agreed. This bastard. What the hell is this word expropriation? What do you think it means? Tenten, that Sasuke has such a bad personality. He totally treats Niji as a reconnaissance tool. Hyuga Niji, Tenten, you don't have to say it. Nara Shikamaru, if I remember correctly, Sasuke seemed to want a scouting ninja to lead them to find that Gaara. In Yazuka Kaiba, haha, the next victim appears. Temari, you guys underestimate Gaara too much. Gaara is not so easy to be controlled by Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara. I don't feel confident enough. If the self in another world wants to deal with Uchiha Sasuke, he may need to use the power of Shikaku. Then, the third thing. Sasuke suddenly looked at Tenten and asked, do you know medical ninjutsu? Medical ninjutsu? I don't really understand this. Tenten replied, not knowing why Sasuke suddenly asked this. The other party doesn't need a medical ninja, right? In this Chunin exam, he should be the only one who gets hurt. How could he get hurt himself? It only needs some simple bandaging. For example, if the leg is broken, you should be able to do some emergency treatment, right? Sasuke continued to ask. If it's just a temporary solution, it's fine. Every day I become more confused. That's good. Sasuke nodded, very satisfied. Walked up to Xiao Li, stretched out his foot and gently touched her, and said, although he said he gave up on Xiao Ying, this guy seems to be unusually persistent. I think it is necessary to remind him to remember again. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force with his foot and kicked Rock Li's leg. Crack! Ah! Xiao Li's body suddenly arched up, and he couldn't help but hug his own legs. His leg was broken. What are you doing? Tenten suddenly blocked Li's way, and Ningkai beside him also became alert again. It's just a normal lesson, but he'll probably have to stay in bed for 3 months. Okay, didn't you just say you can do emergency treatment? Hurry up! Sasuke said in a calm tone. I feel like my thoughts are stuck every day. This guy just asked her if she knew how to bandage an emergency wound, but it was for this. Ningji sighed and said, Tenten, help bandage Rock Li quickly. Rock Li probably won't be able to complete the Chunin exam. Even if he and Tian Tian can help Xiao Li pass the second test, the third test is an individual battle. It is conceivable that when the third exam started, Xiao Li's fracture must not have healed yet. Damn it, no, Niji, I can continue to take the exam. Even if I can only stand on one leg, I will persist in taking the Chunin exam to the end. Xiao Li said in a firm tone. Sasuke saw this, nodded approvingly, and said, yes, I was right about you. You are indeed extremely persistent. I feel like breaking just one leg won't be enough to completely dispel your thoughts about Sakura. How about breaking another one? Sasuke raised his foot and tried to move towards Xiao Li's other leg. No, no need, I give up the Chunin exam. Xiao Li said with great grievance. Wivu teacher Kai, I am going to disappoint you. Are you a devil? Tenten couldn't help but complain to Sasuke. She now realized that Sasuke actually didn't have much ill will towards them. It was just because Xiao Li targeted his girlfriend, which made him feel uncomfortable, so he wanted to teach Xiao Li a lesson. As for other things, such as carrying Rock Li around, using Rock Li as a weapon to attack Nisi, stealing their scrolls, requisitioning Nisi as a tool, and so on. Although it looked very bad, it actually did not cause them much damage. Even before he broke Xiao Li's leg, he asked himself whether he would deal with it urgently, so that it would not cause irreversible damage to Xiao Li. Rock Li, eh? It seems to be true. The worst that can happen is that I need to lie down for a few months. Haiga Niji, although the consequences are not serious, what this guy did is still too funny. He still couldn't forget the previous scenes, when Uchiha Sasuke swung Xiao Li's 8 gates and smashed him crazily, forcing him to dodge. In the other world, he must be so depressed that he wants to vomit blood. Tian Tian, indeed, his personality is a bit too bad. Hitaki Kakashi, after all, Sasuke over there knows that your teacher and I are friends. He can't really do anything harsh to you. At most, it's a bit insulting. Tian Tian began to bandage Xiao Li with reluctance. Just now, Xiao Li was rolling around in disorientation, covered in vomit, and now he is emitting a foul odor. Xiao Li, you really stink. Tian Tian made a bitter face and quickly treated Xiao Li's injured leg. Okay, next we need to borrow your Byakugan to help us search for a target. Sasuke said to Niji. Ningji had no intention of resisting at all, but when he was about to take action, he looked at Rock Li and fell silent. Xiao Li is now in a state of exhaustion after the 8 gates dungeon, and he also has a broken leg. It is impossible for them to abandon Xiao Li. Tianation is still a girl. So, he is the only one who can take Xiao Li forward. Wivu. Niji. We are indeed partners who can trust each other's lives. Little Li lay on Ninkai's back, very moved. Li, please stop talking. You're almost suffocating me. Request flowers. Ningji said, pinching his nose. I wish I could lose my sense of smell right now. Wow, Niji, why do you say that too? Xiao Li felt very hurt. Might Guy, Xiao Li's leg is broken, great. Rock Li, Teacher Kai? What are you talking about? Tian, teacher, has your brain finally broken down? Might Guy, no, listen to me, since Xiao Li from the other world has a broken leg, he won't be able to continue to take the next exam. What does this mean? This means that Rock Li in the parallel world will no longer encounter the battle with Gaara. In the previous battle with Gaara, Xiao Li's arm and leg were almost shattered, and now it is not certain whether they can be cured. I have to use crutches to walk, and I'm not sure if I can continue to be a ninja in the future. If this battle didn't happen in the other world, Xiao Li wouldn't become what he is now in this world. Hitaki Kakashi, it's a good thing indeed. Although there was one less exciting battle, it is still more important that Xiao Li's body is normal and intact. Given the injuries Xiao Li suffered previously, even if they could be cured in the future, it is hard to say whether there would be any sequelae left. This is too terrible for Xiao Li at this age. This is the period when strength is growing rapidly. If a battle in the Chunin exam leaves you with any serious sequelae, it would be a loss. 0. Rock Li, so, even though my legs are broken in the other world, this is actually a good thing. Might Guy, great. Thank you Sasuke from another world for helping Li escape the disaster. Rock Li, thank you Sasuke. Hyuga Niji, is there something wrong with the way you two think? Tenten, it feels so weird. Sasuke broke Li's leg with a kick, but judging by the outcome it's a good thing. Nara Shikamaru, this is called a blessing in disguise, although people in the other world won't realize it. I need you to help me search for a target. They are 3 sand ninjas. I wonder if you have any impression of them. Sasuke described the appearance of Gaara and the other 2. 3 of them? I noticed that yesterday. Ningji nodded. Those 3 people should be the most powerful group of people in this Chunin exam. Sasuke nodded and said with satisfaction, very good. The target is them. The red-haired gourd boy among them is likely to be the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Tsunagakuer. If he appears in your Byakugan vision, you should be able to notice him easily. Hinata Niji. Scratching his head. Did he hear something wrong? One-tailed Jinchuriki. Did the Sand Village send out even its Jinchuriki? Damn it! Is Uchiha Sasuke crazy? How dare he target such a dangerous person? 45. Do you want to reconsider this? I feel like I'm starting to get scared every day. That's not the way to seek death. And I have to take them with me to seek death. I don't quite understand. What is the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Xiao Li feels that he doesn't fit in with others. Naruto wanted to show off to Xiao Li the knowledge points he had just learned from Sasuke, but he suddenly remembered his identity and touched his abdomen. The urge to show off disappeared instantly. I advise you to give up. Your strength is indeed very strong, but compared to a strategic level weapon like a Jinchuriki, it is still far from enough. Ningji suggested sincerely. I just need you to help me find him, and you don't have to worry about what happens next. When you find him in your sight, just tell me, and then you can leave directly. I won't implicate you. Sasuke said after a moment of contemplation. He didn't know how strong the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sand Village was. The only person he could refer to was Naruto, who was the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. If you don't consider the power of the tailed beasts, Sasuke is confident that he has no rivals among his peers. If the other party uses the power of the tailed beast, even if we can't defeat him, we can still escape, right? Then we can just take Sakura and Naruto and run away. Besides, Naruto still has the 9 tails in his body, so why should he be afraid?